4, 3, 2, 1.
And it's live.
Velvet Street to the King Power lights.
We've lived the glory, we've fought the fights.
5,000 to 1. They said no way.
But Leicester City won the day. Leicester till I die. Blue army standing high.
Through the highs and lows,
Foxes always rise.
raise the scars once more.
Hear the city roar. Leicester never quits the fight. Leicester till I die is right. Leicester, 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 Leicester till I die.
And at this rate, they will give me a heart attack again and I will die. But good afternoon, everybody. I'm still doing the old Peter Crouch dance here. I don't know what's wrong. But welcome along to game number 2 of the league season. And it's the same old, especially when it comes to me and Tom. Good afternoon, Tom. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm all right, Chris. Yeah, good to be back again, guys. Obviously, first home game of the season, this one. And Chris, what an interesting game we got today. Because how many times do you go into a new season, right? You know, League One, we've not been here for a while, right? And you can literally, the second game of the season, go, we only just played this team 4 weeks ago. It very rarely happens in life, does it? So we've got a great comparison today to draw from pre-season versus where we are. Are we going forwards, backwards, or are we staying the same? We'll see.
Don't compare too much.
Right.
Because we did that, well, I did that with Northampton.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, it's getting a little bit depressing when we start doing that, isn't it? But it's a logical thing because you don't normally have these things you can draw on as comparisons, do you? So I'm fascinated by it.
Yeah. And for everybody who has been wondering about my little hole at the top, I have to say, do not panic. Do not panic. It's all mended and all ready to go.
That's just what we need, Chris. It was a bad omen that happening before the season even started.
They've done that. They've resealed and everything. 15 quid. Not bad.
No, not bad. Everything's expensive nowadays. That would have been a fiver 10 years ago.
Well, no, that's only for the perspex at the front.
Well, that's what I mean. Yeah, you're not getting a whole new shirt, are you? You know, so yeah, so, going up.
Well, I was pleased with it anyway, so there we go. Clibbo's in. Clibbo, good afternoon, sir. No JJ. Well, we'll come on to that in a second. The team is going across the bottom, by the way, before we get to the slides. Wayne is in. He's asking the same question, as is indeed Nate. I thought he hurt his foot. To be honest with you, let's be honest, we get more injuries from fucking Seagrave than we do proper games. Gray is in. Hi, Gray. How you doing? Be very everybody that's in. Keep an eye on Gray because he's the one that's in charge of the chat. So watch out for that. And then we've got Craig in. Hi, Craig. How we doing? And then we've got Melanie Rose. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, good day, depending, of course, where you are. Now, there's a couple of shows I just want to highlight that if you go onto the LTiDtv YouTube channel, you'll see there's the row at the top there, which is recent videos. So it's still in there for a little bit until it catches up on itself. There's just a couple that I want to do. After, of course, I just mentioned we are the new Trump. We're going to make Leicester great again as fans. Come on. And if all else fails, we'll invade Iran and block the Gulf of Hormuz up, or whatever, Strait of Hormuz. And if you've ever had your Strait of Hormuz blocked, Tom, you'll know how painful it is. Right. So,
I do indeed, Chris. Carry on quickly before you talk yourself into trouble there. Come on.
yeah, we had an excellent show because I wasn't on it. Tom interviewed Rob Tanner from The Athletic, who broke the news regarding the brochure of the project lineup. And you did a show. He very kindly came on. You did a show with him, and there was a very good show. And he gave us a lot of new information, didn't he?
He did, yeah. Thanks very much to Rob again for coming on for that one, guys, because, you know, there was a lot of things on there. In some ways, also a bit of an exclusive about to the core principle as to why the club's on the market, because I think there's been speculation about the finances of King Power and, you know, the fan backlash last year, Chris in particular, protests. So it's an interesting show because there's a few things that I could describe as a bit of a scoop, really, as to getting that extra bit of information that Rob would have access to in his job as a journalist for The Athletic, which, of course, we as fans don't have. So yeah, no, it was a really good show. Really enjoyed it. Thank you, Chris, for letting me do it, and yeah, hopefully we'll see Rob again at some point.
Yeah, thank you for doing it. He does come on regular. He doesn't. There isn't sort of, because it obviously works for The Athletic, and we say this every time we mention The Athletic, one of the best, if not the best, newspapers online or in print out there. I think it's all online now, actually. But and Rob, when Leicester are in the Premier League, will cover Leicester, which we fell into the Championship. But as Rob always says, there's always a story about Leicester, isn't there? Yeah.
Oh, there's always things going on in the background if there isn't on the pitch, is there? I mean, we are the soap opera of football clubs, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we are.
We are indeed. I don't know whether we're Emmerdale or EastEnders. Probably EastEnders because it's so miserable. Also, check this one out. Fox's Form. This was from last night. Me and Reese. Saving the club or destroying its future. So it's the fans' view rather than the journalist's view. And obviously it's not as matter of fact as the journalist one. We don't know as much. But, you know, I'm just basically asking the question, and I don't blame Top for doing this, but is he just trying to get as much money back as he can now that he's decided to sell the club? We all, you know, if we're selling something, I sold a shed a few months ago, and I wanted as much as I could for that shed, you know, no matter how old and battered it was. It's natural. So anyway, me and Reese discussed that last night. Check those out. LTiDtv, Leicester Till I Die on YouTube, and it's, as I said, the top row, the recent shows. But look, hey, we got a game today.
We do, the first home game of the season, guys, as well. We've got a TIFO probably going up today as well, thanks to Union FS. So well done to them for getting that organised. So yeah, it's going to be a lively atmosphere at the King Power today, no doubt, mate.
Yeah, don't get too excited, Gray. He is on the bench. Yeah, you can't get rid of him. He's like a rash. He may just disappear, but he's always there. Look, before we get into the team, I think if that performance had been that we had last week had been at the KP, there would have been within the ground a harsher response to it.
Yeah, definitely, Chris, because I think there's obviously a higher proportion of Leicester fans at home games, isn't there? Yeah, so no, I agree with that. I think in some ways what you were talking about before last week's game, of us being away from home first, was probably a rare occurrence, whereas actually for our benefit, you know, to go and play away first and then to try and set a little trend before we get to this game, right? But all it really means is that potential pressure that any, you know, club is going to face, ours at this time being, you know, the style of football, just how it's gone the last couple of years, you know, that hangover of where it's been. I just think, you know, it's going to turn up today, isn't it? So it'll be interesting to see today about everyone saying the performance, you know, because we've got an idea of what sort of performance we're going to want to see today, and that will be obviously improvements from the Notts County game. And then we'll say we get on. Chris, we've lost you there. Are you still with us?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but we can't see you. You've become a big blue.
Yes. No, my camera was playing up.
Yeah.
So I thought, I'll just touch that and see if I can fit it in. So please do carry on. What I'm going to do is I'm going to stick the team up there. Start from the back. Start with McCarthy. Surprised to see him in there, or happy to see him in there?
Well, before we get into that, I'll quickly just go into a good point to start, mate, which would be if you think, obviously, we played Burton just about 4 weeks ago in a pre-season friendly. It's interesting to look at what changes we got. So I'll talk about, we got 4 changes, really, from that team that played and beat Burton Albion at the Pirelli 3-0 in pre-season. And I'll just identify those before we start, because I think they're quite interesting. So we got a goalkeeping change. Sorry, it's 5 changes because of goalkeeping change. We got centre-back change for Ben Nelson, obviously being injured, which is a shame, and Suter goes in there. And then you look at the top end of the pitch, we've got similar positions there for Aluko, Skip, etc. Page is out, who was in the game in the pre-season friendly. Mavididi was in the pre-season game, and O'Chair was starting up top. So that is the differences we got between the two. And I do think it's going to be an interesting point just to see if, obviously, the club has progressed from there, because with those changes, you'd hope you get a better performance than what was a 3-0 win last time. So that is going to be interesting. And the goal scorers in the last game were obviously O'Chair, Alves, and Opoku, who we sold this week, Chris. So we're going to do about Opoku before we get into this?
Yes.
Or
Yes, and it's nice to be back.
Welcome back, mate. You're looking good.
Well, one tries. One was in makeup long enough.
Seems to have worked, to be fair. It seems you seem to be a little bit more with us now. It seems to have done its job.
Yes, I don't know what was going on there. It's like me, it's falling to bits. Opoku, yes! Fucking hell, is he going to be the worst signing we have ever made? I think he makes Junior Lewis look like primetime Maradona. I mean, the guy was a useless bit of shit that I've ever seen, and shits are useless because they keep your dog alive.
Well, you say that, but Junior Lewis was brought in for the first team, wasn't he? And I compare that to Opoku, who was brought in as a youth prospect from North America, coming across from college soccer or football, as we would call it, and then basically becoming a loan player for us into his mid, 20s before we finally sell him, right? So I think the level of expectation was quite different. It's always a shame when you pick up a player from somewhere like we did in this regard, that they don't go on to tear up any trees. I mean, his loan spell at Newport County wasn't met with much acclaim, was it? He wasn't really liked there, and Northampton have probably taken a bit of a punt signing him on a permanent deal here. But it does still bring up this big question, though, outside of just the quality of the man, as to the striking situation at the club, doesn't it, Chris? Because we got Bristich as our only out-and-out first-team striker. Yeah, we still got a couple of academy guys like Hutchinson and Josh King, and maybe Jake Fletcher if you go down to the under-18s. But outside of that, it's going to be Cullen, who's primarily a 10 or a right-sided player playing as a striker, or as we've seen, and quite terrifyingly, Bobby Decordova-Reid playing out of position up top as well. So it's interesting, especially when Russell Martin has talked about how he's quite happy with his attacking options now, and that's not a priority for the club. So, interesting.
And of course, Lorenz Hutchinson, who isn't good enough to get into our first team, but is good enough to go and play possibly for Lazio.
Well, yeah, it's bizarre, isn't it? I mean, I find this fascinating. It's a weird thing where, I think we've had a lot of managers at this club, including Russell Martin, who kind of look at the young players like they're not going to have the experience to play in this league, so we're not going to play them. But when you haven't got many options, and you have a pre-season with O'Chair, for example, who goes out there and gets a few goals, and yes, okay, he's probably not League One level. He needs a loan somewhere. I can get that. But you haven't got anyone else apart from a midfielder you're going to put up top at that point. It's a bit bizarre, isn't it? You kind of think, well, how can you got to really work with what you've got a little bit if you're not going to be getting anyone else in?
Yeah, look, nothing this club ever does surprises me. I'm going to say that now. We are short of centre backs, and yet we let Wilson Brown go. Make that work that one out. Which worries me that come January we could see the back of Braybrook and Alves if the right money comes in, because when we've got a chairman that's in a selling mood like this, and he's basically said, name your price for any player. And this was my argument last night is, okay, Rob was basically saying we're all right financially now with PSR or whatever the new one is called.
Yeah, SCR, yeah.
SCR. But, if we're selling all our best prospects, what the fuck have we got going to go in moving forward?
Well, that's it, exactly. And you also got to think of, if you can keep building them up with some first team football this season, aren't they going to be worth something more next year, right? It's the Braybrook one's interesting in particular because he's out of contract at the end of this season. In good news, I heard this week that the club is opening negotiations with him to get him signed up, and I hope he signs a new deal and doesn't do what some other players have done, like Ben Nelson, and go, this place has been a bit of a basket case in the last few years. I'm not sure if I really want to be here long term. So hopefully we'll get Braybrook signed up, because I'm view him as someone as you could sign for £2.5 million now. He could be worth 10 plus in a few years' time, Chris, in a similar way to KDH.
Yeah, but what my thought is, if you're right, some of them you're going to have to sell. Monga, and I think that probably, to be honest with you, the move was better for him than staying here because we're in such a shit state at the moment. But if we're going to be selling, or look, we're buying players like McCarthy. If he gets down to pick the ball up, you hear his back go. Cullen and Chaplin, a little bit younger, but still on the past what you would call prime years. So these players that are coming through, these are the players that should be taking us into the Championship and getting us promoted, and yet they're not going to be here because this. And I'm going to put it bluntly here, the way I feel at the moment, this wanker of a chairman is just selling this to get whatever money he can to go back in his pocket, which he's entitled to do as the owner, and he's put enough money in himself. But, what gets me is everybody that's saying, Top's going to be all right. He's not going to sell us to a bad buyer. How the fuck does he know? You know what I mean? And you look at all these, you look at everything. You go, Citibank are looking at it and going, yeah, that's all good and that looks good. How many times have we seen companies that have fiddled the pensions? And, so, I mean, that is a load of BS, to be honest with you. And the way that he's acting now, I don't think he's got the best interests of this club at heart.
Well, you say that, but I think it's very hard to just sell players and then take the money out of the club. I mean, your money is going to take out of the club, Chris, is the money he gets paid to buy it. To actually operate in any other way and try and filter the money out, I think is actually impossible. So I can't personally see that. I can see a situation like we've heard of that everyone has got a price now in this squad, right? I personally prefer it to be certain players have a price because we need to move them on to make the culture better. And we still got some of them hanging around at the moment, two of which aren't on the bench today or in selection, Wout Faes and Mavididi, because they're all but guaranteed to be going, right? But they're still here being paid by us, and we need to focus on those guys in particular being cashed in on. But it's interesting just to quickly go.
We're not concentrating on them because we've got Page negotiating to move to Man United.
Well, yeah.
Those are the players that we should be saying, you're under contract. If they come in with 20 million, you're not going at this point. But,
yeah.
If we get promoted, etc., and we're in a different position, who knows? That's what gets me. But let's move on and look at the team anyway. I must admit, let's start with the keeper. I didn't want to see him in there today. I would have preferred to have seen Salarchip back. Your thoughts on McCarthy starting?
No, I'm fine with it, actually. I know, like, it was one of those debut games where there's a lot of things you look at and go, oh, that's a little bit concerning. But I think ultimately just seeing McCarthy go in there, someone with a little bit more experience, it just confirmed to me the problems I felt we had originally with Jacob being in. And I'm not entirely sure it's on the goalkeepers, this, Chris. I think a lot of it is just the Russell Martin system and the defenders he's got in front of him, right? Because there seems to be very little trust between those centre-backs in particular and the goalkeepers. And that goes back to when Jacob was in there, and I could see him shouting things at the defence, and they weren't really listening to him. They were just going into business for themselves for whatever reason. I'm not surprised, but I think you kind of got to, at this point, stick with one of them and get them used to a centre-back pairing. So I'm quite glad to see McCarthy back. Hopefully no more disasters this week, but let's not write him off too soon.
That's down to Russell Martin then. He's supposed to be a disciplinarian. If the centre-backs aren't doing what he says, he needs to roll at them. And to be quite honest with you, say, fuck you. You ain't playing against Ipswich in the Carabao Cup. You're not going to play a Premier League team because I don't trust you. I'm going to put the youngsters in and see what they can do. It's up to him. If they're not doing what he's saying, and we've had so many managers that said, "Oh, I daren't upset you because you're the our number one defender, and you're in the Belgian national team, whatever." No. Tell them to fuck off and earn the money. While they are here and taking our money, you do as you're told.
Well, I think they are doing as he's telling them to, Chris. He wasn't very happy with some of the longer balls played last week, apparently, because he wanted the ball to be played along the ground from the back so we keep the ball, right? I mean, that's another discussion, is it? Do we agree with this style of football? But no, I think the problem is just that communication. I think it's a trust that's sort of fallen out between any goalkeeper that's been in between our sticks versus the defence we put in front of them. So I just think that comes from playing more games together and bedding in. And of course, McCarthy hasn't had a pre-season where he's played any football. So we haven't had 4 or 5 games games before that Notts County game to get him in. Look, there's things he's got to improve on, but the thing I did like to see was he was showing a bit of bravery on occasion to come out and try and attack the ball a bit. But it's that balance, isn't it, between him taking responsibility and communicating to Suter and Okoli about them taking responsibility.
Okay, let's have a look at the back four. Aluko, Okoli, Suter, Thomas. One change, which is probably the one change we didn't want to see because it was the only fucking decent defender we'd got. While the other three stand around tossing themselves off. Jaden Joseph is out. Aluko is in. It says just here, just an update on that. Jaden Joseph misses today's game, has been replaced by Bede Luco at right back. It is understood that the 20-year-old hasn't been risked after being on the end of a bad tackle at Notts County last week. The right back will be fine this week. I guess it's the best move, really, because I think in Aluko we trust. I don't think he did anything bad in pre-season. And look, how many times have we... they just hit the crossbar. How many times under Brendan Rodgers and what have you, COVID, did we see players coming back before they were ready?
Well, yeah, exactly. And it's the first part of the season, isn't it? And I think JJ had a great game last time out. He was definitely in our top two best players, wasn't he? So if it was just he was dropped out of nowhere, not even on the bench, I'd be like, what the hell is going on? Like a lot of people probably have that first instinct, right? But I think the nice thing is it's not like a situation, say, if McFarlane was in the team, had a good game and he dropped back out for Luke Thomas. I think people will be up in arms then. I think when you see Aluko, you see a player who's got a very similar profile to JJ. They've been equal pegging for me for starting right back positions. And I look at this team and I go, Aluko, for me, I'll be not very surprised at all if we're talking about him as one of the man of matches today in the same way that we had with JJ last week. So no, I'm okay with the change. Makes sense, doesn't it? Imagine we put Hamza in there instead. You could have gone Hamza. Oof.
No, don't! Oh, I thought we were going to get the whole pre-match without mentioning him.
Well, we've seen it happen, Chris, and like he could have gone for experience, right, and gone for it. But no, it's great to see Aluko have this opportunity. Great.
Yeah, no, it is. And look, we've got Ipswich on Tuesday. Why risk these players? You know, if I suppose the argument would be, well, you know, he might not play his full strength of team against Ipswich or whatever. But yeah, I'm all for this because there's not a huge gap between Aluko and Joseph.
No, I think they both got very similar profiles, and it's a nice place to be. Yeah.
Look, Okoli, Sutar's still captain. I still think he's giving him that because he's licking his arse to stay on. But I'm just not. Those two are just scaring me. I don't really want them there.
Well, mate, it's crazy, isn't it? Because like Russell Martin talked about in his pre-match press conference, guys, that centre back is a priority for them, and they want to at least get one more in. And he even pretty much said it's going to be a permanent signing because you can't really go for a young player loan coming in from a Premier League academy because for that profile of position, you need players you can trust. The problem is these are the only two real fit first team centre backs we're looking at, right? And the problem as well, do I trust them playing Russell Martin's style of football? I personally don't. I don't think they're bad footballers. I think in the right system they'd be okay. I think trying to play out the back through these two, it's very dangerous. It's like having a Formula One race and there's a car upside down on fire and you haven't brought the red flag out. You know, it's you're still racing along around it, hoping it'll be all right. I'm going to say, in fairness to Russell Martin, this isn't his team. You know, he wants to play that style and he's being allowed to bring in players. And look, in the past, I raised my eyebrows at McCarthy, but you know, look, we raised our eyebrows at Ayew, we raised our eyebrows at De Covery. You know, the Cullens and the Chaplins, I'm actually quite pleased with those signings, and I think, you know, he was probably thinking Ben Nelson would be in there this season, that he couldn't plan for that, and I think, you know, like you say, these aren't. He wants to play out from the back. These two defenders can't do it, but what choice has he got? Who else is there at the moment?
And there
Well,
isn't anybody else, is there?
Well, no, this is it. But I do find it interesting how he's sort of reading from the company handbook on this and sort of saying, well, I'm quite, because he pretty much said, I'm happy with these two in the press conference. And I'm thinking he's basically gone, I prefer to have the experience of these guys, even though they probably struggle playing the style of football I want, over maybe going for some younger names in there because I don't trust the youth element of them trying to play this system, right? So I think he's making a bit of a rod for his back already. We've only been here for 2 weeks, you know? So, yeah, and it's interesting.
Do
Sorry,
you, though, as Russell Martin, right, do you then think, well, all right, these are the two defenders I've got. Until I get some players in that can do what I want to do I change the way we play at the back to suit the two players?
This is what I would have done, Chris, immediately. I mean, I sent around that formation I'd made up with a 3-4-2-1 for us to you early in the week, didn't I? And I said, look at what we could do here, just reprofiling some players, a bit more dynamic.
I nearly
defense.
blocked you when you sent me that, because I thought it was a 4-3-2-1. I was going to go, no way.
No. It was a three at the back, and it included a Luco and Joseph, and it looked quite more dynamic and a bit more braver, perhaps. But
I liked it. I liked it, to be honest with you. I forgot about that, but I did like it. Thomas at left back, sorry. I'd have preferred to let's have a look at McFarlane, but there we go. And then Skip still holds that defensive midfielding role. I suppose, look, he is a Marmite player, Skip, isn't he? You either love him or you hate him. I happen to be on the former, but I understand he's got to go because of his wages. But if we're going to keep one of the high wage earners, I'd sooner it be him than any of the others. You know, if you're saying, do I want to keep Faze or do I want to keep Skip? No, it's Skip. Dakota Reed or Skip? No, it's Skip. You know, so because I think he's shown a better attitude than any of those players.
Yep.
He's not doing a Tielemans and throwing his boots out the pram and everything. Portsmouth have just won this game, and you'd think they'd won the fucking World Cup the way they're lined up in front of the fans and cheering. It's a fucking league game, Portsmouth. If that's the only one you think you're going to win, and you're celebrating that way, you know, when they all get up in a line, I mean, what the fuck are you doing, Portsmouth? I know you don't win that many, but come on. Anyway, sorry, back to the point I was making before I went off on a rant. I like Skip, and look, you know, we know he can go to left back if needed. He's quite a utility player. It's a shame he's on the wages he's on. Not for him, obviously, but for us. I'm okay with that. Are you, or are you more in the other side of the Marmite jar?
No, I think I'm okay with it at the moment. I think it's one of those, like you say, in the order of priorities of what you want to sort out from the football club. Skip is at the bottom end of that, not the top end, is he? You know, I think, you know, he's someone who can come in and do a job for us, especially when we're going to have those three central midfield positions primarily this season. So I think there's an argument, do you want to swap him and Braybrook? Braybrook might be a bit better deeper than he is, perhaps. But then I'd also say Braybrook, if you take that away, that attacking influence and his link up with Alves, you're losing out there as well, aren't you, in the balance of it as well? So yeah, no, in the list of priorities, no, it's not a main one for me. I'm just glad to see him over Hamza Chowdhury, for example. And who knows what happens with Louis Page? I think if the Louis Page thing settles down and he doesn't go, I think it's probably likely he will go. I think I could see a future where perhaps then you go with Page, Braybrook, and Cullen or Alves as those midfield three, which I think would be quite good. Yeah.
I mean, Braybrook is more of a defensive midfielder, but he is almost playing as an attacking midfielder. And sometimes you've got to think, well, he's doing well there. And look, players do suddenly discover a different position or play better in a different part of the field. But what would we lose out more by bringing him back in? Yes, we would. Like you say, the other thing we're keeping Skip is it keeps Chowdhury out of the lineup, which is good. Yeah. Okay, then the three behind the striker. Braybrook, Cullen, and Alves. Although it's a 4-1-4-1, isn't it? So,
well, it goes between that and a 4-3-3, doesn't it? So I'm looking at this, Chris, at the moment. That Cullen's probably going to be the 10 in a 4-3-3. Burns will be on the right, and Alves will be on the left, and it'll be Braybrook and Skip in central midfield. Or that will shift into a 4-1-4-1, where you'll see Braybrook and Alves go more attacking, right?
Yes, I'm getting a bit confused with these now. I'm old. Look. It was the first game last week. This wasn't an area that we particularly looked bad in. If we could sort the defence out, I think we could have won that game, although it might have been a steal, but I don't think we'd have looked as bad as we did. Yeah, I'm happy with all of those. Chaplin obviously still not fit, I'm guessing.
I just noticed something on your lineup. You're missing a player, Chris. You've got Cullen as number 7, but Wes Burns should be in. You've only got 10 players listed, not to rain on your parade, sadly. So Cullen's number 11.
Well, that's why I was getting confused then.
Yeah. Wes Burns is number 7, guys, and Cullen's there as well. So we haven't got Wes Burns on that list. We do apologise. That'll be the 11th man.
For fuck's sake, what are you doing? Jesus.
I mean, Christ.
Trust her to do that. Trust a woman to do that, and that's what happens.
We don't want to play with 10 men, mate. When Hamza's in a team, we were playing with 10 men anyway, weren't we? So
I hope that's not a foreboding of what's going to happen.
Well, Wes Burns is a bit lively, so you might get a red, I suppose. There you go, guys. We'll see what happens. Let's hope not.
No, exactly. BBC have got it as 4-1-4-1. Yeah, Skip as a 1, then Burns, Braybrook, Cullen and Alves. I'm happy with those 4, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean, it'd be nice to see Chaplin perhaps coming back into it sooner rather than later. He obviously missed out last week because he wasn't fully fit. And I think when you look at the overall length of the season, he is someone that probably will feature more often than not, right? Especially as he's one of the bigger signings we probably made. We look at wages and stuff as well, right? So I'd like to see that happen sooner rather than later, especially because I kind of think with Cullen, and the profile of player he is, and this is going to cause some upset with the Leicester fans and myself included, is that he's not really a sort of player that's anything apart from an impact sub for me. He sort of will come on and when you need a goal and just turn up in the right place at the right time, like he looked to against Northampton, where he scored the goal where he was offside. Outside of that, when he's actually in a starting 11, he sort of disappears a bit, doesn't he? I don't know if the game passes him by a bit. So I'd like to see Chaplin replacing him long term in that position. I think is a better idea.
Interesting.
And then we can get rid of LTiDtv from the bench for Cullen.
Yeah, exactly. Look, interesting. Let's say, look, we've shouted for it, and I think in a way I'm pleased to see Bristrick starting. Is it too soon for him? No, you throw them in, you see how they can do it. Some players it works for, and I often quote Fafan, it was like he'd been playing here through the youth system. Other ones, Carranza, for example, just couldn't fit in. So it is a risk, but he can't do any worse than Dakova Reed did the other day.
No. For whatever reason, the Dakova Reed experiment happened against Notts County, and it definitely didn't need to be repeated. So I'm quite glad and relieved to see Bristich in there today, because ultimately, Chris, the only way he's going to have get up to the league is getting games of football under his belt. We've given that extra week where he came off the bench for a 7-minute cameo, and he made a few good runs in there. I thought as well, for a guy who's 6'2", I liked how his vision for when he made his runs was. It was close. I'm not saying he is Jamie Vardy, but similar sort of thing, making a nice breakout run there to try and encourage players to pass to him. So I think the sooner we get him involved here and get players playing for him, the more likely we're going to be looking at scoring goals. Because definitely, like you say, with Dakova Reed in there last week, we just looked a little bit like limp, didn't we, in the final third for all the possession we could muster.
Yes, indeed. Millwall are top of the championship, by the way, guys. So apart from the defence, I'm pretty happy with that team. But the defence, certainly with the 2 centre-backs, what can he do? Do you know what I mean? You could argue, with McFarlane coming on for Thomas. McFarlane is on the bench. Look at that bench. Stolarczyk in goal. We'll get rid of the 2 that we've been moaning about. Chowdhury and Dakova Reed are both on the bench. I mean, does Chowdhury... Because, I've always said Chowdhury for me is a squad player, not a starter. If you need that bit of guile, that extra sort of foot in there, if you're hanging on to a 1-0 and what have you, is he the sort of player you want to bring on?
No, not for me, Chris. No, I think I'm beyond it. And I'm also thinking he's a very expensive squad player in the same way Bobby Dakova Reed is. I mean, we got players we could put on this bench instead. I mean, why don't we have Kaylon Gray on the bench here? We haven't got a centre-back option. We need more centre-back options. He is highly thought of in the academy. But it seems to me that's one step too far when you've got Aluko and Alves and Braybrook, which is a bit odd to me. I'd also look at Riley Carr as someone you can maybe bring in here as well. But we have got right-sided options. I do appreciate that. And then maybe Tommy Neal, who did quite well in pre-season as well. I just think with Hamza, the problem is he's just so average. And I mean, you talk about bringing him on to maybe shut out a game and that. His levels of energy to shut down a game, Chris, people kind of go past him. So I kind of think it's kind of counterproductive. But I guess it's just having him feature in some regard. And I know I'm a bit stunned by them still featuring, really.
let's talk about the elephant in the room. On the bench today, Louis Page. Now,
Yeah, interesting.
we see no Mavadidi.
Mm.
We see no Faze.
Yeah, Face.
So it looks like they're going anyway. It could be a gamble, but he's put him on the bench. I mean, do you read anything into that?
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, I think he might have been on the bench last week. I know because of the Man United rumors, people were saying we weren't going to play him. But from what it sounded like to me, it was a throw up between Page being on the bench or Aluko. But they needed, obviously, a defensive option there. It was kind of between the two. And, of course, we've gone from a 9-man bench to a 7-man bench in this league, right? But it is an interesting point there because you would say with FaZe and with Mavadidi here, they probably actually, over, say, I would say Chowdhury, maybe deserve a bench option over the top of them if they would, but it's that thing of like, do you want a Nelson situation again, isn't it? So is it the club making the decision here that these guys are out because we don't want them to get injured in the last year of their deal for the Woot phase in particular, right? And we can't risk him getting injured like Ben Nelson did. Or is it their agents, Chris, going, look what happened to Ben Nelson, so we don't want our clients playing for you at this time until we've moved them on? So yeah, it's interesting in that. But I mean, look, it is the 22nd of August today. We're getting towards the embers of this transfer window, aren't we? So I think they probably need to get a move on this week and make a decision one way or the other.
Indeed. But I'm pleased to see him there. And then we've got Hal, McFarlane and Thompson. McFarlane we haven't seen come on yet, have we? But Hal and Watson haven't. They looked all right.
Yeah, Howell and Watson look all right, don't they? Like you say, I mean, they look like they could bring a vibrancy to the team, which is something you definitely need in the Russell Martin system on those flanks. Because the only player last week for our money who looked like he was going to bring the creativity to be that extra bit to break down Notts County was Will Alves. So we need more players in those attacking positions of that profile. And Howell's got all the ability to do it. I think Watson, of the two of them so far, excites me a little bit more. I think he's looking like he's got a lot of talent there as well. And interesting because Russell Martin did bring us up in the pre-match press conference as well. He talked about how for the sort of style of player they were looking for that position, they couldn't really go out and buy anyone because they are going to be too expensive to buy, right? So the best option was to loan from a Premier League academy and attract them in from a higher level. So yeah, no, I'm glad to see them both on there. I do wonder if long term, once we get later into the season, if maybe one of them might go by the wayside for the other, depending on other options. I still look at the bench because I go, we need a centre back on this bench at some point, don't we?
We do. Melina, how the devil are you? I gave you a shout out this morning on the radio show. Our honorary Leicester City fan, although she is an Arsenal fan. Look, great win for you last night, and it was against Coventry, so we love Arsenal. And of course, you finally won it again last year after all the attempts. I have to say, Melina, we must talk soon. We keep saying this, but I've got to say, Melina, congratulations on the new job. I think it was your last day last week, was it, or the week just gone? That looked a very nice plate of food that they did for you. And I just want to wish you all the best. You're a lovely lady. It was a great help when I was setting up and introduced me to a lot of people, including Stephen, RIP. And good luck in the new job, Mel. We will definitely speak soon. We definitely will. Interestingly, I think that everybody on our side covered.
Yeah, I think pretty much, mate, isn't it? Yeah, it's going to be interesting versus obviously what we saw in the original game in the preseason for me. That's what I'm really looking at this lineup versus the other one with.
Yeah. Now, just interestingly, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh no, I'm thinking Leicester had only put 10 teams up then, but AI had made a mistake. Right, I'm going to go off and water the plants. If you so would like to talk through the Burton team, it is up there. And hey, all I'm going to say is, hello, they've got Adele playing for them.
Have they? Where's the a day in goal? Okay, yeah. It's a bit of a stretch. It's not
on the subs bench. On the subs bench.
Oh yeah, the new left back they got in on loan. Yeah.
Sorry, I thought it was funny, but then talk us through the Burton team and share your news, sir.
No, I will do, guys. All right, we'll see Chris in a minute there, guys. Yeah, so Burton Albion today, they're unchanged from last week. They're going to go 3-4-2-1, which is the formation that I kind of fear a lot. If you look back to the game that happened on Thursday night between Sheffield Wednesday and Bradford turned up 3-4-2-1. It seems to be a very good formation to pick in this league because it really gives you defensive numbers and allows you to break. Obviously, Burton Albion had a very difficult summer. They got some off-field agent problems where an agent was doing all their transfers, which has basically put them under EFL investigation. There could be more to come for that. Gary Bowyer, their manager, was crying out for some new players to come in because I think it was 16 went out of the club and only 5 had come in. Before I get into their team, they have made 3 new signings this week, which is good news for them because there seems to be quite a disparity between the management there and the people doing the transfers and recruitment, involving even Curtis Tilt, the captain, coming out at the end of last week's game and saying, look, we need players to be brought into the club here because we are struggling for numbers. So, yeah, so interesting. They're in a very difficult position. They have brought in the past week Will Collar on them, a loan from MK Dons, who's a central midfielder, so he's on the bench today for them. Like Chris mentioned, hello to Adele. It is Amika Adele, who's come in. Former West Ham Academy player from FC Utrecht, season-long loan. He's coming. He's a left-back. He made a few appearances in the Eredivisie last year for FC Utrecht. They finished 6th, so bit of top-flight Dutch experience for him as well. And the one they really signed this week, which is quite a good one, and also on a permanent deal, which is a bit of a surprise. You talk about their money problems. Javier Araujo from Fulham, who is a centre-back who can also play left-back and also defensive midfielder as well. 3-year deal from Fulham with an option for a 4th year. Got experience in League 2 last year with Colchester United, where he made 33 appearances before he suffered a season ending injury of a broken cheekbone. So they've had a good week in regard to that, in regard to bringing in some new players. When we look at the team they've gone out today, like I said, the same one as their draw last week with Stevenage when it was a 1-1 game. In goal, they got Adai, who was the goalkeeper at Stockport last year when they lost in the playoff final. He's come in on loan, so that'll be probably an improvement in the goalkeeping position for them. So that's good. Centre-back, they got 3 of them. They got Sibic, Delap, and their captain Curtis Tilt, who's come back into the football club. Then they've got in the full-back positions, number 3, Armour, and number 15, Lofthouse, who have been there a little while as well. Central midfield for Evans and Krubale. And then they've got 2 10s in Chalk, and Webster. And up top, as Chris opens his cider in the background for you all, we got Dennis, who they signed from Notts County, who was Notts County's backup striker in the summer. So, and this week they do have 7 players on the bench. Last week they had 6, which just showed you the levels of problems Burton Albion were facing off the pitch with their recruitment and trying to bring players in, especially with all the money they've lost in the past few years. And probably an interesting one on the bench is Dudek, their backup goalkeeper. No, he's not related to Jersey Dudek. I did check because I thought, wouldn't that be funny if Jersey Dudek's son was a goalkeeper for Burton Albion? But yeah, so they've got a few new names on, like Collar as well, and Araujo will be on the bench, and Adele. So all 3 the new ones straight on the bench. But like I say, no changes for Burton Albion, Chris.
Which shows a confidence for them.
It's not a confidence. They've got no other players, mate.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, literally. I think he's literally got to pick the same team every week. They're not in good place at all.
No. What did they do last week?
They drew 1-1 with Stevenage.
Oh, so it's a battle of the drawers then, isn't it?
Yeah.
Would you, if you'd like to go off, sir, and get yourself ready?
Shall I leave my prediction with you before we do that? Because that's what you're going to get into next, isn't it?
It is indeed. By all means, please do.
Yeah, well, just a quick one. I mean, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because you would say the standard was set in pre-season with us going to Burton and getting a 3-0 win, right? I still look at our defence and go, is our defence better with Suter or Ben Nelson? Obviously, Ben Nelson's hurt now, so I haven't got a choice. I'm going to go Leicester 3, Burton Albion 1. I can't see us keeping a clean sheet with our centre-back partnership at the moment, but I think the sort of game we've got to go and win. So 3-1 Leicester.
Okay, sir. We'll see you in a bit.
See you in a bit, guys. Cheers.
Cheers. Okay, so Tom has gone. Goodbye to Tom. And bringing me in. There we go. There we go. That's it. So, he's gone 3-1. Get your scores in, guys. I can't be as confident as that. I would love Ristrick to come on and go absolutely get a hat trick and what have you. Of course I would. Willie, I'm not sure. I'm really, 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 really not sure. Do I go head or do I go heart? 2-0 says Andreas. 2-1 says Lachlan. I'm going to go. Look, it's my channel. I can do this. I'm going to go 2-1 to Leicester, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was another 1-1. There we go, just to confuse things. Keith's gone 2-1 as well. And Jay has gone 3-2. Oh my God, I don't think my heart could put up with that. 3-2 and 2-0 says SSV. Good afternoon, SSV. How you doing? I know on this, I haven't seen it for a while, and maybe it's me because obviously I don't go down to the club shop at all. But the new strips have got long-sleeved shirt versions. I've only ever bought one long-sleeve shirt, and it was the black one for the away shirt when we won the Premier League. I'm not so keen on them, to be honest with you. I don't know what everybody else's thoughts are. Lachlan, yeah, you agreeing with me? 2-1 or 1-1, I know. Flat Fox, I hope you've not been run over, has gone 3-1. Cullen might show up today. I hope, yeah, thank you. Black and gold kit was nice. Yeah, it was. And I'm just not confident at the moment. You know, I think we could go up and score 4, but then our defence would let 3 in. So I just They're just showing Matt Elliott and the gentleman from the club. The players are about to come out. Guys, would you do me a favour? There's 102 of us in. Wow, thank you very much for joining us. Please, please, please do us a favour.
Like it, share it, subscribe today, hit that bell and join the team. LTiDtv.
Please do that. Guys, we are literally about 10 minutes from kickoff. They're just confirming the lineup here. McCarthy, Aluko, Sutar, Okoli, Thomas. Skipper's that one in front. Burns, Braybrook, Colin and Alves. And, of course, Bistrick up front. And like Tom was saying, you'll probably see Braybrook drop in to be helping out. Yeah, so I'm watching there's Matt Elliott with the guy from the club doing the commentary, and Steve Walsh is just sort of in his hosting role, that he's hosting a few boxes, just walking up and down behind them, giving having a chat with them. It's quite surreal. Tom's off to try and see what he can see with the match. Is this, to you guys, is this a must-win game? Because it's a first home game. We're in League One. Everybody seems to be, well, I'd say 70% of the fans are in the Piss the League boat. I think you've all got on the Piss the League boat. I'm not. I've still got my ticket on the dock along with Tom, deciding if we get on or not. If we don't do well, or if we lose this, the tide could easily turn. Although you could argue, of course, that they might go light on the players if they lose, because of the fact that there's so many youngsters in there. Oh, who'd be a manager, eh? Who'd be a manager? Let's have a look what people have been saying here. Jim, hi Jim, how you doing? He's leading the table of 3 in the prediction show. We are, of course, not doing an actual prediction league this season. He's gone 3-0. Let me just bring my erstwhile colleague back in. I say erstwhile, you know, he's there. I suppose I'm paying him, he better come in. Say I'm paying him.
You're paying me in love, Chris. You know, we're a soppy bunch here, aren't we? But yeah, hopefully I should be okay. I think I've got something sorted.
Oh, nice one. Yeah, Jim's in. He's gone 3-0. Jim, I say, is leading the prediction show at the moment. I think he's. Yeah, I've just saying very quickly. Sorry, guys. Also, 105 of you in. Amazing. Please do subscribe to the channel. It really does help. We've just gone over the 5,000, which I know isn't big compared to some stations, but then, ours is organic. We don't buy followers, and subscribe as well. And it's not just me saying that, Tom. I saw you pull your face there. It's not.
I was going to be like, "Where's he going?" You're talking yourself into weird places here, mate. No, we're all.
Just saying, our followers are organic. Look, this is the home game, first home game. Highfields is in. Hi, Highfields. Where are you? Where are you going? Where are you? I should say. And it's always like a game. Where's Wally? Like I said the other week. Where's Highfields? First home game. Yeah. I would say 70% of the fans are in the piss the league side of the fans. How important is it that we start with a win?
Very important.
Not the performance, but the fact that we get 3 points. Because I feel if we don't, it could be a very early warning sign for Russell Martin. We know how this owner likes to sort of try and please the fans.
Well, please the fans by keeping certain people around where they could have made managerial changes. I don't know, Chris. I do wonder if sometimes they double down on decisions in which the fans wouldn't agree with. But anyway, no, to get back to your question, yeah, the main thing is, the bottom line here is you want to get 3 points. You want to win the game. However, we are playing a team that is estimated to probably be in the bottom 4, maybe even bottom. They've got big problems off the pitch. They've got a limited squad they can pick from. If you're going to play this style of football as well, and you want to be a dominant football team in this league by going for a total football approach, you've got to really blow a team like Burton Albion away with all due respect to them. Because if you don't, and they're one of the ones down near the bottom that's going to be a resilient team to break down, like you say, coming out of it can leave a lot more difficult questions, can't it, for the whole concept of what we're trying to do here in League One and how we're trying to approach getting ourselves out of this league.
It will. Just out of interest, 2 early kick-off games today. Doncaster Rovers 0, Barnsley 0. And Luton, who are a lot of people's, certainly from the presenter side, a lot of us had Luton in the top 6, some of them even in the top 2. It was Luton 2, Notts County 2.
Interesting, because what's interesting about that is Luton line up similar to us, Chris. They like a 4-1-4-1 under Jack Wilshere. And it shows you really how this formation we're going to be playing again today, that 3-4-2-1, which is what Notts County pretty much play. Okay, they might have 5 at the back, say, but it's a very similar, just a little bit more transitional play from there. It shows you how effective that is against these sort of teams like us, and Luton are going to go out there and try and dominate you. So it's interesting from a tactical standpoint in this league for me, and how you've got this disparity of money between Notts County, Luton, Leicester, Burton, but it's how you set up, it's how you bring the fight to the football pitch, isn't it? Not off the pitch.
It is, and I'm going to say this now, that result actually makes me feel a bit better.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
One of the favourites to go up, and we've all predicted Luton to be in the top 6 virtually, and the fact that they've only got a draw makes me feel a lot better.
Yeah, I think that's right, isn't it? I think it's going to be a league for that this year. I don't think there's anyone who's going to romp away with it. I think it's going to be a case of the teams that do try and play total football are going to have weeks where that happens. But you've got to be on the right side of that scale and getting 3 points more often than not, haven't you? Which is why for us today, I think 3 points is, the absolute essential thing. But also that just try and set a standard here, Leicester, right? Set a standard that, the expectation of not just Leicester fans, but other fans looking at Leicester are, expecting to see. So hopefully today, like what we got in pre-season, a nice dominant sort of victory will be lovely.
It certainly would. And like I say, I think because there's so many youngsters in, I think the crowd may hold back a little bit. But like I say, if it starts to go wrong, if we do the stupid thing like we did the other day against Notts County, where we nearly went 1-0 down in 3 minutes, or was that Northampton? I can't remember now. The crowd are going to certainly be on the back, aren't they?
Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think the thing is, look, I get the whole let's back the lads and all the rest of it, and I'm in total agreement with that. New season, you want to have a fresh start, and all the rest of it. But it is a two-way street, Chris. I mean, like if the style of football is going to be in a way which is going to be, a little bit pessimistic at the back, perhaps passing it around, you are kind of encouraging supporters earlier to get on your back a little bit. So I just want today just to see if that is the base of what we're doing, fine. But in the final third, we've got to be a little bit more, sort of forward-facing, a little bit more about recycling chances in the opposition goal, right? So yeah, just a little bit more of a tweak and a little bit more bravery, perhaps is the word.
Yeah. Gray has gone 2-1 to the Foxes. Nobody's gone for a Foxes loss. There was two draws in. They've got purple flags now. That's quite cool. I went for a 2-1, but with the proviso that I could see this ending 1-1 again.
Yeah, well, it could. I think 1-1 would feel as equally as bad as a defeat today, wouldn't it? Really, because, like I say, once you take into account who we're playing. So yeah, I think it could end up 1-1. Russell Martin has got a history here as well. The last club he managed at the start of the season, Rangers, and they didn't go on a losing run; they went on a drawing run, didn't they? And and that 2 points difference is a lot over a season, isn't it? If you draw every game, you're probably in a relegation battle. If not, you will be relegated.
Anyway, the good news is that our percentage of shots on target this season is 40.
No,
bad news is the Burton Albions is 67.
Well, exactly, because the way they're going to do it is they're going to soak up pressure and then they're going to try and take those limited chances they get, and they're going to approach the game in that way, aren't they? So it's going to be interesting. I've lost, unfortunately, what I was watching, mate, so I'm going to have a quick look around a minute. So can you give me just a couple of minutes? I'm just going to...
Yeah, surely, no problem, mate.
Talk to the chat. Be right back.
Yeah. Right, so the flags are waving. I'm sure the players will be out in a minute. It is match number 2 of the 26-27 season. At our first home game, Leicester City are going to be playing Burton Albion, blue versus white, and the kickoff is coming up.
Watch us on YouTube. Listen on your favourite podcast platform. Or ask your smart speaker to play the podcast Leicester Till I Die.
Subscribe, like, follow, and join in now.
Okay, so the players are coming out on the pitch. Leicester City are in there all blue short. Oh, we have got a bit of a flag waving thing here. The camera's too close in to tell me what it is. But I did, by the way, Wayne, if you're still in, I did send you a message, mate. And just go it on it. You've just replied as I speak. I sound excited. Well, been a long time, but one does what one can. It's the start of a season. It's a new chapter, as they say. Let's see. So yeah, we're in all blue. They are in all white. Let's hope it's not going to be all white on the night for them. And as we say, we're going to be taking. Suter's going to be going up. Suter, according to this, is on the same side as Aluko. So he's actually swapped over from the other side because the Cooley is normally on that side. So the back four is Aluko, Suter, Coley, and Thomas in that order. We're in blue with white. They are in white with blue splits. They're playing a 3-4-2-1 according to Leicester City. Don't know whether that's in agreement with the old BBC. That's what they've got it. Now they've got it as a 3-4-2-1, so a bit different there. I don't know why I worry about these things because it does change. It does change. Okay then. Okay. Bistrick there. Biscuit, as I like to call him. Is it going to be a nice biscuit? A nice biscuit? Is it going to be a weak, rich tea that crumbles when you drop it into your coffee? Or is it going to be a hobnob, good and strong and powerful and doesn't let anything get to him? Why am I comparing players to biscuits that you dunk in drinks? But yeah, you're right, Gray. Look, Gray will be doing it all for. He's our lead mod, and he will. If you've got any questions, Gray will answer them if we don't, because obviously we're concentrating on the game. The players are swapping ends. So he will be looking at your answers and your questions and hopefully answering them if we don't. I don't think we will, Gray. I don't think we will at all. Looking forward to getting my new shirt. My new shirt, I've ordered. Well, it's on its way. Apparently, it's going to be the purple one. I've gone for the away one, but I do like this third one. I do like this third. If it is this white with green stripes, I am liking that. Union, you're quite correct. Right, we're about to kick off. The referee's just holding his mic. Leicester are going to be happy because we're playing the wrong way, but it is what it is, as they say. Bristrick is going to have his first touch and he's going to kick off any minute now. And we're away. So here we go. Leicester now, all in blue, are kicking from left to right. Boot upfield there from Suter. That might be his one and only. Leicester win Leicester won the ball from the bounce header, but they've lost it now. Leicester getting into those tackles, forcing Burton back. Burton, I think, like most teams, are going to be looking at this. Oh no, Akoli's lost the ball. Oh, is it a free kick? No. Yes. Akoli then, 36 seconds in, and Akoli lost the ball. And then he gave away a free kick. That's not a good start for a dubious free kick. I'm going to say that. A dubious free kick. It is a free kick. We've got a one-man wall with Braybrook. Everybody's on the penalty line. Remember, Burton Albion are kicking from left to right. So they're kicking towards their fans. It's going to be coming in right-footed. The referee is not happy with something. He is now. Ball comes in right-footed. It's into the box. And it's headed up by Akoli. Braybrook goes for it, but he's heading it straight up. But now it's headed away, but only as far as a Burton player. Leicester, though, have got the ball. And now can they come away? Yes, they can on the far side. Oh. I've got to say, I think that was Brisket there, and he did well. He went down that right-hand side, got the ball, played it on, tried to go around the player to get to it, was unlucky. It's a good start from Brisket. Jesus, what number is he? Actually, if Jesus was a footballer, I suppose he would be a goalkeeper, wouldn't he? Because we all know Jesus saves. Thank you. That's a free kick to Leicester, just inside the Milton Keynes. What am I saying? The Burton Albion half on the far side, literally in front of the dugout. And it's played back. Akoli now. Now he is on that right side, Akoli. Leicester City don't even know where their main players play. It's into the box. Alves chasing it. Oh, good defending there by Burton. But they give the ball away. Skip couldn't keep control of it, though. It's hoofed upfield. But Akoli's got all the time in the world. which should worry you, in fairness. Sit a bit left. You just want to see my beautiful face, don't you, Keith? Good play there. Of course, it's come from Alves, who did a little bit too much this time and has lost the ball. Leicester win it back, though. Leicester getting stuck in here in the first few minutes. Oh, and then we lose the ball and we give away a free kick. So we don't know when Tom will be back. So what I'm going to do is we'll do that and we'll bring Tom back in when he is freedom, as they say. Now Burner through. Oh, good defending there by Leicester. Suter, in fairness, he had to make that. He had to make that. Otherwise, the cross would have gone in the box and there'd have probably been somebody on the end of it. Now Burn! 1-0 to Burton. 1-0. 5 minutes in. 1-0. I don't bloody believe it. Easy peasy lemon squeezy for Burton Albion. Well, anybody who went nil, you're wrong. Not picking up players at all.
I'm back, mate. I just saw the goal.
You've just seen the goal.
Yeah, literally, as soon as I got myself sorted, I saw the goal. Yeah, I mean, where you go. The warning sign was there with the Akoli thing I'm hearing as well.
I mean, it just wasn't picked up. It just wasn't picked up at all.
No, the centre-backs are really concerned me here because you've got to also view it two ways here. Harry Suter, for example, is someone who's a Leicester contracted player, right, who's, being paid to do a job for the football club. But where's his head going to be at if he knows he's not very good at playing this style of defending? It's going to make him look bad, isn't it? I think Russell Martin is really dying on a hill with this. I think it's a very dangerous place to be as Burton Albion have the ball back with their goalkeeper.
We've seen managers do it before, haven't we?
Yeah, we've seen it with Rowett. We've seen it with Cifuentes. Certain players you'd think, oh my goodness me, why are you sticking with these guys? And just interesting the narrative going into this game from Russell Martin, how he was quite happy with them. I think I'm not so sure. But anyway, let's see if we can push on.
What time are you on?
About 6:50.
All right, you're ahead of me. So I'll carry on then.
Yeah.
Because the clock is with me.
No problem.
On that. And then you do the go commentary role.
Perfect.
So Leicester, I've just written down then, Leicester City getting stuck in, and we go 1-0 down, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, exactly. It was just poor, like you say, just the lack of closing down, the lack of pace, I mean, there's been some talk about just how we are quite pedestrian in our style of football as well.
I don't think you can blame McCarthy for that at all.
No. He got hung out to dry, didn't he, unfortunately?
He did. I think it was, unfortunately, we've got to say Akoli's fault, was it not?
I need to see it again because I only saw the end of it, really. But yeah, it once again, it just looked to me problematic between the centre-back pairings, didn't it? And Burton found an opportunity and a space to get through. Yeah.
They had all the space they wanted in the world, didn't they?
Yeah, which is problematic. I mean, this is a league where you've got to really, get into players on occasion. The goal we conceded last week with Luke Thomas, he needed to probably close down there to stop the ball being a problem when it went across the 6-yard box, right? And it didn't happen. So
throw into Leicester on this near side. Luke Thomas with the short one. It's with Baybrook now. And we play it back. We had literally a throw-in, and it's ended up back in our own half. What the fuck? We had a throw-in almost equal with the penalty line. And we went all the way back to into our own half. And
yeah, it's about retaining possession, isn't it? It's always about retaining possession over maybe being a bit more explosive.
Yeah, I mean, there's the argument, obviously, that if you've got the ball, they can't score. But if we're not going forward, we're not going to score. A Coley out to Thomas, finds Alves on this left-hand side. He's not really been in the game much yet, Alves. Bistrick has. I thought he's had a couple of good runs.
Yeah, he's trying.
Ings! Fucking hell, what a back pass that was.
Every time we play back towards our goalkeeper, we look very nervous, and Burton look very switched on here, guys, to try and take advantage of that, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So,
anyway, here comes the Coley running forward, and oh my good God, a Coley, you big lump of fucking shit. He had the ball, he played it forward, couldn't control it himself, and then it goes to the other player, they defend, it comes off him, and it's out for a goal kick. What the hell is a Coley? We might as well, like you say, play with 10. I put 10 men up. We might as well play with 10 men.
Well, I can say one thing. It was nice to see someone bursting forward with the ball, because we need to see a lot more of that in the final third. But when it's a Coley, he's not got the best touch on the ball there. It's come loose. The Burton players come sliding in, deflects off him, and goes behind for a goal kick. But we're going to need to see a lot of our players do that, Chris, the way we play under Russell Martin. They're going to have to take individual moments to come bursting forward to try and create an overlap here.
Nothing much is happening at the moment, by the way. We're just playing it around the back. Burton are closing us down. And it's out for a throw-in to Leicester. And it's gone right the way back. He's going to go, so he's going to go back to the keeper then, but Coley's got it. I think he's looking for to see which Leicester player is marked so he can pass it to him. But Thomas gets it. Plays it across midfield. Forward. Aluko there. And Aluko fucking plays it out! Oh my fucking hell! Aluko!
We're looking like we're struggling with our cool a bit already here, because with the pressure is now on us 10 minutes into this after allowing Burton in. Burton now can just sit back and just wait for us to make another mistake, can't they, Chris?
Yeah, they can. I mean, Huddersfield have gone 1-0 up against MK Dons. Fucking hell, already Aluko is my ham sandwich of the match.
Well, let's not get carried away. It's 10 minutes in here, Chris. I mean, I think so far the whole team...
10 minutes is long enough to know if the player's going to be shit or not.
Well, no, but we don't start beating up the youngsters yet. Like I say, it's the start of football.
Coley's not a youngster.
Well, he is. He's barely been in the first team, apart from a couple of appearances.
Oh, Aluko?
Yeah, Baddy Aluko.
Coley, sorry.
Oh, you're saying Coley. You keep saying Aluko.
Not Aluko, ignore me.
Leicester now building up with the ball here, Chris.
Yeah. Thomas to Alves, who wants to get involved. He's looking for the ball. Oh, he goes past two players and through the middle of them. Turns, chips it into the box. Is anybody on the end of it? Oh, don't be silly. Of course they're not. Oh. Aluko there with a shot of everybody that you want it to fall to. Aluko. Coley, sorry. I apologise, everybody. Aluko is not having a bad game. Coley is having a bad game.
That's what I was getting funny about. I think Aluko's looked all right so far. He looks like he's got some energy here. But once again, I look at this. Are we a team of, individuals still, Chris? Just the way some players look like, oh, well, we're 1-0 down. Other ones are like, we've got to get a move on here. And we just saw Aluko there trying to take a nice, volleyed shot from the edge of the penalty area to try and make something happen.
That was Coley, I think, wasn't it?
No, it was Aluko.
Oh, they said Coley on the...
No. It was definitely Aluko. It was that side of the pitch. They've obviously got confused.
See, I was getting confused with the two of them as well. Anyway, it's a throw-in, almost equal with the penalty line. It ends up coming back to Thomas. Where's he going to go? He's going to go way back, almost to the centre. Yeah, he's in the centre circle. So from a throw-in that was equal with the penalty line again, penalty box line, we end up back in our own half. What is the fucking point?
It is frustrating, isn't it? But every time we get a throw-in, you literally don't have to watch a game. You know what you're going to get. The ball's going to be thrown back to one of the full-backs or the centre-backs, so we're going to hold on to the ball and look for Burton to come out at us, which is a very, very well and good strategy. But Burton has stood there going, we don't need to come at you now. We're 1-0 up.
Yeah. And this is where you want a manager that's going, let's have a plan B.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's the concern, isn't it? Where you're completely tied into one style of football. But there we go.
No, it's not a free kick. Advantage played now. Oh, lovely ball forward. Oh, Albion couldn't quite get it, but we're going to get a throw in by the corner flag. And guess where that's going to end up? I'll give you one guess, everybody.
I mean, that counter-attack is a perfect example of how we've got to show a little bit more pace and a little bit more...
that was a good move, in fairness, wasn't it?
It was, but they got to be quicker with it, Chris. You know, that was a rare opportunity. Burton left us some space there. There was an overlap with Bristich and Alves down that side, and they've got to make use of it. They've got to make sure we're getting the ball towards the goal at that point.
I tell you what, at that point, we nearly cocked it up, but Aluka managed a good attack. Can't get the ball in. It's out for a throw-in on the far side. Leyton Orient 1, Wigan Athletic 0.
Yeah, we're still quite static, though. I mean, just looking now at Skip advancing with the ball there, we're still quite static. No one's really being brave enough to make a breaking run into the box, and no one from midfield is really reading that run coming as well. It needs to be a little bit more flowing and a little bit more playable forward for someone to get on the end of here.
He's played into the box here. No. It's over one Leicester player. Doesn't reach the other one. In between there was a Burton player, and he puts it out for the first corner of the game. It goes to Leicester. We're kicking from right to left in this first half, which is obviously confusing them. And it's a corner. It is a corner on the far side.
Got to take advantage of these. Bear in mind, we're struggling out on the pitch. Got to make use of them.
Yeah.
Luke Thomas to take it.
Yeah. So it's going to be left-footed in. Come on, a good one here, Lukey. And it's into the box. It's a high one.
Is Chris frozen there, guys? Was he still with us?
I'm back. But,
that's all right. I didn't want to interrupt you, but Suter with a header at the back post, wasn't it? Yeah. He got free there, which is what he's good at going forward. It was on target, but not enough power to put it in the net.
No. I think he did it into the ground, didn't he? A throw in now for Burton Albion, just inside their half on the near side. Yeah, things aren't going well for Leicester, Tom.
No, we got to warm into this, though. I mean, it always sucks to go 1-0 down, but if we drop our heads now here, it'll be a disaster of massive proportions. I just want to see a little bit more vibrancy in the final third here, Chris.
Oh, here we go. Hang on a second. Oh, Thomas there. No, Alves, I mean, sorry.
Will Alves again cutting inside, causing problems, which he did last game.
Yes. Now, Leicester. Oh, Baybrook lost it, and he goes all the way back to our keeper. That was a good little move, but it's just that final movement, isn't it, that lets us down.
It was interesting because I was just saying about how I wanted to see players make more runs then. I think Russell Martin must have said something to them, because that's the first attack 15 minutes into this game here where I can say Alves came driving inside. Everyone else kind of woke up and started running towards him. About 5 or 6 started going towards that box. That's more like it. That's how you're going to get through them.
Yes. Yeah. Early yet. I mean, I suppose the argument is that if you do concede, do it early, I guess, you know.
Well, in the Russell Martin system, it worries you, doesn't it? Because when Russell Martin was at Southampton, the most common scoreline you get with him was 2-1 to Southampton. I think it was like 25%, 30% of his games were 2-1, Chris. So let's hope today we can turn this around.
Free kick, first booking going to, I think it's the
captain.
Burton Albion captain.
Yeah, Curtis Till. Yeah, Curtis Tilt goes in the book, guys. Aluka was running at him with pace. He just sort of shoulder checked him. Aluka hits the deck. We get given the free kick. Opportunity from the dead ball situation coming up with a Braybrook or Cullen by the looks of it.
Now, we do know Braybrook can hit them. I'm not sure about Cullen.
Yeah, we'll see here. They've got a wall setting up about 2 or 3 men by the looks of it, and it's quite a way out here. It's still going to be about 5 to 7 yards outside the penalty area, slightly off centre towards the top end of the pitch. Looks like it's going to be a layoff, and here comes Cullen to strike it. Sorry, because I'm not sure if I'm ahead of you or not, but
you are indeed. We've not taken it yet. It's a 3 or 4 man wall that Burton have got there. Taking the time, it's just a layoff. The long shot straight at the wall from Cullen.
Yeah, it's a pretty poor free kick there.
Yeah, nothing really exciting there, let's be honest with you.
No, it's a shame because you lined it up, but he didn't get a good connection on the ball at all, did he, there? And it just was very, very unthreatening, and Burton just dealt with it.
I mean, the only way that would have gone through is if they'd all jumped.
Well, exactly, yeah, which they didn't have to. They read it really well, didn't they?
Yeah.
But we still got them hemmed in here, though, guys. We are entirely in their half, so I guess those possession stats will be something good to look at half time. We must be entering towards 80%.
Can you just take over for a few minutes, mate?
Yeah, of course I can, mate. Yeah, so we're back with Cody here, guys. Going to play down to Luke Thomas. We're all pressed up on the halfway line. Suter and Cody both stood literally at the centre circle here. Suter's going to pick the ball up again and try and feed it through central midfield to Braybrook. There's a Burton man on him there. He's managed to win the ball back, and he's flicked it forward down towards this near-hand side where Suter's going to come back and take responsibility. Back to McCarthy. Once again, Leicester looking to build from the back here. Burton quite happy to literally stay and stand off us here and let us edge forward with McCarthy. Going to go for a long goal kick up and towards the far flank and up towards Cullen. Going to be headed down here. Sorry, it was Wes Burns, not Cullen. Comes all the way back to a Cody. We can't get hold of that second ball in central midfield again, guys, which is a big problem here. If you're going to be going for those longer balls, you've got to win that second ball, right? But at least we didn't play directly from the back here. Here comes Suter now bursting forward from those centre-back positions over the halfway line, up again to this right-hand flank where Wes Burns is trying to link up well with Aluko. Going to go back to a Cody again because it didn't quite work out. Still keeping possession here, Leicester. Down now to Luke Thomas on the left-hand side. Back to centre, back to Suter. How many times are we going to say this today, Chris? Now we try and play a quick one ball through the middle there with Cullen, trying to play it through to Bristich, but Burton have intercepted that and got the ball on the far side. They'll kick it off Wes Burns and it will go behind for a Burton Albion throw just near their corner flag on the far side of the pitch.
Yeah,
I shouldn't be too far ahead of you now. I think I'm only about 20 seconds.
You carry on, mate. You carry on.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I just don't. Nothing I'm looking at here is filling me with confidence.
I think we're waking up into the game, but it's pretty disastrous to start the game so asleep. With that being said, isn't it? You know, they weren't switched on until the ball went into the back of the net, and I think you could put a few finger marks at Coley in particular there, just for not having the energy of reading of the game and what Burton were going to do there. Well said, Gray. We're a little bit scared. I think we are a little bit intimidated. Remember when Gary Rowett last season used to bring the players down to the King Power for training? There could still be a little bit of that here, but I would also argue why are we still employing a manager with this style of football? It might have been an idea to go to that field here. Ball's back with the goalkeeper now, McCarthy, guys, so you're not missing anything. Comes out to Luke Thomas, up here to Harry Suter. We're trying to edge ourselves forward here, about halfway inside the Leicester half. Suter looking up, trying to find a pass. Can't see one ahead of him. Goes down to Luke Thomas here. Braybrook is actually stood at the base of this right now. Sorry, no, it is Skip at the base of it. Braybrook's slightly more up here with Alves. Back to Coley. Two Burton players just ahead of him. We will find Aluko on the right-hand side here. Aluko holds on to the ball there and plays it back to Skip. Skip now coming forward to Braybrook with a 1-2. Burton closed that down on the centre circle position. Going to come down here to the left-hand side. Suter trying to play a through ball, but unfortunately, he's got too much on it, and it's going to go past Braybrook and go all the way through for a Burton Albion goal kick. Quite nice to see a through ball there, though, Chris, from the centre-back position, but wasn't.
I've got to say I didn't see it.
All right, have you got problems your end, have you?
No. I'm multitasking, and it's not. No. Things aren't happening. Oh, now it is. Now it has happened. Right, I'm back.
This will get better as the season goes on, guys. Chris has just froze there again. We're just having a few technical issues the last week in particular, aren't we? But Leicester are now going to get the ball here now, and it's going to fall back to Burton Albion. Luke Thomas comes raging forward there with a high boot. He doesn't luckily hit the Burton player, kicks the ball out of play for a Burton Albion throw-in on this near side on the halfway position. And it's going to be Sibic to take it now for Burton Albion. You're back again, mate. You froze.
I did. It's my end, I'm afraid. When you look at Suter and Cody, they are our two most experienced defenders, aren't they? That's the embarrassing thing.
Yeah, but it's also the style of football we're asking them to play. And also you've got to ask the question of how much value do you put into playing centre-backs who probably don't want to be here. Ball in for Burton now. Free header at the back post, and it's gone over the top of the crossbar. That was nearly 2-0. Burton Albion again there, utilising a long ball in from just inside. Just outside the penalty area, Chris, went all the way to the far post. McCarthy left it. Luke Thomas was backtracking there, and it was a free header in the end by Dennis, and it's gone over the top of the crossbar. But Burton once again showing they've got another goal in them.
Yeah, they're not sitting back, are they?
No, it's actually a corner. Actually, it wasn't. It hit someone. Sorry, I do apologise, guys. It was a corner. Going to be taken by Burton Albion on this near hand side.
Wow. Well, if it was a corner, well done, Luke Thomas. But
it didn't look like it hit him to me. But okay.
No.
Corner coming in now.
VAR, I guess, really.
Yeah. Oh, it was quite low, that corner. Went past the near post, nearly fell in the 6-yard box. Luckily, it missed the first Leicester man, was collected by the second one, and has come all the way out to the halfway line where Braybrooke is chasing down the Burton Albion player. I've forgotten his name now, the number 41. I've got it written down there. Let me have a look. I want to try and get their names right. Krubarley. What a name that is, Chris.
Talking of which, what's happened to Koulibaly, who had a good pre-season?
Well, I mean, some people think he's going to be leaving as well, but I mean, I'm surprised he's not on the bench, really. I think he could play left back or right back, and when you've only got 7 bench places, surely you want one of those positions to go to a guy who can play either fullback position, and then you can have a central defender.
My thoughts exactly.
Yeah, I'm a bit bizarre, but then it could be maybe a similar situation to FaZe and LTiDtv, but not on a scale where the club's talking about it because he's not as high profile as those two. Maybe they're trying to keep him off and out of the team because they're going to sell him. We'll see. I'd keep Koulibaly. I think, you need the numbers as well.
I would keep him, definitely. I thought he was one of the better players from pre-season.
Yeah, I think he's quite versatile as well, which is helpful in this league, isn't it? Burton now trying to get Cody under a bit of pressure again. Suter's got a one-on-one with Dennis here. Dennis comes inside, gets a strike away. Luke Thomas is back. Strike again, and it's 2-0 to Burton Albion. Oh, my word, guys. Calamity at the back. Leicester all at sea. Players half committed there, and it is going to be Chalk, the number 4, the attacking midfielder, who puts it across the goal into the bottom right-hand corner, past McCarthy from about 4 yards out. 2-0 Burton Albion. Leicester are a mess.
Too easy.
Yeah, just not enough effort to get rid of it. I mean, not a lot of responsibility taken. We've gone for experience there. Where's the crunching tackles there? They just, I mean,
the defence was
all at sea. Luke Thomas came back into the centre-back position there to try and deal with it because there was no one else doing it. And then Suter got back. It's just a mess. An utter mess.
Totally. I mean, I just want to say to everybody that said we're going to piss the league. Yeah, seriously?
I just think, unfortunately, this is my worst nightmare of this because I was saying it all into pre-season. Of course, I thought I was being very kind, putting us in 6th to finish this year. But the same old problems keep cropping up here, don't they? And we talk about, obviously, you needed to flush the swamp of certain individuals. We still haven't done that. And they've got what, a couple of weeks left here, Chris? Maybe in a week and a half of the transfer window.
Yeah.
So much to do. There's so much to do. And the level of decline hasn't even got as bad as it could yet.
If we bring somebody in, they're still going to have a couple of games to get settled, aren't they?
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, I've already moaned about the club being the last one to make any transfer business happen this summer. The fact that it didn't happen until gone the 8th of July was pretty ridiculous when everyone else had actually been doing it for weeks before. Burton Albion have got the ball back with the goalkeeper now, guys. No threat, obviously, from Leicester there.
Words fail me.
It is difficult, isn't it? Because the thing is, I was angry about this a season ago, right, Chris? It's I can't be angry about it anymore because I come on the show and say the same stuff all the time, but no one's listening. I mean, why would you listen to me? I'm just a fan, with my microphone. But
there's been another fuck up.
How apt.
I was going to say that's literally the one we need to play every time we can see the goal this year. Chris, you're going to have to take over the commentary. Oh, no, I've got it back now, I think. Look, I'm on 26-22 now, so it's changed a bit.
I'm in front of you.
You take over, mate, for the minute, because I'm just having the problems.
So at the moment, Leicester are all over the place. I mean, I'm looking at Alves now. I mean, look, he goes past 2, nearly lost the ball. He actually gets a free kick, but he was going in for it. And if only the so-called experienced centre-backs had half the guile that some of these youngsters have got.
Well, this is the problem.
Yeah, I can't see us getting back into this game. I've not seen Brisket do anything yet, have you?
Well, we've not been able to bring him into the game so far. We sort of dry up as soon as we get to those attacking mid positions. I think there's players running, but there's a lack of connectivity. It does make me ask the question, what do you do on the training pitch every week? Because surely you'd be instructing players where to run and how to run. And it just doesn't seem like we've got any understanding of what each other's doing up there.
No. It just seems like just go out and do what you want to, guys. You know what your positions are, though. At the moment, we are attacking. Oh, fucking hell, Suter.
It goes
He
all
goes
the way
back
through.
to Suter, plays the forward ball, and he goes through every single player in front of him and through to the bloody keeper. The Leicester fans are just sat there, can't believe what they're seeing.
I don't think, Gray, I don't think we're 10 minutes behind, mate. I'm pretty much dead on the clock now. Chris, what's your clock? Gray thinks we're 10 minutes behind, which seems a little bit extensive. I'm not sure.
I'm on 20 what I'm on basically what's on screen there, 28.
Yeah, me too now. Yeah. But obviously watch your spoilers there, guys. You know, Gray will obviously time you out if there's anything that happens. So
Even if you think you're putting it in as a joke, we don't take jokes during the match.
no, talk generally around the game. Once we've reacted to it, talk about it, obviously. And there's a red card. And it's for Skip. Red card for Oliver Skip. We're in banging trouble, guys. I didn't even see what happened there, but referee's just drawn a red card out. We're down to 10. Chris, you jinxed that. We're putting 10 in the team selection.
Well, I'm just looking at that. I think it's a bit harsh. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. He pretty much came in with a boot raised there on Curtis Tilt, took him down in the midriff with a high raised boot, and he's gone.
Let's have a look.
It's a red card. It's a red card. Stupid.
Well, they're just saying here it's a harsh red. I haven't really had a proper look at it. Well, there's one of our most experienced players gone.
Well, it was a high boot to the stomach, mate, when the player was running with the ball. I'm pretty sure you can't do wrestling moves in football, unfortunately. And the fans are leaving already, guys. I've already seen people walk out of the stadium. We might want to check it after time if anyone sent us any videos in, Chris. Oh, dear, guys. And I haven't got any beer here today either. I haven't got any beer. This is a nightmare. Oh, Christ.
So, what do we do now? Does Bristol come off and Dick Overreed come on?
No, I don't think you make any changes. You just lost your holding midfielder. You've got to keep the same shape. And this means Braybrook's going to have to cover a bit more ground there. I don't think this really affects the shape, apart from not having that extra player in midfield, really, Chris. So, yeah, free kick to Burton Albion going to be coming in here, guys. It's halfway inside our half.
I've only seen one replay.
You can't raise
another fuck-up video coming there.
You can't raise your boot like that and connect with someone's thigh. I'm sorry, you can't do it in football. It was just
I haven't seen it from the right angle. I was writing things down when they showed the bloody replay.
Yeah, the ball's in now from Burton Albion's free kick, and we're going to try and play it out there. Bristol's trying to run out with the ball at his feet, and now Burton are going to strike off from distance over the crossbar. Oh, what an afternoon we're in for here. We've got 60 minutes to go here, guys, and it's 2-0.
2-0 and a red card.
Yeah, I mean, that was petulant from Skip. That was just a man who was just frustrated with how the game was going and couldn't keep his cool. We've seen it before at Leicester. Last year, Bobby Decordova-Reid did this in the game, didn't he?
The Leicester fans just sat there staring, just in utter disbelief at what they're seeing.
Yeah, we haven't stopped the rock, guys. And Wes Burns is over here talking to Russell Martin.
That song by D. Ream, that things can only get better.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Tell us about it.
Well, we've talked about, has the club hit rock bottom yet? And I'm just looking at this and going, this club doesn't know what rock bottom is yet, unfortunately. You'd think relegation from the Championship would be enough to burst us into life here, but it just really is lackluster, and it's just everyone's on a different page. They're not a team, you know. I mean, what was the point of a pre-season? They might as well have had a holiday.
Right, I'm going to say Burns is coming on. He's not. He's already on. He's just taking a drink of water.
Getting some instruction, wasn't he? 1-2 here from Leicester now with Braybrook. I mean, the good thing is that we still should have enough shape here to maybe be competitive, but Burton do have the extra man now. Free kick here to Burton Albion on the far side, guys. Braybrook's looking a little bit hot. Huh? Am I ahead of you again now?
I'm on 32.07.
Oh, sorry, I am ahead of you by 30 seconds. Sorry, it keeps...
No, you carry on, mate. You carry on. That's okay.
Well, here's the good news, guys. We can see Hamza Chowdhury stripped off on the side of the pitch. Things can only get better. Can only get better. If he takes off Bristol for Chowdhury, Chris, Chowdhury, I'm going to go. Just seeing now who's coming off.
Who is?
We're just going to see who's coming off. Who is it? I can't see because the board. Oh, that's good news. It's Hamza Chowdhury coming on for Cullen. So, yeah, okay, whatever. It could have been worse, I guess. Cullen's coming off. Sort of replacing one invisible man with another one, isn't it?
At the moment, yes.
He's saying they're going to go 4-3-2. I just saw what Hamza was saying. So they're going to go 4 at the back, 3 in midfield, and 2 up top, apparently. But who's the second striker? Wes Burn?
Alves?
Yeah, I'd guess I'd go with Alves. Yeah. Long ball forward here from Burton, headed clear by Luke Thomas up towards Bristich. He's looking a man isolated now. He gets pushed over there on the halfway line. Referee says no free kick. Bristich is saying, what are you doing, ref? Burton are now going to keep the ball amongst their defenders here. There's a run going on the far side. Ball looped over here. Luke Thomas is a bit left a lot of space. He's onside. Here comes Sibic, the centre-back, down this far near side. Cross back in towards the 6-yard box. Cleared away there by Leicester. Comes back out. Is there a chance for a counter? No, Burton have now got us hemmed in a bit here. And they played a through ball through. Suter couldn't get a touch on it. That was a free kick, wasn't it?
That was a free kick, yeah, on Bristich. It was bloody holding it. It was a wrestling move.
Yeah. Referee wasn't going to give it. There's an offside there in the next phase of play. Free kick to Leicester.
Interesting. So we've gone two up front. We still just kind of see who it is. But we have gone 2 up front.
Well, Hams is saying that, but it doesn't look like it from the shape so far, Chris. I must just say that. That's what I thought he said when he came on, but I was trying to lip read him.
I was watching him do that as well, and I'm going to say it looked like that to me.
Yeah, but
it looked like he was going to, unless he was going 2 in midfield, I don't know.
Well, it looks to me like Alves and Bristich are the 2 highest placed players now, and Alves has got the ball here now outside their penalty area. Once again, drifts into central midfield here. We're going to need some magic for someone like him. Here's a Luco, similar position to JJ when he scored last week. Up it goes now to Wes Burn. Wes Burn tries to take his man on, hits the defender. It goes behind for a Leicester corner here with 10 minutes to half time. So we've got an opportunity for a set piece. We've got to take advantage of these.
We have, but we never have done for like 2 seasons.
This is honestly a challenge the club's got.
I'm happy with if that's the case.
Yeah, well, he's the one that looks most likely to make something happen. There's no doubt about it. It's going to be Luke Thomas to take this corner, guys.
Not the best day to give up drinking.
No, I should have gone to the shop before this game. I didn't think it'd be needed today, but I got that wrong. Here comes the corner now in towards the 6-yard box. It's been cleared away by Tilt of Burton Albion. Comes outside the penalty area. Oh, Braybrook was half asleep there, unfortunately. And now Burton are going to break here with the ball. Braybrook's managed to do well there and come back and win it back. Lays it off to a Cody. He's going to bring it forward on the far-hand side. Two or three Burton players, though, closing him down. Leicester players stood there in the middle, but no one can get the ball. Comes back across now to Suter, who's driving forward. Bit of space here. He's just got Hamza Chowdhury in front of him. Plays it down to Will Alves instead, who's trying to do a bit of trickery. Wes Burns has now come across to the left-hand side, guys, in a bit of a change here. Comes inside again, back to Chowdhury. 4 players ahead of him, 5 players ahead of him now as well. He goes back to a Cody. We're really pushed up here. Those centre-backs are halfway inside the Burton Albion half here, guys. A Cody now picking the ball up here, looking for a bit of movement. There it is. Bristich tried to be played in over the top, but Curtis Tilt has read the flight of the ball and got his head on it. It will come back to Braybrook, now to the far side, back to a Cody again. Should have probably put it in the box there for Bristich. Now, once again, back up to the far-hand side. Here's a Luco. Looks like they're going to use Wes Burn on the left-hand side, and Albers is going into more of a top 2, Chris, and a Luco is going to act as the right winger.
Well, let's wait and see, shall we? I mean, I feel this is going to be a bit unfair because we're going to say, oh, if it ends like this or even worse, we're going to be going like, oh, Bristich didn't score, and then it's not the best game for a new striker to bed in, is it?
Well, they look a team of strangers anyway, despite Bristich being on the pitch. It's just going on throughout the team, really. You know, players who look like they know what they're doing is Braybrook and Alves again. Yeah. The rest of them don't even look like they. It's odd, like you're meeting someone for the first time and saying hello to them, even though you're in the same training compound every week. Ball up to the far hand side.
Tis a joke, I'd say. Tis a joke.
Well, I mean, the worst thing people say about Russell Martin is he's all mouth and no trousers. And when you see performances like this, you do start to wonder, don't you? Unfortunately. All through towards Hamza Chowdhury. No, hits the back heel with Burton Albion player. Going to go up to the far-hand side here. They're going to hoof it down this far-hand flank, sorry. Going to drop into central midfield where it's going to be headed up there by Suter. Burton get a foot on it now and try and launch a counter-attack again on the far side in front of the dugouts. Nice little turn back there from Chalk, the goal scorer. Plays it back across. It's going to go all the way back to a day in the Burton Albion goal. They've got nothing really to worry about here, Chris. They don't have to press us. But I will say this again. When they get the ball, Burton, they do have a better energy than Leicester generally. I mean, that's problematic, isn't it?
Is it energy or is it attitude?
I think you could put the both in together, can't you, and create a pretty good cocktail of shit out of the two of them, unfortunately.
I've got to say, I didn't think that was going to work, but just running across the bottom there, I managed to get a red card up.
Oh, it's beautiful. No, we've had them before. I managed to get it to work once when you weren't here. Yeah, nice. Yeah. Beautiful. I think there's a big chance we're going down
again. By the way, that's nothing to do with what's on the screen. That's just me.
Yeah, no, that's it, mate. Yeah, so I got you. I was sort of concentrating on 2 or 3 things there, and things were flying over my head like any sort of decent pun in this.
I've lost all interest in the game, I've got to say. Throw into Leicester, but what a fucking joke this club has become.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to sit here and go, we've been unlucky. The red card was unlucky. The goal was unlucky. But all of it's deserved, mate. So you can't say that, can you? I mean, but it's amazing how apathetic I am as a fan now, because I was almost like I've been conditioned to this. This is what I expect now. And nothing changes. You can change the manager. You can change this. Nothing changes at this football club. We are racing towards rock bottom quicker than a Ferrari Formula 1 car.
We're not quite rock bottom, but we are in the relegation zone. We're 21st.
Yeah, well,
we can't go bottom because Wigan have lost 2 games on 0 points.
Yeah. Shot from distance from Burton, just past the far post. I think McCarthy had it covered, but they nearly made it 3-0 there. And this is a team that's probably going to come bottom of the league, guys, or might even go broke. Holy crap.
But when you've got the players that have got attitude... And I know I keep going back to this, but I am going to keep going back to this. And this is Pearson and Pearson's team. We lost week after week after week, but we kept the attitude.
Yeah, the culture was right. We had that when I did my interview with Rob Tanner, guys, earlier in the week, as a lot of you saw. He mentioned about the legacy of Pearson's culture at Leicester, and you could definitely argue Brendan had a good culture for a while, but from there it slipped. Here come Burton Albion now, played through again, Chris. It's going to be Chowdhury coming back to defend. It's Sibic again, played into the middle, strike on goal. McCarthy parries well behind through a corner. Once again, Burton Albion on the counter attack there with Webster breaking through, gets another strike on goal, and they've had the better chances of the game.
They're on the top, and you can't say they can't, they deserve to be. Just to run through it, I know we're coming up to half-time. I'll go through the half-time scores. Interestingly, though, just to say, Stockport County are losing to Blackpool.
Yeah, I mean, I got both teams to score in that one. I think there's more of that one to go, Chris. I mean, Blackpool played very well last week. You look at chances created, I think they were one of the best in League One. Going to be a corner to Burton coming in a minute, guys.
Is it me, or does McCarthy have a look like that? What's he called? No likey, no lighty.
Oh, shot from distance from Burton from the corner. Sorry, mate. It came all the way out a short corner, and it was struck through a crowd, and he's picked it up. No likey, no lighty. What do you mean? Like, friggin' Paddy McGuinness, was it?
That's it, yeah. That's the one.
Yeah, a little bit. Paddy McGuinness, if he decided to try and do George Clooney. Here comes Alves now on the counter-attack. Plays it into a 6-yard box. Goal for Leicester. Come on. One back, and it's coming to the far post. It's Wes Burns.
Wes Burns. First goal for the club. I've not seen it yet.
My apologies, Chris. We had to get onto that. Yeah, there was a great little run there from Will Alves, guys, on this left-hand side. He literally cut inside, right foot cross in towards a 6-yard box, and Wes Burns was sliding in at the far post to put it in past the goalkeeper. We're not dead yet.
Do you think the assist will go to Alves, dude? I think on that one.
I think so. It did take a deflection of one of the Burton Albion heads on the way through, but nice play from Alves. And just the ball to the danger zone and the commitment from Wes Burns. We've been lacking that all game so far. Whew.
Right, are you ready for this? We're going to have to do it. We might not do it much this season.
Go! Back of the net.
Wow, 2 minutes to go to half-time, or 3 minutes to go, plus any added time, and we are back into it. Yeah, exactly. If we can now go and get another one here, and we can reset the game at 2-2 at half-time, I mean, it won't look as much of a disaster, will it? But look at the match stats here. Leicester, 4 shots, 1 on target. Burton, 9 and 4. Leicester with 73% possession. It's just baffling, isn't it? It's madness.
It's totally... Look, I do get the, well, look, if we've got the ball, they're not going to score. But if you've got the ball, you've got to fucking do something with it.
I was going to say, the way we play with possession, if we've got the ball a lot of the time, we're not going to score. But there's an interesting thing in League One with this, isn't there, where the teams that have the least amount of possession but are well organised and disciplined will go out there and take their opportunities better. I mean, it's just night and day, isn't it? It's now Burton Albion have got the ball here with the goalkeeper just outside the penalty area, going to loft it over here down towards this near-hand side. Luckily, straight out of play for a Leicester throwing. What have you got, Leicester? Come on, we've got about a minute and a half here, plus any added time, as the ball's thrown back into play, and Suter now is trotting forward here.
Sorry about that. It took me a while to update the banner there.
No, there's been a few of them.
Suddenly, like you say, the 10 men Foxes bite back.
Well, that's it. I mean, it's interesting because I think there's a good comment there from Lachlan as well, which I totally agree with, and I was going to go to anyway, mate. We look so much better trying to counter-attack a team. I mean, if I was Burton Albion now, I'd be saying to them, look, just sit back, because they can only score counter-attacking you. They can't play through you. We've got to find another gear here, Chris, going into the second half, and find a way to play through Burton Albion as well.
Indeed.
Alves from distance over the crossbar. Will Alves again, guys, played in on this far-hand side, literally comes inside towards the edge of the D, goes for a strike with his right foot. Unfortunately, it's not on target, but that is going to be an option for us to get a goal here. Good run from Will Alves again.
Let me ask you this. Is there a better player at our club at the moment than Will Alves?
No, not for how they approach the game. No, because he's got a freedom in him in that he will run with the ball. He will be dynamic with it. He's not afraid to have a shot. He's not afraid to play a 50-50 ball forward, Chris. Everyone else is terrified to make a pass, it seems, at times in the final third.
Let me ask you this. Will he go in January?
Oh, goodness me. I wouldn't take any money for him right now. I think if you take any money for him, then, you haven't got a football team.
But we've got an owner that is saying, make us an offer. If the price is right, you can have him. And
yeah,
there's any player.
4 minutes of added time here, guys. There's been an incident off the ball here with Bristol.
You say, mate, sorry?
Yeah, 4 minutes, Chris. There's been an incident here with Bristich and Tilt off the ball. Tilt obviously was the one who got tackled by Skip, big booted by Skip, who gave Skip the red card. I didn't quite see what happened. I'm going to see it on a replay now. I think he got elbowed by Tilt. Yeah, so basically, Bristich on the edge of the semicircle, the centre circle, was trying to make a bursting run for a long ball from the back for Leicester. And obviously, Tilt gets into him, puts his arm across and catches him in the face a little bit there. Russell Martin is not happy. He is kicking off saying, look, you've sent off one of our players. He should have gone for that as well. Now, Bristich is getting into the fourth official as well, saying, look, he's elbowed me in the face. Getting a little bit fiery here to end the half.
Yeah, Russell Martin, I'll be careful, Mr. Fourth Official. Russell Martin's got his pen out again.
That's it. Russell Martin is also saying to Bristich, look, calm down here, because he doesn't want Bristich to get in trouble, because Bristich is literally telling him, look, he's elbowed me in the face, ref.
Well, that should be a red card, shouldn't it, an elbow?
Well, I mean, can you say for sure from that angle where the referee stood it was an elbow? No. From the cameras on the replay, you can go, there was something going on. There was at least arms over the front of it.
I haven't seen it or seen the replay yet. So
yeah. Well, he sort of went for a curving run. Tilt then leant across with the right side of his body, trying to shield and block that runoff. And then Bristich went down and hit the deck. And he is saying when he shielded him across on the right-hand side like that, he caught him in the face. That's what he's saying.
I thought Bristich was walking over to have a go at the fourth official, but of course he was walking off to because he's got to go off the pitch because he was.
Yeah. This will increase the time before we get to half time as well. 1:47.
Chadwick's just won a free kick as well.
Yeah, I think it's interesting though. I think there is something in now. Look, that we're down to 10 men. Look, you try and get everything you can. I mean, but play the dark arts here. Try. I hate to say it. It's part of
sorry, Tom. What are you fucking doing? He stood there. He's fit. He's got his arms up. Fucking hell, referee, look over the other fucking side of the pitch. He stood there.
Yeah, frustrating, isn't it? Because the game's been dead now on and off. There's been no real movement on the pitch, as though he could have brought him on any time. Going to be a throw into Burton Albion now as he finally... finally comes back on.
He did not have to wait. I'm sorry, he did not have to wait for the ball to go out of play to let Bristich come back on.
No. I agree, mate, because there was one before that he could have come back on with. I think maybe it was a bit of punishment for him speaking out, wasn't it? But here we go. We've got Leicester coming forward now over the halfway line. They've slowed the ball up there. They've got to go a bit quicker. Played forward again here to Bristich, who's doing a good job of Harry Caning it and coming deep there and shielding the ball. Played up to the far side where we've got 4 players. Can we get a ball in? Bristich has now got back into the attacking third here. Going to come down here to a Cody. We're pushed up again. Can see a Luco's now swapped sides as well. No, sorry, a Cody's now swapped sides with Suter again. And he's going to go up to the far side of the pitch with Wes Burns. Back here to Aluko. Cody's asking for it down on this left-hand side of the pitch. Getting in towards the dying embers of this added time. Here comes a Coley. There's just in front of him Will Alves. Got a Burton player on him. He plays it back to a Coley. Got to try and get it forward here, guys. Might be able to get an equaliser for half-time. Suter once again holding the play up. Through to Hamza, who's got a bit of space. Hamza plays a 1-2 off the Burton Albion player and then goes in for a 50-50 header and hits the deck. And now Burton might be able to counter over the halfway line, but McCarthy's read that really quickly and come halfway into the Leicester half, Chris.
I have to say, we're a different team now.
Yeah, a bit more energy. I think there is something to say. If you can turn it into a situation where, look, the world's against you, the referee's against you, what have you got, lads? That could give us a little edge here. Half time.
It's what Leicester do best.
It is. Half time whistle.
It's half time. Okay. Right. Well, if you'd like to go off, because you're doing the main commentary, and for the second half, you let me know when you can kick off and I can start the clock.
Will do.
But yeah, I will see you. Just wait for the guys to come in. Go and have a comfort break.
We'll do. See you in the second half, guys. Come on, Leicester.
The rest of us, when we say comfort break, we all know what that means. He's off to have a wank. See you in a bit, mate. Take care. Oh, dearie me. Well. What a game. What a game this is turning out to be. Wayne, how are you, sir?
All right, Chris, you've got a really smart top on you, mate.
Hey! Oh, hang on a minute. Are we having single white female here?
What's that? What's that? What's the hook line in that film, Chris? Matching
Not
outfits?
seen the film, have you? Single white female.
Before my time, Chris.
Jim, good evening, good afternoon, good morning.
Hello, Chris. Hello, Wayne.
Whatever it is over there. What a half. I mean, please tell me that we can. Well, look, I don't know where to start. It's just the defence is just so shit, isn't it?
Very, very much so. And it's I can't even go with all the words. It's lackadaisical. It's sloppy. To give up those goals the way we did, we can't survive that way.
We can't. You're right. We can't at all.
Hey, I like the football. I like the football friends. You guys looking good together. I like that. Is that the new kit? Old kit?
No, it's a very, very. To say that he's not old enough to remember that film, he's got the kit that came out before that film was actually released. So
it's a great kit, but you can't wear it in 28 degrees, can you, Chris?
Can't wear any bloody kit in 28 degrees, I'll tell you. I mean, Wayne. Fans have already left, and that kind of sums it up, doesn't it?
It does. I mean, if you want to set the scene to make fans leave, then that's the way to play. We look slow. We look, apart from the usual suspects, Alves, Braybrook, and Aluko, who I thought had an excellent half. That's Aluko and not a That's Aluko, not a Coley, Chris.
All right, they sound the same.
But yeah, so I mean, the way they waltzed through us for the first goal, that typifies our defensive weakness, and it just carried on. The one thing I say, when they get the chance in around the box, they pretty much have an attempt on target or a close attempt. That's really worrying for me.
I'm going to let you guys have a chat. I just wanted to come in because I just wanted to show Jim something.
Oh,
hey.
Brilliant.
This is, right, as you know, I got one for the World Cup, although it didn't come through until you'd got knocked out, unfortunately. But the one that I ordered didn't have a number or anything on it, which you were supposed to. So,
Fuzz.
Hey, that's brilliant.
Oh, I love it. I
so
love
came
it.
this morning. I thought I'm going to have to again. I would have probably worn it, but it's a bit tighter on me, and which I'm surprised at for Americans. You Americans are usually bigger than us. With apologies.
I love it though.
With apologies, but they did give me another one, so it will get worn. Guys, I'll let you get on with it, and I will see you at or just before the kickoff.
All right.
See you in a minute, mate.
So, Mr. Optimism, I was a little worried. I was worried going into this. I said, how are two positive guys like us supposed to spin that debacle we saw in the first half?
I mean, that was dire, wasn't it? I mean, the only thing, clutching at straws, the only thing we're good at is we're good at playing with the ball possession. But that was it, wasn't it? That was it.
I mean, that stat that Chris read as the half was winding down, how much possession we had and we dominated. I'm like, are you kidding me? I just didn't see it. It didn't jump out and grab me that we had that much possession. We seemed to be losing the ball. We seemed to not make. I'll tell you what, even though you see the talent with Alves and Braybook, we just haven't had those link ups, that bringing the ball down, that mastery of the midfield that we've had lately. They've kept us from really opening up. Now, that goal was beautiful and the way they put together, but I don't know.
The way he took the ball, because it came from a quick rollout, didn't it? From their break, from their attack, quick rollout. I mean, that ball, where's Burns' ball, he hit it with the outside of his boot across field, and he also got in the box. And that is something that's like your Lampards and your Gerrards, where they start the move off and they're the one finishing it in the box. And that is exciting, because up until that point, to be honest, in fact, fans were leaving and Tom was dejected, saying, no, we're in the right mess. But that move was a beautiful footballing move.
Well, and our boy Alves started it. He played that nice ball right where he should, in the box, to our striker. And Bristich got a little bit of a touch on the head to it, right out to Burns. And he, like you said, what a beautiful finish. I was writing down notes as you and I were texting of what are we going to talk about and how are we going to spin this. But one of the things that I was going to say is, certainly it's not over. I mean, look at Luton last week. They were down 3-1 at half, and they won 4-3. Now, they weren't a player down. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Do we shoot for a draw? I mean, certainly we got to get one goal at a time to get back into it.
Yeah, and the thing is, like Prashant says, was there an improvement after our goal? I think there was improvement with the change of structure, wasn't it? Because all of a sudden people stepped up. And I think that before our goal, I think you summed it up perfectly, and Tom in the Watchalong, is that we got loads of possession, but we weren't very dangerous. Braybrook, like you said, Braybrook was making those runs, but they weren't finding him, or they're playing too slow. Alves is just doing what Alves does. He's always available the wall. Braybrook is either sprinting forward or sprinting back to run in space. And it's just the older, the Cullens, and up until that point, it was just sort of, the older players that really were struggling. The older players central defence, the older players around the pitch. I think there's an argument for having more. What would Riley Carr have been doing, mate, in that game? He'd have been tacking. I'd love to see us tacking down both the wings in a game.
Yeah, that's where, if anything, it opens things up for you. If they're keeping it compact the way they are, we're not getting those wide open runs that we could. Certainly with a man down in the second half is going to be a difficult task as it is. What did you think about Skippy's red card? I've yet to see the replay.
Yeah, it was. Look, you put your foot up in that, people get sent off around the ankles.
Right.
If you're going up towards,
the thigh.
Yeah, you are asking for trouble, to be honest. And Skip's probably one of the most experienced players.
Yeah.
So I think it was fair. If that was their player doing that, we'd be calling for him.
Oh yeah. Well, on that, I think their player Tilt, who got a yellow card early, he was the one who, whether it was inadvertent or not, hit Bristich in the mouth.
Yeah.
And boy, he was. Oh, the biscuit was not happy, was he?
No. And he's not a snowflake, is he? You know, he can handle himself.
Oh,
so,
no.
Yeah, I think that was a red card. You know, two yellows. Yeah,
it should have been 2 yellows. But we'll see. We'll see if it lights a fire under our team in the second half. They've got to be careful, of course, being a man down. But if they come out, you know, we'll see. Once again, we'll see what Russell Martin's made of, what he does with this halftime. See if he's a Liam Cohen and he can get him fired up in halftime. But
did you see Wiltshire's halftime talk?
No, but I heard about it.
Oh my word! I mean, he put the fire of God in them and really said to them, "Come on, we're doing all this training. You're not showing it on the pitch. Come on, what we've done all the drills. You know what to do. Like, get out, get 2 goals back, get into them." And they came back 1-4-3. I mean, that's inspiring. That's Cohenism. That's what you want. You want the passion.
Yeah, you got to have the passion, because in a lot of cases, these are young players. The older ones are the ones that will either respond or they'll say, "Oh, hell, I'm doing my job." But the younger ones are the ones that you're going to get inspired with that kind of emotion and that passion. And we have those players. Yeah, that would be nice. We'll have to see what I'm not giving up the ship yet, but what we saw before our goal, was horrendous.
Yeah, and it's like Reece said in the chat, I'm going to call it now, we ain't playing bad, but 2 mistakes from the old guard yet again.
Well said, Reece. Well said.
You know, I mean, Akola's getting done. You know, he's jumping in too soon. He's not leaving a gap. He's jumping in, then he's getting done physically, and he's getting done tactically as well. Yeah. You know, and it's just not good enough. And that where they scored the goal, where sort of it got done, it went into their player. Then 3 of our players, including Akola, went to that one player, including Sutar. The rebound came to a 3-man because 3 players were on the 1-man, and he scored the goal. It is Keystone Cops, isn't it? Somebody mentioned in the chat a couple of weeks ago. The defense is like Keystone Cops.
Without a doubt. What do you think about Hamza coming in? What's he going to be able to do for us in the second half?
Well, it's interesting because they're trying to work out the formation, weren't we? Whether they're going to play top or how it's going to work. But I think we showed more urgency. Sometimes when you go down to 10 men, if that extra man is in a defence and they're occupying 1 attacker or even 2, sometimes you don't get any advantage from going down to 10 men if the 10 men are used tactically and positioning on the pitch properly. So, and it seems that we are doing that. You know, we seem better. Don't you think we seem better after going down to 10 men?
Oh, no, I absolutely do. I think we picked up the pace. You know, a little bit of urgency. Did you see the passion on Burns after he scored?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It wasn't just I scored, let's get back. No, he was pumped up. And Bristich wanting to come back on the pitch and giving the 4th official an earful. And I think, as Chris said in the watch along, I think he paid him back a little bit by making him wait before he could come in. But we need that passion. We need the passion. We need to not make those mistakes in that back line, and we need to let the young boys, do what they can do.
Yeah, I think it's been said in different sort of programs and pods that defensively we are weak. We know we're weak. We've just got to do enough going forward in scoring goals, haven't we? And I think that Wes Burns, that goal, when he took it, I was quite critical of him and Cullen. I thought, I can't even remember them really be actively involved in the play. It's been always Alves. Look, is it coincidence that it's all coming through Braybrook and Alves down the left and it's not going down the right? That's game after game after game. Not
Martin's
challenge is how does he get the game going down the right-hand side? But the one time it did, when Wes Burns came out with the ball, got into midfield, beautiful crossfield ball with outside of boot to Alves, who, like you said, put the perfect cross in. And then that is Lampard and Gerrard or Rooney. Yeah. That is, I'm so, and he was the one started midfield, played it out wide. He was the one to score the goal at the back post. That's brilliant. And that might change his season and help change our season, hopefully.
Yeah. And that's what I thought. And I even said it last week that we were missing when we took Alves out last week. We were screaming, you and I, at half about putting Bristich in because we needed somebody up top. Because you remember, Bobby was playing horribly. He just didn't need to be in there. But Russell Martin waited too long to get Bristich in. When he did, Alves was out. And, you know, Alves is good at putting that ball in there. Give your striker a chance to do something by putting the ball at his foot or his head or something like that. Now I think with Braybrook there, Burns, Bristich, I think we got a shot. We got a shot at putting another one in the, in the goal.
Right, guys.
Yeah, and Hassan Mood, we do know Hassan Mood, yeah. We know Bangladeshi Chowdhury.
So I'm going to see you at full time. Thanks very much, guys.
All right.
Cheers. Thanks very much.
All right.
There you go. So you got the players coming out, have you?
Yeah, I just got the Burton Albion players warming up. They were out slightly ahead of the Leicester ones, but now here come Leicester City as well. And yeah, interesting one, this, Chris. Just a quick one. I do wonder if actually Skip getting sent off, it removes an easy pass for the defenders, doesn't it? Because he's not just stood in front of them. It's an easy pass to lay it off to. You've got to drive forward a bit more then. You've got to show a bit more directness in what you're doing, right? Ironically, I know we're down to 10 minutes, not ideal, but it's encouraging us to play a bit better.
It is, and I also think being down to 10 men and losing, it does. I mean, there's the old saying, isn't there? 10 men are harder to beat sometimes than 11. But look, we're going to be kicking off in a second. So before we do, just do this for us, guys. 122 viewers. Right,
we're underway.
Kicking off. You're underway.
Yeah, about 15 seconds in, but it's okay. Burton have played one long to get it underway here. The ball's out.
Only just kicked off, so I apologise for that. So no changes. No changes at half time, Tom?
No, we've already seen the one with Hamza, haven't we? So, no, I think it's right now. I think we showed a little bit more at the end of that half, didn't we? It's going to be a throw into Burton Albion here, guys, on this near-hand side here, just as they're coming towards our goals. A bit of discussion going on with the referee, though.
I think we're playing back to front as well, aren't we? Because what we normally play in the second half, we played in the first. Now, I'm not saying that will have confused the players, but it doesn't take a lot sometimes, does it?
No, it doesn't, mate. But it's an interesting place to be here because you think if we can get the equalising goal, I still think we can win this game. But we're trying to play out from the back again now. And here come Burton trying to close us down. And there's 3 or 4 Burton players there. Braybrook's taken one to the back of the foot there. The referee is saying play on. That's harsh. And now Burton are outside the penalty area. Going to be Krubaj trying to play a ball through. Burns is going to come back and lay it off to McCarthy. And we're going to boot it back to where the throwing came from literally a minute ago. And Burton are going to have another opportunity at a second go at this.
Referee is awful.
Yeah, that was terrible. Braybrook here gets utterly polarized. That could be a red card. The foot was raised. Braybrook got back up because he's a good young man who wants to go and fight for that ball. If he stayed down, I think that's a red card.
The referee's not consistent.
No, not at all. He seems very much like there seems to be a bit of a bias here of that Burton are the small teams. We're going to give them a little bit more in this game as we get a free kick here.
Saw that. You should have stayed. Well, no, you shouldn't have probably stayed down. That's Hamza's now taken out and he wins a free kick.
Yeah, it's getting a bit lively here. High boot in the middle as well on Bristich. He's frustrated. Hamza's immediately taken this ball, guys, and gone all the way to the far side of the Burton penalty area. It's a race on here with Alves and the Burton Albion defender Sibic, who's going to just hold it at the far end corner here. But Alves is trying to win it as a wrestling match. Obviously, Sibic is twice the size. Well, not twice the size, slightly bigger than Will Alves, to be fair. And it's gone out now. It'll be a Leicester throwing here just near their corner flag far side.
Good thinking by Hamza Chowdhury, in fairness.
Yeah, to be fair, we said he might be a bit slow sometimes. That was the quickest I've seen him do anything in quite a while. So fair play to him. We need more of that energy second half because, like I say, I really think we could go on and win this game still. I think it's very winnable.
2-1 and to score just be half time. I mean, the Burton Albion manager would have been saying, right, this is what we're going to talk about at half time, blah, blah, blah. And then it's, oh, shit. And he's had to change his plan now, hasn't he? Because there's only one goal in it. And like you say, if we get the next goal and we get it in the reasonable close time, then, we could very well, like you say, go on and win it.
We could. Akolilo's made a mistake, though, again, Chris. He's tried to play it through, and his passing, even at short range, is pretty abysmal. Burton then get the ball on the edge of the penalty area. Luckily, there's a good bit of play there, once again, from Will Alves coming back. Wins a free kick there in a 50-50 draw. Sorry, no, it was Luke Thomas. I saw the number 3 there. So free kick to Leicester, but that's taken some pressure off. Interesting, though, how Burton have come out at the start of this second half looking to get another goal. I think they realise they stay at 2-1 here. They might let us back into this.
Yes, yeah. Oh, come on. They are literally... They're just trying to break the play up now, aren't they?
It's interesting because both teams are getting a little bit fiery here because there's a little bit of frustration on both sides about the referee here. And here comes Bristich now, and once again, some heavy tackling going on. Hamza's gone up there as well, as is Aluko. And Aluko's got caught up with one of the Burton players there. It's going to go out of play for a Leicester throwing halfway inside our half. The referee is coming across to try and calm things down again. But Amar, the Burton Albion left-back's now down, saying him and Aluko were getting a bit heavy on each other.
Is he, do you think... losing control of the referee?
Yeah, it's on the verge of it. You see in the last 5 minutes, just the way the tackles are going in, they're going in very hard. There's a lot of sliding in. I mean, Amar went sliding in on Aluko there, so I don't know why he's arguing about Aluko standing his ground, but there's definitely some bite in this game now as Burton Albion are going to try and break on the far side. Once again, another Burton player's hit the deck. The referee, I think, is going to give the free kick for that as well, and he is.
Who knew? Who knew, eh?
Yeah, exactly. It's Lofthouse, sorry, who's got that. And he was saying his shirt was being pulled. And it's going to be a free kick halfway inside the Leicester half, quite central.
What we don't need to do here is give everything away, give anything away again, do we?
Well, that's it. I don't want to sound like Michael Owens stating the obvious here, Chris, but I mean, the next goal in this is huge, isn't it? Because if Burton go and get it, that will probably deflate the sails on, this already sinking ship. But if Leicester gets it, I think all of a sudden we got a game on our hands, haven't we?
Indeed we have.
We got a wall just outside the penalty area here, guys. 7 Leicester players sort of lined up. Ball into the penalty area now, goes all the way through. Wes Burns has left and has gone behind for a goal kick to Leicester.
I mean, early days, we've still got 45 to go. I mean, let's be honest with you. If Russell Martin can get a win here, you're going to go. You're going to have to reevaluate your thoughts, aren't you?
Well, it'll be nice. I mean, the only way they're going to do it is to show the thing we've lacked in the last 2 years, which is actually a little bit of fight and design, a little bit of composure as well, because we've just seen there Hamza Chowdhury, unfortunately, has fouled someone on the edge of the D there, and there's going to be another free kick to Burton Albion. It was a nibble there from Akoli on someone else, and then Hamza took away another player off the ball, which is pretty harsh, actually. I don't think that's a free kick, but this is a big Deadpool opportunity, guys, coming up here, because it's just on the edge of the D here, central. It's going to be Webster lining up. Looks like he's going to take it in a minute. And McCarthy is going to have to organise a wall. It's just on the edge of the penalty area.
Why am I worried?
I'm getting a bit frustrated at the referee giving everything for Burton here. I mean, Braybrook got utterly hacked down in what could have been a red card tackle, and there was nothing. That's a bit bizarre for me.
I honestly think he's losing control.
Yeah, I think that's definitely it. He's very inexperienced. We're going to see this free kick about to be taken. It's going to be a direct one by Webster by the looks of it. Excuse me.
Nobody's been given an assist for Burns, his goal.
No. Here it comes now over the wall, over the crossbar. It's gone behind, goal kick. Relief.
I mean, maybe it did come off therefore a Burton Albion player.
Sorry, what are we talking about, Bud?
No assist for Burns, sorry.
Oh, yeah, no, it was either Bristich or it looked to me like the centre-back of Burton got the final touch on it, Chris. We're trying to play out from the back again, guys. We're losing the ball to Burton again here. Wes Burns is trying to come back and fight with Amar for this on the far side of the pitch, and we're getting into a bit of a battle outside of our penalty area here. But once again, I don't think we're helping ourselves playing out from the back, Chris. In the last 5 minutes, there's 4 times we tried to play out from the back from the goalkeeper, and every time we lost it to Burton Albion outside our goal. Problematic.
What can I say?
Well, I mean, if Russell Martin's going to go for this, we've got not long left of the transfer window. They've got to bring in some new players because this team's not going to be able to do that, and it's going to get us in trouble. Bristich again here getting involved with Burton Albion centre back to lap, and he's wrestled him down there, and the referee's given Burton another free kick. And we're going to see 3 Leicester players on the side of the pitch here warming up to come on, guys, and they would be Howell, Watson, and Bobby Decordova-Reid.
Oh no!
Well, someone's got to be a hero today. We're going to see here. We're going to see he's about to come off.
No. If he takes Bristich off, I'm going.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to find this difficult. We're not going to get the change yet. There's going to be the free kick to Burton Albion first here, down halfway inside the Leicester half on the near-hand side. Once again, we've got a line of our players up here on the edge of the penalty area. Burton got everyone forward trying to get ahead on it. McCarthy's going to come and claim it, and he's done a good job there, just outside of his 6-yard box to pick it up.
Well, let's see, shall we?
Yeah. But now he's rolled it out to a Cody. He's kicked it straight back to McCarthy. Something's going on there because I don't think the referee's allowing the game to carry on. No, he's going to let the substitutions happen instead. So first change for Leicester. Coming off, we're going to have... I'm just trying to see who this is. Is Wes Burns coming off for Howell? Not convinced by that, but I think Wes Burns has actually really grew into this game the more it's gone on. And let's see what the next ones are. Yeah, I'm very surprised. And who else have we got coming on here? So we got, I can't see the board. Hang on, we'll get it in a second here. They can't even work out who's coming on and who's coming off because the line's been saying you wait, the fourth official is, and then all the Leicester players have run on. And then they're trying to wait.
He was waiting to come on, wasn't he?
He was, yeah. We didn't quite see the subs there. It will come up in a minute because they didn't show us the ball. Here come Leicester over Luco down this far right-hand side. Break into a bit of space. Here's Watson for his first touch of the day. It's Burns on for Howell. Ball's going to come down the far-hand side here for Howell. And they haven't worked it out either. Howell's going to cross it across here. Howell's for Burns. They keep putting the same one up on the screen at the moment. Here comes Watson, chipped in towards the 6-yard box, headed down by Leicester and Bray, but going to go all the way through, shielded behind for a goal kick to Burton Albion. And we still haven't seen those subs yet. No. Alves has come off for Watson.
And who's on for Decordova-Reid is on for Burns. Burns is off for me.
No, Burns was for Howell. Decordova-Reid we don't know at this time. And
yeah, it's just come up on mine. Burns is off for Decordova-Reid.
Oh, right. They swapped it over, have they? So who was Howell off for? Howell on for? I'm just trying to see here. I'm just looking on the pitch. Looks like Bristich has come off to me. Yeah, I think Bristich has come off for Bobby Decordova-Reid.
Oh, for fuck's sake, he has.
Yeah, because Decordova-Reid's the only man up top. Well, that's an interesting call. I would say those are the 3 players that so far have made the biggest effort of scoring us a goal, and you've taken them all off. Here comes Leicester again, though. Here comes Decordova-Reid talking on it. He's one-on-one with Delapia. He's going to try and shoot, and that's a poor effort. Going to go behind for a corner, though. Leicester have an opportunity here from a set-piece incoming from the far side of the pitch. Yeah, well, he's trying to get played through the Decordova-Reid, but against, a man of Delapia...
I'll be back in a minute. I don't fucking believe this.
No worries, you can have a minute. Yeah, it's frustrating, Chris. I agree. Yeah. Cheers, Dean. Lovely to see you all in there. Thank you guys, everyone, being with us today. Yeah, so, we a few controversial decisions there. I don't kind of see the point in taking Bristich off when you've got a battle against Tilt and Delap, who are 2 big centre-backs. But, I know, well, guess we're going to see here. It's going to be a corner from Braybrook, which is going to be an in-swinger here. Suter's trying to get to the near post. It comes all the way across the 6-yard box, misses everyone. We're going to go out of play on the far-hand side for a Burton Albion goal kick. So it's a shame Suter didn't stick where he was before, but... there we go. Referee's trying to calm things down a bit as well. I don't get that. I don't get bringing off your physical players and the ones that have been bringing all the creativity to the team in the first half. I don't get bringing them off. And also Wes Burns, to be fair, was matching up in the physical duels as well, which I'm not sure Howell's going to do. He's not a similar style of player, is he? But Exactly, Preshan. I don't understand it either. Goal kick from Burton Albion, played up to the far side, headed on. Cody's going to pick up the loose ball here. He's going to take his time, play it back to McCarthy on the edge of his penalty area. McCarthy carries the ball down towards the centre of the penalty area and across to Suter. Pressing now from Dennis. Dennis right on the goalkeeper there, and very casual again from Leicester in those back positions there. Ball forward towards Declan David-Reed, can be intercepted by Tilt, all the way back to a Dejan Burton Albion goal. He kicks it over the halfway line, goes into the technical area, and it's going to be a throw to Leicester right on the halfway line on the far side of the pitch. Taken quickly, back to Akoli, and Akoli's going to link it up with Thomas again here, and back to Suter as we look to try and maybe play through them again. Long ball forward now again, and it's going to go all the way through. They are trying to play a few more chip long through balls here in the second half, guys. But what's interesting is that I think you're losing the height profile of Bristich just for the perceived pace, perhaps, of Declan-Over-Reed now leading the line. So, interesting decision here. Yeah, and I can see all these in the chat. Everyone's saying we don't understand these subs. Don't forget to join us for the post-match today, guys, because there'll be me, Chris, and Jim and Wayne for that one. And we're going to get into all the technicalities of what has been a very interesting day so far, the King Power, to open our home campaign. Going to be thrown to Leicester on the far-hand side. We lost immediately to Burton Albion. They're going to come over halfway. We're going to be shielded out here by Akoli on the far side. And now here comes Aluko on the overlap. Plays it off to Braybrook in the midfield here. Braybrook's been absolutely nailed there, but it was a fair tackle in all fairness. And now Burton trying to win this midfield battle as Hamza and Luke Thomas get involved. And Luke Thomas gives away a free kick just around the halfway line. You're right there, Chris.
I'm flabbergasted.
Oh, no, I am as well. It's a big call, isn't it? I mean, you've got to give the manager the calls at this point in the season, but we can all see ourselves that probably not a wise decision with the way the context of the game is going.
What is the reason, or what is the question that means you take off Bristrick and bring on your fucking oldest wanker going?
Oh, there's a loose ball there from Hamza, and it went all the way back to McCarthy, and luckily McCarthy managed to kick it out for a throw into Burton, but once again, a bit sloppy with those back passes, Leicester.
Fucking sloppy, like the fucking manager. Honestly, Russell Martin couldn't win a wank off in a fucking whorehouse.
The only problem we got is that I guess maybe, and this, look, I don't agree with this, I'm just trying to devil's advocate this like you would, Chris. Maybe he thinks Bristich is about to get sent off or something because he looked a little bit fiery towards the end of that. But this is a fiery game and the referee has got to make some better decisions for me.
I think we've got to make a better decision and get a manager in that can...
Well, I refer you back to all of the pre-season shows we did where I discussed the merits of maybe changing our system and style now for a league where playing a total football might not be the best approach. But there we go. I've talked about it all summer. Let's not do it now. Back to the Burton Albion goalkeeper. Bobby trying to chase him down here. Going to be cleared out towards the halfway line. Once again, near the technical area. Kept in play by Luke Thomas. Headed down here towards Watson. Little bit of bouncing around there going on with the Burton players using their bodies as bodyguards. And it's going to go back out of play towards the technical area again. And it will be this time, I believe, a Burton Albion throwing, Chris.
To be honest with you, talk to me about what you're doing. I'm going down the pub tonight.
Yeah, I think I might easily pop out afterwards and go grab myself a few beverages.
I have arranged to go down the pub tonight.
I wonder if you won't be drinking pints, you'll be drinking shorts.
Quite possibly. Whatever gets me pissed the quickest. I tell you what, the breakfast show tomorrow morning could be interesting.
Yeah. Tune into that. Your Dorset Radio, is it, Chris? Which
Dorset
one is it?
Riviera Radio. Yeah.
Dorset Radio. That's the one. Yeah, there's a few around in Dorset. Radio is a very popular medium over there.
Yeah, you may not be able to. Oh, has he booked somebody? This referee.
Well, there's a lot.
All I'm going to say is, no, I'm not going to say that. I'm going to say this.
God, it didn't take long to get that graphic together, did it? It's almost like we saw this coming. Oh, we're giving it away again, Chris, on the edge of the area. Here comes... Whoa, Webster's put it over the crossbar. Oh, we keep doing it. I'm laughing because it's just hilarious. You can see it coming. A silly little pass there across. It was loose again from Luke Thomas. It was straight to a Burton Albion player. Suter there's trying to shield them off. Webster gets the shot away with two men on him. And luckily for us, he's got underneath it and scooped it over the bar. But that was on the edge of the penalty. And once again, Chris trying to play out from the back. Literally full suicide at the King Power.
I keep coming back to this. You're 2-1 down. You need goals. Why the fuck do you bring Bobby Decova-Reid on?
So why the hell do you not have another striker in the door by now? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, what you can do is keep Bristrick on and then maybe play Jacoby Reed in that 10 role.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
I agree. Ball on the far-hand side here, going to be Watson trying to cut inside. People have misread that, but Luco's going to get the opportunity. Luco's gone over. Free kick to Leicester on the edge of the D here. Quite central. Yellow card to Burton Albion's Kruderby as well.
He's booked to Burton Albion player. No.
I know.
You should have got to Specsavers. He hasn't, Tom.
No, I know. Credit to Aluko there because it was a pretty poor pass. Well, it wasn't a poor pass. Watson was trying to do one thing and everyone else was reading it another. And Aluko made up the difference there, trying to get onto the loose ball. And he won us the free kick down a dangerous place. Great opportunity here to level this game. Can we get someone who's going to put this in the back of the net from outside the area?
Yes. Yeah, I've lost all. We were back in this game and that has just killed it off.
Nate's just said in the chat that I should stop watching Leicester and watch my Football Manager series. I'll be back tomorrow night, Chris, for that, won't I? My first game of the season against Blackpool.
If you are all right for that.
Yeah, I want to do it, mate. I want to produce a Leicester show where Leicester are winning. Well, hopefully. I got my first game against Blackpool. How's about to take this free kick here, guys? Going to take it now. Well, waiting. Referee's just waiting for it. Burton Wall. Howe takes the free kick. Goes all the way through, and it's a good save there from a day in the Burton Albion goal. Going down towards the left-hand side post, through the wall. We're going to pick the ball up again. Howe's going to chip it in towards the 6-yard box. Doesn't beat the Burton man. Head tennis going on the edge of the penalty area. Here's Aluko again now. Aluko's gone over again. I think he's won us another free kick. Well done, Baddy Aluko. That's twice. He's won us a dangerous set piece here. This one, though, slightly more to the near side of the football pitch and not as central. Similar that way out.
Game Aluko, in fairness, hasn't he?
Well, once again, he's one of those players like Braybrook and Alves, you can say, is showing the levels of energy required. As Burton Albion take off the player that's been booked here, and they're going to replace him with Collar, the midfielder that's come on loan from MK Dons. Like for like change.
There was actually 10 minutes there where I was actually excited about watching Leicester.
Yeah, it's funny because we seem to make things harder for ourselves. The passing out from the back is a good example of that. And then making these changes, I mean, it'd be nice if we had a manager come in any of the last ones that could actually make a change that made any sense. Braybrook stood over this free kick now. It looks like it's going to go across the 6-yard box. And he does chip it in towards the far side of the 6-yard box. Header across towards the goal, and it's gone over the top of the crossbar, but close and dipping there. And an opportunity, unfortunately, we haven't taken it. I think that was Watson who got his head on the end of that. No, it was Braybrook. Well, Braybrook with a cross, sorry. Who was it? Watson?
I'm not sure. Braybrook's got his arm
No, it was Suter. I don't know how I mixed up Watson and Suter. There's about 6 foot difference in height between them.
Braybrook took the free kick.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Suter got on the end of it. I mean, that's one thing about Harry Suter. If you can get it on his head, he might score us a goal.
Well, I mean, Bobby Reed will get 2 now, and we'll say what a wonderful tactician Russell Martin is.
Yeah, that's it. Leicester won a free kick again here on the halfway line. It's going to be taken quickly and played back to Suter in the centre-back position. Excuse me, referee seems to be giving us a lot more decisions this half. I don't know if someone had a word with him, like the 4th official at half-time, but seems to me like he's given us most of the ones that have gone our favour this half.
Crash out. I'll be honest with you, I got fed up with doing the rate the players. We have 2 review type shows on a Monday. We have at 1:30, we have Kate's reaction when she will be reacting to that, and she will pick out players that impressed her and players that didn't impress her. And then we will be talking about, in the review show at 7 o'clock, there'll be a section on who needs to improve. That will probably be the longest section, to be honest with you.
Yeah, Leicester with the ball here on the far-hand side. It's going to come all the way back to McCarthy again. 25 minutes plus any added time to go here. I mean, I'd have liked to have seen that goal from Leicester come by now. And look at the passes completed now. 371 to Leicester, 121 to Burton.
Yeah, but what the fuck have we done with it?
Well, exactly. It's almost like it's so predictable, isn't it? It's like we're going to have possession, we're going to have passes, but we're going to be losing the game of football, aren't we? Overlapping run here from Leicester now, and a good job there from Watson to find a bit of space. He's going to drive inside here. There's an overlap as well, going to be cross to cross. It's going to hit the Burton Albion defender on the legs. Going to go out for another corner here. Another opportunity from a set piece, and good run from Watson there.
Just to say, Leicester have jumped up to 18th with that goal.
Early days yet. We want to be looking at higher than 18th for this season. Oh, maybe we should take 18th now, Chris. It's looking a little bit dodgy, isn't it?
Some would say, stop now, stop the count.
We joked down my Football Manager save I've been doing, where you start from League Two is kind of art imitating life. We could end up in League Two the way this game's gone at times.
Well, yes. I mean, at one point we were in 21st and in the drop zone.
Yeah, corner in from Braybrook, unfortunately, straight through to a day in the goal for Burton Albion, who's cleared it with no pressure on him at all there. So still 2-1 to Burton Albion.
AFC Wimbledon are doing what we all predicted in 23rd, and Wigan, bottom of the table at the moment with 0 points. The only team with no points.
Aluko there fouls at number 3 for Burton again. I keep saying he's Amar. I don't think it is Amar. Let me get his name right here. Armour. Sorry, not Amar, Armour. I do apologise, everyone. Armour.
A couple of teams that were behind. MK Dons are drawn level with Huddersfield, 1-1. Peterborough 1-1 with Mansfield. Blackpool still 2-0 up away at Stockport. Leyton Orient 2-0 up at Wigan. And Plymouth are winning against Wycombe Wanderers away, 1-0.
Yeah, big one for that Plymouth. The Burton Albion striker here, Dennis, is currently off and he's holding his hamstring while sat on the side of the pitch here. He's just coming back on now. The referee's allowed him back on. That could be a worrying thing for Burton because I'm not sure they've got much adequate of a strike force on the bench here, Chris.
We live in hope. We live in hope. I mean, in fairness to Dennis, he was sat on the pitch and he did actually go off the pitch. But he came on a bit quicker than... he let him straight back on. How long did it take to let Bristrick come back on?
Yeah, it was a long time, wasn't it? It's a bit bizarre. I'll let you take over, mate. I'm just currently having a tech issue, my end. Typical.
Okay, well, I'm, I think, a bit behind you. No, he said he's put him back off. He said, no, you shouldn't have come back on. And he sat down again. He said, well, I'll have a rest then. It was a bit of stretching. So he referee, no, fair play to the referee. And got to give him credit. The player walked back on and the referee went, oh, you, off the pitch. So the goalkeeper for Burton, it's a long ball up towards our left-back position. The Leicester player got a head on it, but it's back over now into the Leicester. Oh, defending there by Leicester. Has it gone out? No, we've kept it in, but we're not. It's desperate defending here. It really is.
Anytime we play it around the back, we look in terrible trouble. We really do. But
Leicester come away, though. Is this the chance? It's a long cross into the box. I'll tell you what. I think he was passing to his mate in rows X there. What a fucking awful cross that was. And that, I think, was... I'm not sure. It was one of the lone players that's come on. Who did that awful cross.
If it's number 20, it's Howell. If it's number 23, it's Watson.
20. Substitute for Burton Albion. Dennis is off. Dennis the Menace has gone off, and they've brought on Adele. Well, hello. I'll keep doing that until you laugh. So you might as well laugh now and get it over with.
Sorry, I was just trying to sort my thing out. I think I'm slightly behind you now. I'm just trying to rework this out.
69-62, but
I was quite substantially behind that. I mean, it's interesting because they brought off a striker for a centre, but for a left back there.
But as you said, had they got much options? Free kick to Leicester, just inside the Burton half on the far side. It's picked up quickly. 20 minutes left. We need something now, or the game's going to slip away from us. And it's at home, and I don't think this performance is something that the fans will be overly impressed with. And I've just been listening because you've been doing the commentary. I've had me headphones off, so let me just put these on.
No worries. I'm still trying to sort myself out here. I had something, but I was six minutes behind you, which wouldn't have been pretty helpful, really, would it? So. No. But it's frustrating because, I mean, I can see us drawing this game now.
Sorry, a scuff clearance from Leicester, from Burton. Leicester got it on the edge of the box. Burton can't get it away now. It's their turn to do panic defending. Baybrook to Aluko. Now, Howells. Oh, back heel. Chips it into the box. No, it's headed clear by... And it's headed back in. Oh, there's players all over the place here, and it's booted out for a throw-in for Leicester on this near side, just inside their penalty line. But it's taken quickly. Chowdhury's on the ball. One thing I like about having Chowdhury on the pitch, I can recognise him from a distance.
It's very true, isn't it? Oh, yeah, it's difficult with some of them, isn't it?
Well, I was all right with Fatu until he had a haircut. Oh, a lovely ball across the field. Watson now. Oh, left-footed in, but he can't get it past the Milton Keynes defender. 19 minutes to go. Leicester still have the ball. No, we've given it away. Watson, what are you doing? Just wasn't hard enough. Chowdhury, well done. Great, amazing tackle from Chowdhury there. Because Watson just played it straight to the one striker that was ahead there for Burton Albion. And Chowdhury came back. I have to say, credit where credit's due, and I'm quick enough to criticise him. Chowdhury had to get that tackle in.
He did, mate. He did. I'm back online.
Forward into the box. Chips it in. No. Nobody just in the right position. It's kind of hit out. Oh, now it's going to be a free kick, is it? No, says the referee. Hasn't given a free kick. What's happened? So what we got here? Howell now. He's shown a bit of trickery. He's Howell. He's the Brighton player, isn't he?
Yeah, both him and Watson. I think Howell, the two times he's put a cross in so far, they've both been pretty underhit and poor. I would say he needs to improve on that.
Went for a shot, thought about it. Leicester still got position with Howell. Takes it down to the byline. Can he get it across? He gets it in, and it's out for a throw in. He's looking. Actually, I've got to say, fairness to him, he's looking dangerous, Howell.
Yeah, I think both him and Watson have shown some good manoeuvrability with the ball, haven't they, at their feet? They're adding that bit of dynamic sort of play we needed, like from people like Will Alves, when he got taken off as well. So that's a good side of it.
Yes, he is still on. So we're coming up to the last 15 minutes. Is that a free kick? Yes. And another booking for Milton Keynes.
Sorry for Burton Albion.
Great book that was brought down then, Prashant.
It was Lofthouse that went in the book there for Burton. You said Milton Keynes, Chris.
I know, I've been saying it. I look at these teams, when they're in their away shirts, I immediately think of like a team in that home kit. Are you back up to speed then?
I am, mate. Do you want me to take over again?
You take over, mate. You're better than me.
Free kick's going to be taken now. It's Bobby Decordova-Reid. It's going to go over the top of the wall, and it's gone past that right-hand post, sadly, and gone behind for a goal kick. Curved just off target there, but it was a decent enough effort.
See, that's something you don't hear every day. A decent enough effort when you're talking about Bobby Decordova-Reid.
Well, it's interesting because if the ball's going to whip like that, just hit it central, Bobby, because it would have curled in the corner then, wouldn't it? So it's a bit odd, not technically that brilliant, is it? Bit of a mosh pit going on in the middle here with Hamza Chowdhury picking the ball up. Going to lay it back to Harry Suter now. Suter's going to feed it forward here to Luke Thomas. Yeah, it's jumped over all over the place. This is the problem when you're in League One, mate, trying to watch these things. You don't get the most reliable stuff, do you? And it's going to come back down to Hamza Chowdhury.
Mine's doing all right. Sorry, mate.
I was going to say, yours has been more stable than mine. Mine seems to go backwards and forwards a little bit. Ball in now from Leicester towards the 6-yard box. Doesn't make it to Decordova-Reid. Going to be cleared out to the far side again, and it's picked up here by Coley. Back to Hamza. Hamza's put himself out a bit this second half. He's been back there, and he's been up at the top end of the pitch and trying to do some good link-up play. I'll give him credit for that.
No, I've got to say, he's done all right.
He has, yeah. I mean, he needed more of that Hamza than the Hamza we saw at the end of last season. Loose header here from Burton in towards Watson, into the side, netting on the right-hand side, but that was a big chance.
Interestingly, touches inside the opposition box with a big gap at half-time. It's now Leicester 10, Burton 11.
Yeah, exactly. It's amazing how all of a sudden now, when you've got to go out there and do something, we're seeing that level of energy we probably should have seen from the start, guys, to be completely honest, yeah.
Right, let me put this to you. What is different between what we're watching now to what we were watching at the end of last season? That is, we leave it until the last 15 minutes that we're now in, the last 15 minutes to start playing.
Yeah, I know. It's frustrating, isn't it? There is no difference there, mate. You're right. It's something which is a hangover effect that's carrying on. And once again, it goes back to we still got a lot more work to do to get this team into a position.
I've got to just say here, the prize for the best screen name of the day goes to Toasty Dough, who's coming from Canada. Hello, Toasty. I don't know if that's your job or not. Maybe you need the bread.
Oh, very good, man, mate. Very good, very good. Whereabouts in Canada are you from, mate? 'Cause I'm a former Toronto boy, so.
There's a Leicester sub going to be made, I think, mate.
Yeah, we're going to see Luke Thomas coming off, guys, and Louis Page is coming on. So this might be a bit of a surprise. So I think we're probably going three at the back now with Louis Page going into midfield.
Yes, I think that would be a very good. Is it left too long to come on?
Oh, we still got 15 minutes. So if you consider as well, there's going to be some added time in this game because a lot of breakages at the first part of the second half, wasn't there? I think we're going to have another 20 minutes yet. So yeah. No, I think this is all right. I think that's all the changes we can make now. It's all 5 for Leicester in the book.
See if you can see where Page has gone to.
That's it. Oh, here come Burton Albion now all of a sudden, and Webster with a chance there. Webster's got a strike away, Chris, and McCarthy's had to parry it by him for a corner. Oh, hello. That was a dangerous one, guys, unfortunately. Burton all of a sudden, similar to the first goal, a little bit of space and the strike from distance there, but it was well covered by McCarthy. It actually went out for a throwing, not a corner on the far
I'm going to say, I don't know how far back I am from you. That looks like a throw-in. I have to say, 3 yellow cards for Burton after everything we were saying.
Yeah, well, that's it. The game's going to be equal. Oh, Toasty Dose from the 6 as well. Ideal, mate. Whereabouts in Toronto? Sorry, I'm going to distract you. Distracted me now.
No, you talk, mate. You talk.
I was going to say, I'm a former Junction Triangle boy, so let me know in the chat there, mate, whereabouts. Anyway, ball forward now from Leicester. Burton are going to pick it up on the halfway line. Comes down to the far side with Curtis Tilt. He's going to go back. Bobby Ducker-Dover-Reed trying to close that ball down there. Going to come forward to Aluko, who's gone under a bit of pressure there from Burton. Referee doesn't give that free kick when he possibly could have done. Luckily, Leicester win that second ball, though. And there's a little bit of a labouring sort of run there from Howe. It looks like he's got a bit of a knock, actually. And Burton are going to get the ball back and play it across to the far side of the pitch. Luckily, it goes out of play, and it's going to be a throw to Leicester halfway outside of our penalty area.
Well, Burton have taken the sting out of the game, haven't they?
Yeah, well, it's interesting because they did have that breakaway chance again here. Here come Leicester, though, once again down the left-hand side. Once again, great vibrancy here from Aluko and Page, who's just come on. Page really running forward here. Just trying to work out, like you said, Chris, whereabouts is he playing? Good overlapping run here. It's going to be an opportunity for Hamza Chowdhury. He can't get the cross away because he had 2 players on him. The pass backwards was missed as well by Watson, but it's going to be picked up by Page again. Page trying to hold on to the ball and encourage Burton Albion to come out a little bit. Suter here, halfway inside their half, with Aluko alongside him. Coley to the other side of him. Yeah, some good stuff. I mean, the play in the transition has looked a lot better and a lot more urgent.
With an amazing run, wasn't it?
It was again, yeah. He's been brilliant, mate, since he's come on. Just that energy, he's bringing to the game, which is really good. Suter now tries to head it back towards, the Burton Albion goal. It's going to come down, and Burton are going to pick the ball up. We're really camped in their half here, and Burton now have a loose pass. It's going to be picked up by Louis Page again.
I'm going to say, just to say, that Page run, he was fouled, and the referee did give a very good advantage.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, the referee's got better as the game's gone on, but he still has made some pretty honking decisions at certain points.
He has. Yeah, but I'm just saying, again, fairness where fairness is.
Well, exactly. Yeah, going to be a throw to Burton Albion here on the far-hand side now anyway. But Burton's still winning this game 2-1. I mean, it's crazy. It felt like a long game, this, with a lot of different things. And there's a yellow card to Gary Bowyer, the manager of Burton Albion. He is getting very animated with the fourth official about something, and he's gone in the book.
Wow.
I'll further up on Markham, mate.
Unfortunately, I think, guys, the best we're going to get from this now is a draw. 10 minutes to go, plus stoppage.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the crazy thing. If we do get a draw, it's going to be a hard-fought draw in the circumstance. But once again, is it really enough? Here's an opportunity now of an overlapping run here. Here comes Howe. He's going to have an opportunity to cut inside. Tries to find Braybrook. It's hit a Burton Albion player. Leicester win that second ball, though, with Watson. Braybrook here really dictating that forward play, Chris. Watson's going to try and strike from distance. Hits a Burton player. Doesn't find its way through. Page now picks up and plays it down to Chowdhury. Page was pushed in the back lane, right in front of the referee. Game is still playing on, though. Harry Suter now driving towards the penalty area. Crosses it in towards the edge of the 6-yard box, and Burton are going to get a foot on that and clear it out.
I'm just watching it, sorry.
No, that's all right. Mine's just froze again. Oh, no, I'm back on now. Typical, isn't it? Burton make that nothing come of that. It's going to be back with Leicester now and a Coley, but we're trying to once again build up. 10 minutes to go. It looks like a few more empty seats in the stadium as well.
Good news for you. Well, Oxford United 1, Stevenage 0 at Stevenage.
Yeah, I predicted 2-0 for that.
Yeah, Wycombe 1, Plymouth 1. Wycombe have equalised.
Oh, dear Plymouth. Russell Martin barking instructions here.
All that Milton Keynes have to do now is just put 10 men behind the ball, isn't it, really?
Burton Albion do, yeah, you're right, Chris. Yeah.
Who did I say?
You said MK Dons again. Everyone got Chris keeps saying MK Dons because they're playing in white, so forgive him. It's a Murray Walker sort of, mistake. It's fine.
Just call me Michael Owen.
I can't wait till you say Fulham for the next one. Simon, afternoon. Beginning to wonder if I did the right thing buying tickets to the Ipswich Cup game. Football's a funny thing, though, Chris, isn't it? It'll be the sort of game we go and win that out of nowhere.
Ipswich may play. Look, when we played Bournemouth under Enzo, I mean, Ipswich may just put out a not, very strong team.
Well, exactly. Yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting to see if Fatterby starts now. It's going to be a free kick at the Burton Albion. I think that's a harsh one. Braybrook getting involved in a physical tussle there with someone twice his side, and he's given the free kick there to Burton, which I find remarkable. Bobby deckled over Reed in the book because he is obviously defending his teammate and saying, "Why have you?" Because actually, it was a foul on Braybrook, Chris. He was bundled over.
What were we just saying about the referee? I've got to say, 198 of you in. Thank you very, very much. Please do subscribe if you're new and click that like button. It all helps the channel and it doesn't cost you a penny.
It does. Thank you very much, guys. Burton with the free kick now. They're going to kick it right away down this far-hand side of the pitch, trying to find a player outside our penalty area. They've picked the ball up here. There's 2 Leicester players around it, though. Now 3 with Braybrook back joining again. And it's going to go out of play for a Leicester City throwing by our far side corner flag. So we get the ball there back under control, and Hamza Chowdhury's about to throw it back into play. 7 minutes here to get a goal and at least get a point. He throws it into Page. Page there, the Burton player, Chalk, tried to bundle him off the ball. And I've seen this a couple of times now, Chris. Every time Louis Page has had someone physically come at him, they've just bounced off him. Remarkable. He's quite a unit, Louis Page, really, isn't he?
Yes, that's what you need, really, isn't it? And maybe, when we argue about not keeping players rather than sending them out on loan, sometimes that helps, doesn't it?
Well, exactly. Yeah, it does. I mean, I think that's a good thing about your game. I mean, if you look at the best footballers in the world at the Premier League level, they've got a lot of skill, but you've got to be able to do a physical battle as well, Chris, haven't you?
Yes.
If you could do both, you're going to be a world-class player, aren't you? Back to the Burton Albion keeper here, guys. Getting towards about 6 minutes to go. Long ball over the top. I think there's an offside flag, and there is, because all of a sudden there was Webster through, but it's an offside.
Running out of time again. How often did we see this last season?
Yeah, it's frustrating, isn't it? It seems a lot of work and a lot of huffing and puffing at times. Even saying that, we didn't start in that way today, did we at all? But it's going to be a lot of hard work, this, just to get a point out of it, isn't it, against a team which is probably threatened by relegation. So,
I'm going to say hi to Wolves, who's not a Wolves fan. Let me just say that if anybody says anything. Nice to see you. To see you. Nice. It's been ages, Wolves. Man, Jamie said that when he just started doing watch-alongs again. Nice to have you in, mate. Nice to have you in. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, ball on the far-hand side. It's going to trickle out of play through, I believe, a Burton Albion throwing just at the edge of our penalty area again. So with 5 minutes to go here, Burton all of a sudden have made a decision to try and park the game up in our end because they were getting under the cosh a bit there, Chris, weren't they?
They were. But like you say, we are running out of time.
We are, and it's going to be a case of if they do get a third goal here, it's going to be problems. So Cody shields the ball out of play, and it's going to be a goal kick to Leicester. So now, what are we going to do from here? Oh, the referee's actually given it for offside. That's a bizarre one. So we're going to have to take the free kick from up the top of the pitch, which Cody will now lay back to McCarthy. Surprise, surprise.
Why not just say it's Leicester, just have the goal kick. You're going to play it back there anyway.
Exactly. Well, to McCarthy's credit, he has gone long here. I bet Russell Martin's tearing his hair out, and there's been a 50-50 duel going on there. Interestingly enough, Harry Souttar's up in the forward positions, guys.
Wow.
We
know he knows where the goal is, don't we?
Well, exactly. But he's a target man. I mean, he's a big boy. He must be 6'6". I mean, he's the biggest player on the pitch by a country mile here. He looks like, the CN Tower versus, like a normal skyscraper.
CN Tower. By God, that's Toronto, isn't it?
That's a reference for all the Canadians and Americans in the chat. Mostly Canadians, obviously. Lovely to see you all. Long ball forward from Burton again. Here's going to go back behind for a goal kick to Leicester.
What a shame Melina's gone because she knows the CN Tower.
Yeah, very famous. Used to be the tallest freestanding structure in the world, but unfortunately now outside the top 10 because life moves on.
And yes. Is that one you can go up and have a meal at the top? And it goes
yeah. It's got like you can do the edge walk as well. You can walk around the outside of it. It's got all sorts.
Don't do the edge walk. Don't be silly.
Well, I wouldn't do it because I'll crap my pants, mate. It's bloody massive. But
yeah, I wouldn't do it because I'm scared of heights. And yet, I've done a jumping out of an aeroplane and a bungee swing.
Yeah, it might be a bit much. I mean, good news, there is a brewery right underneath the CN Tower, Steam Whistle, so that's worth checking out.
Oh, well, if you land in that, you're all right, aren't you?
Yeah, exactly. They gave me free beers before because their tour was filled up, so I got a lot of time for them. And they got trains outside of it. Anyway, Leicester trying to come forward now. The ball's going to be loose towards the bottom of the Burton penalty area. I keep freezing now.
Do you want me to?
I'm okay. It comes back now. I'm just going to leave it like that. There we go. It's going to be a throw into Burton Albion here down towards the near side corner flag. And it's going to go long down this near-hand side towards the halfway line. Leicester players lined up there. Cody's got his head on it and put it out of play just to move the set piece halfway further inside the Burton Albion half here. Oh, running out of time.
I've got to say, Nate says his uncle used to work in Sears Tower.
That's in Chicago, yeah. It's been renamed since now.
Yeah. I didn't know Chicago. I've got to say, I was hoping you'd say something.
No, it's all right. It's a very famous tower in Chicago, the big black one. Yeah.
I've got to say, I think it's gone now. I think our chance has gone.
I think we can equalise still, but I would have liked to have won this game despite being down to 10 men. I think that still was attainable earlier on. Yeah, a lot to talk about in the post-match, guys. Had a clear there from Burton Albion after McCarthy goes long here. You can see now Suter is committed to being up front. He's not back defending. We've actually got two defenders back in a minute, and that's Aluko and Akoli. Everyone else is pressed up right inside the Burton Albion half. Here comes Aluko now on the far-hand side. Lays it off short to Louis Page, who's got Hamza down to the south part of the pitch here. Cody's sort of holding on to the ball. Bit more urgency, guys. Got to get it forward. Come on. Trying to play it down the flank. Burton shielding us off the ball. Comes back down here to Braybrook, who's going to drive forward with the ball now. Options ahead of him. Plays it down towards Howell here on the right-hand side. Howell's got two men on him. Jinxes to the right. Crosses it in. Deflects. Bounces towards the 6-yard box. Burton get ahead on it. Cleared out, unfortunately, with a boot towards halfway, Chris.
It's going to be interesting to see. I mean, I'm not agreeing with this, but I don't think the 10 men is the excuse we can use for losing this.
No. I don't think that helped the situation. I think there are still fundamental problems that have got to be addressed. And I hope Russell Martin sees them because he's already started in the narrative talking about, how he's happy with the team and all the rest of it. We have just won a corner, though, guys. We're going to see how much added time's coming up here in a minute as well.
Simon,
corner to Leicester.
Can you say Simon is in? Hi, Simon. A mate of mine comes down and sees me. He's also a vicar. Simon, have a word with him upstairs, will you? Have a word with the boss man. No, he's not a vicar.
McCarthy's coming up for the corner.
He's what are you, Simon? You're not a what's the other names for vicar?
Louis Page in under the crossbar. He gets cleared away, and there's going to be a free kick to Burton Albion. That's a shame, referee. Goodness me. Sorry, Chris.
Pasta. That's what he is.
Pasta.
He's a pasta.
Oh. Yeah, I see. Man of the cloth. Lovely. We need a bit of religious sort of intervention here at Leicester.
Word. Don't worry about a sudden prayer, making him jump. Just do it, Simon. Come on.
We've got 3 minutes of added time here, guys. Only 3 minutes. That seems a little bit short because there was a lot of jiggery pokery at the start here. Once again, the obligatory camera shot of Leicester fans walking out of the King Power Stadium early. Guys, long ball forward from the Burton Albion goalkeeper. And there's going to be a free kick here to Leicester as Akoli's bundled over.
So 3 minutes.
I think Simon's made a great point there about the style of football. I mean, I questioned this when we appointed him. But I blame the club, not Russell Martin. I mean, the club knew what they were getting, right? Long shot for Burton Albion, and McCarthy's had to tip it over the crossbar, Chris. They literally saw he was off his line, took a shot there from near the halfway line. McCarthy's just parried it over the crossbar.
Yeah, you are in Ipswich, Simon. I did get past her there eventually, but you are in Ipswich. But you've been to more places than I have.
Going to be a corner to Burton Albion here. This is difficult. We haven't got much time left for this as well. We're pissing around at the back, you know. At least McCarthy kept out of the net. That would have been the nice little cherry on top of the cake for Burton today, scoring from near the halfway line.
Yes.
They're going to take this short, no doubt about it. Louis Page just hanging around Collar here as Webster and Collar lay the ball off to each other, and Collar's going to stand here right by the corner flag. Chowdhury's across trying to do a bit of wrestling as well. Chowdhury's done well to win that. Louis Page there gets the ball deflected off him. It's going to go behind here for a Leicester throwing. That's a surprise. I thought it hit Louis Page, but we'll take it.
We'll take anything we can get at the moment, won't we?
We will. So we're getting towards the last minute of stoppage time, guys. Hamza's taken the throwing in down towards McCarthy, and it's been chased down straight away. We're going to have to find McCarthy again here. McCarthy does a very casual back heel as the Burton Albion player was literally bearing down on goal. If he connected with that, it was an open net. Here come Leicester now. Last chance. 30 seconds to go. Here comes Aluko carrying the ball over halfway into space. Down here to Howell on this near side. Howell's got to take on a man here, and he's going to try and cut inside. He's been brought down. It's a free kick to Leicester. Last chance saloon, guys. Going to have to get everyone forward here, probably including the goalkeeper.
Wolves is good, joining us all the way from Grand Rapids. I love the name of that town, Grand Rapids in Michigan.
Welcome along,
man.
Fucking
hell, McCarthy.
And good luck with your recovery there, my friend, as well. Getting ready for this free kick here. We're over the added time because I am slightly ahead of you, but I do apologise. Braybrook's going to play it in now. McCarthy's up. Everyone's up. Bounces around. Burton Albion are going to win it. Referee is going to blow. And unfortunately, that is all said and done. We lose our first home game of the season by 2-1. And I need 5 minutes to go cry.
Yeah. Wolves, all the best, mate, with that. You go and have your break. We'll be back in a few minutes with the guys, and we'll be no doubt complaining and going mad. We'll be back in a few minutes. Do not touch that dial.
The TalkSport Fan Network is the ultimate on-demand destination for the UK's best fan-led football podcasts,
including Leicester Till I Die, independent analysis and reaction for the Foxes faithful.
The TalkSport Fan Network.
Unbeatable club-dedicated content created by the fans, for the fans.
Follow the podcast on the TalkSport Fan Network.
Oh, Jim.
Oh, Chris. I will give props to whoever your musical composer is, because this season, nice. But between the lead-in for the show, which everybody has said is brilliant, whatever we just listened to is a little pump up, and we needed it.
It's AI. It is AI, to be honest with you. Too soon for me to be saying that, do you think?
I have been such a big supporter of Russell Martin. I thought he changed culture and everything, but I'm not telling you after what I just saw if it's too soon or not. God, I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed in the substitutions that he made. I'm disappointed that he keeps playing from the back. I just don't get it.
You, me, and probably 30-odd thousand other people. And look, I said this earlier, that you've won a match and it's like you've won the game. I mean, stop singing Wonderwall in a minute. Do you know what I mean? This is the new thing. Like, if you've just won and gone through to a quarter-final or something, fine, but it's one match. You've got 46 still to go, whatever it is. Just don't... Oh, come on. Get a grip of yourself, Burton Albion. Jesus Christ.
Well, I mean, they were predicted by most of us as being at the bottom and to be relegated. So for them, it's a big deal.
It is, without a shadow of a doubt. But Wayne, do you agree with my thoughts there?
I just missed that, Chris. I was coming in. What was that? What were you saying? Was it like you're very pleased and you can see like?
He was saying you had a wardrobe change.
Yeah,
he has, hasn't he? Yes, you have. You've had a wardrobe change.
Oh, Chris. You know
anyway,
what?
Look, Wayne, do you agree with the image I've put there?
No, I don't actually. I don't. And to be honest, I've been the most negative. I felt me and Jim were the most positive last season, and I've been pretty negative because I don't agree with sort of some of the. So yeah, we've got 3 Seagrave kids playing brilliant, getting 7-8s every week. I think Russell Martin could have been braver, and I got a bit mardy about it, to be honest. So I've had a word with myself. People like Clibbo have been more positive, like Jim. But I look, am I frustrated with the defence? Yes. Is the defence costing us points? Yes. But do I think there's a lot of positives? I do actually. This is the first week, I think. Do you know what? I've seen enough positives where I think I've still got hope.
Look, you'll probably see when I come to my performance rating what I think of the overall performance. What I'm saying, though, and look, I'll mention this to you because Tom, I'll come back to you in a second, but I've already mentioned it to you during the commentary. But Jim, 2-1 down, you need goals, you take off our new striker, and you bring Bobby the fucking Cover Reed on. What the fuck is that? A manager, any manager that is worth his salt, and I don't want anybody to turn around and say, do you know what? He performs well in the he performs well on the training pitch. I perform well when I have a wank. It doesn't mean that I'm going to perform well when I get a woman in bed. Do you know what I mean? I mean, come on.
No. Well, what I was wondering is what was he watching last week? He was on the sideline. He saw Bobby absolutely play horrible last week. And we were all saying we don't want to see him playing up top again. We needed goals. He being Russell Martin took the 3 players off that we needed on there to get goals. And Bobby, Dakova, Reed, I mean, I put into chat, WTH, what the hell? And I was corrected by one of the guys in the chat. He says, no, Jim, it's what the fuck. So I agreed. I don't understand it. And to Wayne's point, I'm still positive. I still like Russell Martin. But when he pulled those 3 off, and none of them had yellows, so none of them was like on their way out. If my God, we needed goals. Why? I don't get it.
But Wayne, we had 73.6% possession. Why should we worry about the result?
Well, that's it. I mean, to be honest, we did. So the stats were quite damning in the first half. So for all that possession, we didn't. And let's put it this way, the fans were leaving. Tom was thinking, oh my word, here we go again. The trauma of it. And then we get a goal back, which did give us a sniff. But look, what I think is the defence is costing us these points. That is it. I think we've got enough going forward. Whether Russell Martin plays the kind of team that I would like him to play, with like your Louis Page starting or your Riley Carr, different things, but I do think we have got enough in this team. So for the first time in a long time, I think we've got enough goods in this team. But at the minute, yeah, Russell Martin isn't quite getting out of it. But I don't think it's the midfield forward play. I think it's just the defence is really shooting us in the foot. Pure and simple.
Totally agree with that, Wayne. However, Tom, when you have got the chance to do that or do something about that, what do? You take off, as you said, your 3 most effective attacking players. So you've not only now got a shit defence, but you've got a toothless tiger up front.
Yeah, it was bizarre decisions, wasn't it? And once again, you got to look at squad depth, haven't you? I mean, especially when Russell Martin has been saying in his pre-match presser this week of, I'm quite happy with the striking options we've got. I mean, if you're going to take off someone who's a 6'2" powerhouse against a team that's got defenders of a similar size and shape, you got to bring on another 6'2" powerhouse, haven't you? You know, you can't just go Bobby Dakova-Reid on there because he's the only one you got left. I mean, the club's got a lot of work to do here. And look, Russell Martin is who he is. This is what we knew we were going to get. I wouldn't have made the appointment. I was quite anti the appointment. I said, for what the style of football we're going to come up against, this is not the style of football you want to try and deploy, especially when we haven't got all the money in the world to go out and buy the best team and able to do it, right? So yeah, I mean, I think for me, I don't blame Russell Martin. Leopard won't change his spots. I think the club's made a poor decision here and a poor judgment of the league we're in for going for him. And they've got a couple of weeks now, or maybe just under that, for a transfer window. And I tell you what, if we don't see 2 new centre-backs coming in minimum, we don't see another striker coming who's got a bit of physicality minimum. Because the problem we got as well is, look, I don't want to see us playing out from the back, but there is a problem with the fact we do not have a very big squad. You look at the players on that pitch, there's only really Bristich and Suter are over 6 foot. The rest of them are all smaller players. So how do you navigate that? You know, we needed to rebalance this squad over the summer, and we knew it was going to be a hefty job because of how poor it had been and how many years of stagnation had gone on. Not even talking about last year's relegation. There was hanger-oners here going back 2 seasons before that, right? So there's so much work to do, and it's got to be a wake-up call, this, for the club, because if they don't wake up to this and they just go, like Russell Martin was saying in the week, that this is okay, these defenders will be okay when you need one more, you know, these players will be okay for it, then we're going to sleepwalk ourselves into another relegation battle. And once again, you go, do we have the tools to fight in a relegation battle when we look like we struggle to fight against a team that's basically about to go broken on its arse at the bottom of the league? Very, very challenging, mate.
Sorry, just briefly, didn't you say this exact same sentences last season, Tom?
Yeah, I know. I get frustrated, mate, because I like to come on and try and have a different approach to it every week, and I don't like being negative. I want to get behind the boys and all the rest of it, but the club's got to appreciate when you're serving up a certain thing, there is every reaction and deserved reaction that's going to come your way for it. And all it makes me think of is, and look, you know, I was very much impartial about the King Power thing, which probably upset some people. You kind of need to be one side or the other in this argument, it appears. But decisions like this, and just like I say, I can't really blame the manager. He's not the first manager they brought in who's been utterly useless. It's once again just what they want to do and what we've got to work with. There is such a blind spot in this football club and almost an arrogance into how you go out there and get a good team out of this. I'm just baffled by the decision making at the top. I really am.
Jim, look, I agree that, you know, he hasn't necessarily got the tools that he wants to use, although you could say most of those people on the pitch are a fucking tool. And he does need to change the defenders, which he's got a week and a half to maybe do. And I'm sure if Ben Nelson had been fit, he would have played. But, you know, we've let Tom Wilson-Brown go. Yeah. And yet we've got 2 shit defenders playing and we let him go. You know, you bring on Dakova-Reid to get your goals when Lorenz Hutchinson is probably sat at home watching, you know, something else, you know, so the options are there. So sorry, I agree, it's not totally Russell's fault, but it has to be 75% his fault because he decides what players are going to be on that pitch, whether they can play his style or not. And if they can't play his fucking style, they shouldn't be on the pitch, Jim.
I agree. And Tom, I agree partly what you said. To start with, it is the club's fault for the managers they bring in. I agree with that. But once he's here, it's his choice who he puts on the pitch, and it's his choice who he takes off and when he takes them off. And for him to make the moves when we needed scoring, those dynamic players, it makes no sense. For him seeing how bad Bobby played last week and putting him back out there in the same position and taking out that striker with the size you were talking about. That's his decision. I liked what I saw early from Russell Martin, changing culture. I had a belief. Wayne and I talked many times that we're going to see the young players that we've been screaming for, and he gave us doses of them. But when he makes moves like that and he plays blind, you're right. We got to get center backs. He can't make them come out of thin air. Yeah, granted, Chris, you're right too, as far as we let some go, but no, he has liability for his moves during the game. And I know last year, I remember when we had the rotating managers, there were people saying that the club was making the calls, who plays, who doesn't play, when they sub. The manager makes the calls, and he's got to take responsibility. And he really blew the calls today, in my opinion. So I think a lot is on him.
Wayne, a hell of a lot is on him, because once that whistle goes at the start of the game, there's one man that will make decisions as to how we play. You can change it. It's like when when Hamza came on and was going 4-3-2, whatever he was doing. Maybe he was playing 3-2-1 with Dusty Bin. Who knows? But he was doing that as he came on the pitch. Don't pretend you don't remember that one, Wayne. So he's got that control. What the hell is Bobby DeCover-Reid? And we've said this about so many players before. What I don't want to see is another manager dying on the hill of picking players because they're big names, picking players because maybe we want to sell them, and the only way we're going to sell them is if they're on the pitch and people can see them. And I don't want to say, well, they're a big name. No, if they're fucking shit, flush them down the toilet.
Yeah, don't get me going, Chris, because I've just tried to turn a leaf being such a miserable git. Because
Last week, I was the only positive one here.
I know, because I got so pissed off at him not playing the young kids, and you're reminding me of that trauma, and I'm going to go back into that persona now, because, look, like Bobby DeCover-Reid, what was his highlight today? He got a yellow card. What was the yellow card for? Exactly the same thing he got his last yellow card for, moaning at the referee.
Running his mouth.
Somebody who manages says, DeCover-Reid has such a professional attitude, he's brilliant in training, a lot of the players look up to him. I'm sorry. If you're getting booked for mouthing at the referee 2 matches on the trot, that's out of order. That is rubbish behaviour. And he gets the ball, and, a rule is that if you get past the ball, whether you play park football, walk any football, you move towards the ball. You do not stand still, because you might get the ball intercepted. He just stands still. He's one of those. He's like a cola. He's got a cog missing upstairs, which is a really important footballing cog, which explains how the football, considering he's such a technical professional, played a high level in the Premier League. His time's done. His time's done. So I am frustrated in that regard, with regards to. So all managers say they're going to do things, but the real crux of it is we've got 3 of our stars so far this season are all academy players. So, yeah, that's brilliant. But could Russell Martin have been braver with Kevin Gray? 100% based on our shit defence. And could he have not had Luco in on the left and JJ on the right? Would he... Luke Thomas today, he passed to one of their attackers. Luke Thomas again passed to one of their attackers, and those are the experienced players. So, no, I'm sorry. That's the one thing I will say. I think there should be 2 more. There should be Kevin Gray, Riley Carr, and Aluko in and around that first 11.
And JJ.
Yeah, JJ. He's just injured today, isn't he?
He's injured today, isn't he? Yeah. But, yeah, I mean, Riley Carr could be going out on loan. I mean, the argument is, if we send them out on loan, do they come back better players? You have to say with Braybrook and Alves, yes, they do. And can I just say, because, Tom, you were saying during the match, you were calling me Michael Owen during the match. Now, I want to refute that. I'm not having that at all.
No, I said I was Michael Owen. One of the comments I made, I wasn't talking about you, mate.
Yeah, I think I was because I kept calling them Milton Keynes.
Oh, okay. I didn't realise Michael Owen did that. Okay, I got it.
Well, I don't know whether he did or not, but he was well known for doing stupid bloody comments, wasn't he? So
I'm calling Nicole Aluko, Chris, as well.
Yeah, but come on, bear with me on that one. I can't get Heather and Hannah, my daughter's names right, let alone Aluko and Nicole. Tom, I said last week we were sat in 8th or whatever it is. It's the lowest we have ever been in our history of professional league football. That was good. We're now sat in 18th. This is the lowest we've ever been.
Yeah, and it could get worse from here, couldn't it? I mean, it's a crazy situation, and just to tie that into what Wayne was saying, so I think there's a very good point there. Russell Martin is going to fall into this trap a lot of managers are falling into, where he's going to pick experience at the back. I tell you what, if you're going to pick experience at the back who can't play in that profile of central defensive player you're looking at, you are asking for big trouble. You know, I find it baffling. I really do. I mean, I'd much prefer, like Wayne was saying, for us to give an opportunity to some of the academy lads. You seem to be bringing at least a more positive culture to the pitch. And, you know, if you can't go out there and buy a ball-playing defender because they're expensive, especially one with experience, why have we appointed Russell Martin as the manager in the first place again? It doesn't, there's no, like, coercive, linear A to B thinking at this football club. And I just think with that, you know, you get to a position where you just go, well, it's all pretty hopeless, isn't it?
I want to pick up on this point. If anybody wants to come in, by the way, just put a note in the chat, and I can have another 2 in. If anybody wants to come in and give us their thoughts, or if you want to send a video, anybody's welcome to come in. Like I say, we can have an extra 2 at a time. Reece says, thought the fans were a disgrace today. Jim, I don't think they were. I think they've every right. They've paid their money. They've every right to you know, it's like if you go and watch a band and that band is playing every song out of tune, haven't you got a right to walk out?
Yeah, we went through that last year. You know, I agree, disagree. I thought it was a little early. Granted, we go down 2-0, get a red card, and there's still a lot of game left. There really was. So I thought they left a little early, but I can't argue that fans have the right to do that. I just would have stayed a little bit. You paid all that damn money. You might as well stay and see if we have any comeback, which we did. We got 1 goal, and we played better in the second half. So I wish they would have stayed.
But we didn't do enough to win it, though, did we, Wayne?
No, we didn't. But there was a game last season in the Premier League where all the fans left, and then the team went on to win it. Was it West Ham? That's right. West Ham were losing, and they went on to win it. And the fans that left, and they were swearing everything. Got straight on social media. They tried to get back in when they heard the equaliser. It said, "What's that? What's that? Oh, we've got a goal back." And the fans tried to get back in, but security would not let them back in because they left too early. And West Ham went on to got a great comeback victory.
I mean, the thing is, it's always sorry, because about the fans thing. Look, it's always a two-way street, and the problem is, this isn't just like a few games of this. It's been going on for years now. I mean, I think people have got to understand where the fans are coming from. Look, you shouldn't run your football club based on what the fans want, 100%. But if there's been a legacy, and I'm going to use that strong word, legacy here, of these decisions happening which have been poor, and you still double down on those decisions year on year, and it doesn't get any better. I mean, you are creating that environment where the fans are going to show unrest very quickly, and it's going to be when the game's 2-0 down, you're down to 10 men because of a red card. I can understand why fans got a little bit upset. I think that's where the football club's got to look at themselves and go, what can we do in order to get the fans back on side? Because the fans can only do so much.
They can. I'm just trying to sort it out. Carry on talking for a second, Tom. I'm just trying to
no worries, just trying to add a few more people in so we can see them coming in here, the chat guys as well. So
trying to get the thing right though.
Yeah, no.
What do you think about the defence, Tom? You know, I mean, what? So you're running FM. So what would you do with this defence?
Well, you would have done what I did in my FM game: sign free ball playing defenders. I mean, it's that simple, isn't it?
Right, I don't know what's gone wrong here, guys. Just
hang on, Chris. I can remove the banner. That'll make it work.
That's what I was trying to do. Yeah, and let's just remove the text for a second.
I got it. Well. I'll do it, mate. There you go. Oh, you did it. Sorry, you do it.
Okay. Steve, first of all, Pistol League?
No, yeah, I don't know. After that performance, who knows nowadays? Yeah, awful. What, like, you're. Do you know the crazy thing is, right? We're 2 games into the season, and we've played Luke Thomas in central mid, and we've put Harry Suter up front. Where's the striker? Why have we got Bobby Reed coming on, taking Briswich off? Why have we got Will Alves coming off? You know, yeah, it's honestly, Russell Martin, I'm giving him a chance, but if he persists in picking Luke Thomas in that position, like, no, get him gone. Honestly, I'm not saying sack him now, but you can't play Luke Thomas at left back and a Coley next to him. They're a bomb scare. Same with Harry Suter. They don't want to be here. Move them on. Why have we turned down bids for them? Honestly, it's disgusting. And I don't care about. I know Reece is going to come and have a go at the fans. You pay your money. We've seen 46 games last year of dog shit football. We had season 4 of dog shit football. We started the season off with dog shit football. Like, enough's enough. Stop playing the ball out from the back. You're going to concede so many goals playing that way of football because we don't have the players to do it. And as Tom says, sign ball playing centre backs. Do something in the transfer window. Stop fucking around. Like, we are awful, and we are literally playing with the future of the football club in this division right now. It's not good enough.
I think it sounds like the Titanic's got a bit of a leak in it.
Yeah, I think the captain's got food poisoning. That's what that is.
Reece, you're saying the fans were awful, but they paid the money. Were you at the game? It looks like you're in your car there.
Yeah, I went to the game. I don't think it was an awful performance. I thought there was some nice passing patterns. I think would have beat them, but yet again, I'll keep saying it. The old guard have let us down again. It's 2 poor mistakes from at the back from Akoli and Thomas, and yeah, I'm not going to disagree that Thomas and Akoli should be playing. But what I will say is those young lads, the likes of Alves, Braybrook, Aluko, Howe when he came on, I thought they all ran the socks off. And even with 10 men, I thought we were dominating the ball. Yeah. I'm a bit encouraged. You know, if we can dominate the ball with 10 men against 11 men, then I'm even more encouraged. I thought the striker, wherever his name is, I thought he did really well. Some nice biscuits, Hobnob. What about Hobnob? But no, I just think that the problem is the players don't know who the fans are booing. You know, I know full well that they're booing the old guard like a Coley and Luke Thomas, but those young lads don't know that. They're putting in 110% and they think they're getting booed from the fans. So that's why I thought the fans weren't great today. It's the first home game of the season. I don't think it was a poor performance. We dominated large parts of the game. And I think there's encouraging signs. Simple.
Steve's gone.
I agree, Chris. I agree. I think Reece just nailed it. We did have some bright spots, and we'll talk about them, I'm sure, when we do the performance. We had a lot of bright spots. It's just these experienced players are killing us. They're absolutely killing us.
Yes.
And when we have such excitement from these young players, we can't afford to let these guys playing sloppy, playing stupid, hurt us the way they've been.
What worries me just quickly is we saw that little bit of fight in that second half, and after the red card and all the rest of it. But if that hadn't happened, and we still had Skip stood in front of those back two, we'd have gone for easy passes and not shown that level of desire to get into a game more. I kind of feel like it's in spite of what Russell Martin would have set his team to do, and it was kind of forced upon him by the situation. When the reality is that level of energy has got to be what that team turns up with 11 men at the start of the game, which they certainly didn't do today. So, I mean, like, I really literally hope they can at least take that part of it, because I agree with you. I think that side of it was okay. But I do worry if that's not really the plan that Russell Martin's going to turn up with. And are we in a position again where you're going to have to do things in spite of the manager in order to get something done at this football club, which is where we've been so many times in the past few years, lads?
Oh, I'm fed up with this bloody thingy now. I really, really am.
But mate, just take the background off and put us all on again. And the next show, let's just keep the bottom bar and remove the side bits. Then you can have more people in.
Yeah, I think Reece has gone anyway. And
let's just go for us four.
It's just us four now. Then there you go. Well done, sir. Well done.
I got you, mate.
There you go. Right, yeah, it was. I thought I'd got the 5 and 6 set up, but I hadn't. I don't know who Mike Crotch is, but
Well, I was going to say, you want to put Reese in, you can always pop me out for a minute, mate, and put Reese in and bring me back in or something. It's not a problem.
Right, let me try one last thing, and there we go. We'll do that, but we'll leave the the thing off at the top. Look, the second half performance was better, Jim. You can't blame the 10 men, can you? And the sending off, because at that point, at that half time, yes, we got the goal back, but basically we were dead and buried at half time, weren't we? 2-0. If it had stayed 2-0.
Yeah, being down a man, and it was a justified red card, but they had a fight afterwards. We fought back. I mean, and I was talking to Wayne, the passion that Burns showed after he scored that goal. That's the kind of fight we need. He wanted that. He wanted it, and if we continue to play like that or show that, yeah, we'll overcome these adversities, and we could have done it. We just put ourselves in a hole.
I've got to say, Reese, I presume you are Mike Crotch.
No, that was Steve.
You silly.
I know whoever it is has said be right back, and Steve hasn't come back. So I'm guessing Laundry Lil there is also Mike Crotch.
What I will say, Chris, you know me, I'm all fiery, I'm all, all guns blazing, and I'll call it as I see it, but I just think it's a bit unfair on the young lads, the likes of Alves and Braybrook and all the younger lads that tried today. I just think it's a little bit unfair on them to be booing because they don't know they're being booed. And that's why I'm a bit like, disappointed with the fans. It's the first home game of the season. Yes, I understand there's still a lot of negativity around the club, but the young lads can't help that. They're giving everything that they can.
Yeah.
Pete, I don't know what is, again, I have no idea what is happening. Did you take yourself out then, Tom? I think
looks like he's gone. Oh, is he back?
No, he's gone again.
I'm here in the background. I do apologise. So I buggered it all up. So I thought I'd better put it back as best I could.
I was doing so well then, and then you went and buggered it up.
I didn't mean to press anything, and I clicked in the wrong place. I'm so sorry.
Tom, as we like to call him, the Russell Martin of Leicester till I die. What was the reaction, Reese, very quickly, when Brisket went off and Bobby DeCover-Reid came on?
Not great. I didn't get that sub. I didn't get that substitution at all. I can understand Alves because he put a lot into the game. He did put a lot into the game. He was making things happen. He was working really hard. But I cannot pronounce his name, but the striker for Bobby Reid, it kind of killed us a little bit, I think, momentum-wise. But again, we were still dominating the ball. We were still, passing them off the park at times. The young lads were skinning their fullback. That Harry Howe looks like a hell of a player. I don't know if you agree, Tom, because obviously you watched the game. And he looked really, really exciting, taking his man on, inside, outside, both-footed. Looks like a confident young man. So I'm excited to see him more. But it's like I said, look, the fans have got every right to do what they want. I'm not disputing that at all. I just think it's a bit unfair on the young lads that have gave everything today, and I won't have any more. They gave everything today. They tried their hardest, but unfortunately, it's the overpaid old guard that have let us down yet again. Akoli and etc.
How long can we keep on saying that? Because how many of the old guard were in that team? Akoli, Suter, and possibly you could throw Thomas in there.
Skip. Yes,
that was
Page came on. Yeah,
that was a poor tackle I thought that, I don't know what your thoughts on that, Tom. From what I looked, that looked like a really, really poor tackle. But I'm going to say something now, lads. It might be a blessing in disguise, because you might see Braybrook drop back into that 6, and you might see Alves move inside, and you might get a bit more excitement and move forward thinking in that midfield, because Skip is a bit more negative with his passing, whereas Alves and Braybrook, they want to get the ball forward. So you might get a bit more excitement going forward in the next game.
Wayne, I mean, every player in that team is negative. You know, how many times did we see the ball go backwards? We got a throw in equal with the penalty box, and it ended up back in our own half. Twice I called that out in the second half. That's not attacking football. Having nearly 77% possession and doing fuck all with it is not positive attacking football. It is negative football. And I've just put it up there and I've just taken it down. This is the Russell Martin way. And if this is going to be like this all season, now I'll let somebody else do the watch-alongs, because I'm not going to put myself through it.
Me.
Yeah, I get that, Chris. But one thing is, so if he had the younger players playing the system, they would do a lot better. So do you code over, the old style of let's hit the forward, he'll hold it. So decode over Reed, what's his remit? Get the ball, your technical play, you hold on to the ball, you can bring people in. That's a load of bollocks. He doesn't do that. He gets caught on the ball. He's coming too deep. It slows everything down. A Kohler from the back slows the play down. In fact, there was one time where you had a Kohler and Suter, and you had Aluko on the right. A Kohler could have played the ball straight to Aluko, got an attack going, because Aluko's such a great fullback. Instead, he took the easy pass to Suter, then passes to Aluko, which slows the play down. Skip in the middle of the field slows the play down. Louis Page spins around and speeds it up. And I think if Russell Martin is going to make the system work, he needs younger, dynamic, aggressive, front-footed players, which he skips. I agree what Reece says. I think it is a blessing in disguise, Skip going off, because, and the one thing about Page with Man United, I know it's his boyhood club and he loves the club, so he might well, but if he's playing regular week in, week out and getting featured, he'd be far less likely to go to Man United. So he might see his future here. So I think Russell Martin's got the goods in this squad to make his system work, but he's hamstring himself by his squad and team selection.
You're not
Can I just say? No, I'm parked at the minute, mate. Can I just say, before I go, on Louis Page, that didn't look like a young lad that was playing for a move away. He was putting in tackles.
Yep.
He was driving the play forward. He was trying his hardest. Now, if that's a player that is driving a move away, then I'm all for it. But like I said, I think it's a disappointing result, but there are encouraging signs for me. Just keep with it, lads. Trust me, it will get better.
I agree.
Just one thing, Chris. I do agree with Reece. Booing, Kate goes on about this, booing players during a match. What is that actually doing? And like Reece says, those young players, I mean, we all love the young players coming in. Then you think, what, they're listening to fans booing? Come on, that's not psychologically, we've all done jobs. If you have people from the sidelines when you were plastering a wall or laying bricks, building a wall or doing a painting, or if you have people booing from the sidelines, I'm sorry, that's shit. That is shit. If you've got people doing that, it put you off from doing a good job.
I've got Brad in the chat here going absolutely bananas. And I have to say, it's not often I agree with Brad, but he's got the point here. You're acting like they're 3 years old who don't know anything. Stop trying to act like a 20-year-old professional footballer doesn't know the difference between the fans booing them and booing poor footy.
That's an exaggeration of an argument. He's choosing 3 years old. Who says they're 3 years old?
That was being what Reece was saying earlier, by the way. But look, if you're going on that pitch and taking $50,000 a week, you should fucking know and be able to take criticism. I'm sorry. This sort of, like I said the other day, in World War II, 15 and 16-year-olds are going up to the front of the battle and getting shot. 15, 16-year-olds today are shaking under the table saying, oh, somebody just called me naughty. Yeah, I'm sorry. If you're getting $50,000 a fucking year, take it on the chin. work out. I mean, I'm not being awful. These youngsters, these young lads, they're on, what do you call it, social media. They know who's bad. They know who's good. I'm sorry. It's sort of like, we can't play them until they're 45 in case they get hurt. We can't boo them, in case we hurt their feelings. Fuck off. Go over to Afghanistan. Go over to Ukraine and actually do something that 15 and 16-year-olds were doing 50, 60 years ago. Oh, and I'm not having a go at you there, Wayne. I'm just saying.
No, don't. I never take things personally like that, because people are passionate about what they feel.
Don't you touch him. Oh, he's touched it.
Sorry, mate. I saw the opportunity and I just had to do it because he's gone. Sorry.
No, but that's what it annoys me. If you're big enough to take the fucking money, big enough to take the criticism and take the cheers, because tell you what, if they score a hat trick and we're saying they're the best thing since sliced bread, they'll take that.
Well, couldn't they just use it as incentive? If they hear it, just say, well, I'll prove your ass is wrong, and go out and do something. Maybe you can get them to play harder.
But Jim, you're not telling me that they don't know who
they know
they're unhappy with.
They know. I mean, I don't like the negativity of a first game at home. We needed the crowd behind us, but come on, do something on the pitch. Show them that, okay, well, I'll show you, and go out and do something. But let's just hope that from this we use this as an incentive to do something better.
I think what we need to do is Monday morning, James McCarron needs to march one or two of these footballers into his office, sit them down and go, lads, there's a little training group going on there with Woot Faze at the moment and Steffi Mavrididi, and you're all joining it because you're going to be leaving this football club. Because the problem is this booing is not going to just disappear when these certain players keep doing the same thing over and over and repeat a cycle here. If we do want to improve the culture of the football club, which means then these younger players want to stick around as well. Because if I was someone like Louis Page right now, who came on a really good account of himself in today, I would think, why would I want to stay here? Because this whole culture is completely backwards right now. The fact that these players are still getting a look in here when they're bringing nothing but bad things to this football club. So you've got to make a bold decision here. You've got to go, guys, you're going, and get on the phone to your agents and get you gone this week so we can go replace you, because that should have probably happened, Chris, on the 1st of June this year. Yeah. And if they'd done that, we'd now be in a position where you go, wow, look at this new group of squad we've got here together, and look, there's no legacy of booing that comes attached to that. And then the problem would be a lot more resolvable, wouldn't it? But they've got to get to work here.
I've got to say, Brad, the feeling's mutual. Agreeing with you is very, very weird as well. And as Ryan says there, Costa del Seagrave. Look, but it's down to, and I hate, as I'm just playing into Tom here every time, Wade, but going back to Nigel Pearson, when we went down, he said, I don't want him in this club. I'm never going to play him. Go and do whatever you want with him. Get him out. He didn't take any nonsense. He didn't take any, I'm not fucking paying him so you can get an extra bit of money. He's shit. I'm not playing him, because at the end of the day, it's my reputation on the line. And, with Russell Martin, hopefully he's still got a little bit of self-respect. I don't know if he has after his, Southampton and Rangers, but he should be saying, this is I'm drinking here at the Last Chance Saloon. If I fuck this up, and I'm putting players in that aren't good enough, and I've got to bring on Bobby De Cova-Reid when we need 2 goals to win a game, I'm fucked. And I thought, Wayne, that Russell was supposed to be a disciplinarian.
Well, yeah, but Cifuentes was supposed to play the high press, but did he bollocks play it? So, look, all managers, I'm not being funny, Chris, if you were applying for the Leicester job, you'd be there with your PowerPoint presentation. You'd be telling them exactly what you think they want to hear. So that's what Russell Martin doing. That's why managers like this, most managers will go back to fear, because fear is the biggest thing that holds people back. And that's the thing with me, with your Riley Carrs and Kevin Grays, who I really think, from watching them at Seagrave and other people watched them earlier, and the way they played in pre-season, they're good enough. As fans who play park football or vets football, or what Tom does is FM, you can see whether people are good enough or not. And that's like, so if you've got these players that and not getting in the squad like a Cherry's getting loaned out, was thinking, what? So I'm not as good as D. Cordova-Reid. So, and one thing you'll have these lads, young lads, talking with each other. They will be talking with each other, say, so what do you think, the manager? Oh, great, you got, because they're all supportive of each other, but Russell Martin is falling back into safety. And that's the thing, he's falling back in safety, and that's human nature. But I'm saying, please, for the love of God, be braver. Still be braver. Just having a token, just having a badge on your tracksuit. I'm playing 3 of the Seagrave kids. Yeah, that's because they're bloody getting 7 8s out of 10 every week. That's why. You're not doing them favours. They're doing you favours. So be braver and pay more academy players, and you might get.
I agree. Before I come to you, Jim, I agree with what you said there, Wayne. At the interview stage, if you want the job, then, you know, and I've walked out of an interview once. I went for an interview and it was just around the corner. I could have walked there in 2 minutes every day. It was perfect for me. It was a nice area and everything. But I'd asked a question when they ran me up for the interview, and I was told an answer, and I thought, yeah, okay, then this is the job for me. Then when I went for the interview, they turned around and said, no, you're going to have to do that. And I went, well, hang on a second. I was told that wasn't part of my job remit. Oh, yes, it is. I said, well, in that case, the job's not for me. Thank you very much. And I walked out, as probably, other managers have done when they've gone for the job and realised, what the situation is. But once you've got the job, then my reputation's on the line. I've been given this job. I'm the new boy. I've got to go out and do something to prove, especially if I'm going in as a manager, because you're going in with staff that have been there, know each other. Probably one of them felt they should have got the manager's job. But you have to then go in and go, right, I've got the job now. Now I'm going to do what I want to do because it's my reputation on the line. Because if Russell Martin gets this wrong, I don't think he manages again in this country.
I think he's got the opportunity and must have a talk with the team, kind of like Wayne, we were talking about Jack Wilshere, how we got him fired up, or Liam Cohen of the Jaguars. He has to go in, first and foremost, admit his mistake. I fucked up, guys. I should have done this different. I should have done this. I've got to do this. And then he's got to tell them, but you have a liability too. You can't have these stupid ass passes. You can't have the way that you were playing. You can't. You won't have that again, or you won't be playing. He needs to have that kind of a talk to let him know, first of all, he's humble, he's made mistakes, and he's got to correct them, but they do as well. They've got to own what they do on the field. And I think, once again, you're dealing with young players. We've spent 30 minutes talking about the youth of this squad. They are so it's important to them to get a passion on the field and let them know you have their back. And this is the time to do it. And if he doesn't do it, he's going to lose them. And the last thing, he's got to quit losing the fans, because after what he put on the field and the decisions he made, he's going to lose the fans. So I think he has a perfect opportunity to get in there and say the right things before he loses them.
Tom, this comment here from Armchair: start this 11 minus Skip again. Martin is done. Would you agree with that?
Well, I think he'll walk himself into a real problem here, because you really, like, to extend to what Jim has said there. I think the reality of the situation now is you drop certain people and make a statement to the whole group about who you're going to play and who you're not. The sad reality is we can't drop them because you've got no one else. Who else is going in apart from McCauley and Suter? They're the two centre-backs we're playing at the minute. There's no one else. They're not going to put Gray up there and give him an opportunity. They're not going to give Marty an opportunity. They've proven that. If they came up and had an opportunity, come transfer deadline day, they'd be loaned out to bloody Stockport County or someone. That's the way this football club seems to operate. It's really, really frustrating, isn't it? But, I mean, this is where we're going to live and die on this. And I don't think actually it's a threat to drop a Coley or Suter or Skip or whoever else, because I kind of think the way their careers have gone here at Leicester, they kind of want to be dropped. They don't want to play. They don't want to touch the football, and that shows you just the depth of the problem we are facing at this football club, and how maybe one transfer window isn't quite going to do it. But my God, we could be in a mess come January.
I think we could be in a mess come Christmas, to be honest with you.
One thing as well, Chris,
Oh, yeah,
I'd say Russell Martin is, I don't know what he's getting paid in League One, but that's the one thing you would probably apply for a job. And if you're lucky, you might get 80, 100 grand. Would you, once you've managed in the Premier League, you're pretty much set for management, and you can manage anywhere in the world, can't you? So, look, we're not talking about 100 grand a year. I mean, even if you think it's going to be a shit train to ride, you're going to be getting a lot of money for just putting up with that shit ride for a year. You know what I mean?
I mean, Wayne, let me put this to you. Two managers that came to Leicester to try and resurrect their Premier League career. Brendan Rodgers. He left Liverpool under a bit of a shadow, did absolutely brilliantly at Celtic, not difficult, I grant you, came down to Leicester to resurrect his career, and at one point was being linked with Spurs, Barcelona. He was doing it. Unfortunately, then it all went awry, but at that point it was working. Martin's come in. I know he will get another job because that's what managers do. But if I was a chairman and I was looking at that, I'm thinking, everybody, not just Leicester fans from other clubs are going, that Leicester are going to win this, Leicester are going to walk it. And then you see performances like that and the decisions he's making.
Yeah, it's a complete mind bomb, isn't it? I'm going to say another two-syllable thing there, but it involves the F word. But yeah, it is. It's one of those things. So, yeah, Russell Martin, look, I took a screenshot of his what he promised he was going to bring to Leicester, and at the minute he's not delivering that. He's not delivering that. He will not play. He said something like, I believe in being structurally sound, but I want us to be adventurous, aggressive, playing the ball. And like Jim said, where's his team talk like Wiltshire or Cohen at the Jack? I mean, my goodness me, they're inspiring. It inspired a 4-3 comeback. And so that's the other side of it. When we play quick ball, that's the most dangerous ball to deal with, because you cannot, because human nature, you will end up watching the ball and not watching the player. If you move the ball around quick, that's why Liverpool did it, all the top teams do it, Arsenal do it, and we've got the players to do that. We have got the players to play that quick ball and front-footed football, but is using older players that haven't got that ability to play quick ball. Suter can't do it. So Akole keeps passing to the opposition. He's just too slow. So he has got people in our squad that can play that system. Will he have the balls to do it? That's the question. It's like anything. What is the net result? What are you willing to? I don't give a shit about what you promised to do. What are you actually doing with this squad of players?
Here's a quick.
Last season, we wasted our squad of players, and I think if he carries on like this, he will waste our players, and we will lose them, some of them in January.
And just a quick one on that.
Sorry, Jim. There's a question in the chat for you in our chat, our group.
Oh,
chat.
okay, all right.
Yeah, I was just going to quickly say, I mentioned this in the pre-match, we had a comparison point here with the friendly that happened literally 3 or 4 weeks ago, right? And look who scored in that game for us. It was Ocher scored, Alves scored, and Opoku scored. And the interesting thing about that is that it was Riley Carr getting the assist as well for one of those goals as well. He was playing. And here's the thing, right? They're saying about we can't trust playing younger players, right? Here's the thing about the younger players, if you play them, a lot of them have been playing together for a few years here now. A lot of these new players are trying to blood in this situation haven't. And we've now gone from a 3-0 win to a 2-1 loss, haven't we? And I find that remarkable how certain players are being overlooked. And then, yeah, I don't think Opoku was the greatest. Do I think Ocher's probably League One ready? Probably not. But we still need options, and we still need players that perhaps, ultimately the final line is to go win a football match. If we played those players today, Chris, I think we'd have won that game.
Well said, Tom. And if you go back and look at my show I did yesterday with Reese, when I said about Top selling off the crown jewels and selling our future, I do honestly believe that's what he's doing, because these are the players that, Cullen hasn't looked anything for the last 2 games that he's played. Bistrick looked all right, I have to say. I thought he did all right when he came when he started today. Last game he didn't really have much of a chance. But, you're letting these youngsters go. This is the future. If we get out, we got Cullen, doesn't look much. Chaplin is injured. We haven't seen him. McCarthy, all right, he had a better game today, allowing him to settle in. But I just don't think we've got an owner that really, really doesn't give a shit because he wants out the club. And I'm not saying that's wrong. We all do that when we we're doing a job and we hand our notice in. We don't necessarily, if you've got any self-respect, you don't do a bad job, but you do the job that just gets you through every day. You just do what you've got to do.
Chris, because we end up in bloody League Two. He's not going to get the money he wants for the football club. Sorry to interrupt you, bud, but it's a good point.
No. Exactly. And, the youngsters, and I'll go back to this point, Jim. I will go back. No, Wayne, sorry. I don't know whose turn it is. Wayne. I'll go back to this point. Brendan Rodgers, COVID, Watford, FA Cup. Players were out with COVID. We had to put 3 or 4 youngsters in. We beat Watford, who at the time were a Premier League side the same as us. We beat them. Next game, Nottingham Forest. We brought back the so-called big guns, experienced players. They stuffed us. The youngsters aren't scared. The youngsters are, if you say to a youngster, just go out there and be yourself, do what you want. And it is hard. And look, I manage my son's team, and like I say, I'm not saying that I'm Pep Guardiola or anything. I was, like I say, it was McDonald's FA sponsored thing, stage 1.
You've got Pep's poster on your bedroom wall, Chris. So
yes, indeed. So it's actually on the ceiling, so I can look up at it when I'm asleep.
Oh,
but no, and I had to make the decision, and we had roll-on, roll-off subs, and I'd taken one player who just wasn't quite good enough. And we were a team that had beaten us 6-0 in an earlier game. We were 2-1 down to. We lost 2-1. I hadn't brought that player on because I didn't think he was good enough, but the players are absolutely chuffed that we'd actually gone from 6-0 to 2-1. You have to make those decisions. And if people were saying to me, oh, you shouldn't have done that, they're only kids. Excuse me, these were 11, 12-year-old kids. So I don't think you can really, they've got to learn this somehow, The kids are our future. I nearly burst into song then, into Whitney Houston. I believe the children are our future. But they are. And if we are selling them, Wayne, we're going to be left with fuck all.
That's a brilliant point, Chris. That's you can't argue against it. Yeah, that's brilliant.
Actually, hang on. 3 hours, 48 minutes and 22 seconds. Do you want to make a note of that? First time you've ever said that.
That is true. And that's my one argument with selling players for 10 and 12 million when we've not given them a chance and we've cocked things up as a club, because we could sell those players for 20, 30, 40 million with regular seasons under the belt. And with Brendan Rodgers, me and my brother Bri, we were at that game and we came on as sub. Even here's the thing about these young players. Brendan Rodgers called him over when he was making them Watford. They could not get the ball off him. And yeah, okay, should he have passed it sometimes? But it was joyful to watch. It was joyful to watch. And Brendan Rodgers called him over and say, pack that crap in, otherwise I'm dragging you off. And that's kind of what you say to somebody who's a real star. He's got great ball control and also his passing is brilliant. And so I would say that the young players, we've got enough good players. And the young players, so all these young players, so here's a question. So, okay, these experienced players should be able to look after the ball. Experienced players should have a football head and see the movements of the teammates and be able to pass to feet. Or is it another thing that Coley passed the ball? It's my pet hate. You get somebody running down the wing and somebody passes the ball to the winger straight to the feet. You pass in front of them so they carry on the run. And that's the kind of player Coley is. So can these young players, can they play under stress? Yes. Have they got brilliant ball control? Yes. Are they up for a fight? Yes. Have they got close football control skills? Have they got football range? Yes. So what have they got? What is the question where the answer is playing the older players? Because they've not got the things that these younger players have got. The old players haven't got. They haven't got mental ability. They can't pass for shit. They've got a poor attitude, and they are slow. I'm sorry, the football brains are slow.
I've got to say hi, Luke. How are you, mate? Nice to see you. Nice. Talking about Harry Suter here. Fake Aussie, fake footballer, fake commitment. Luke has turned into Jim's least favourite politician there, Trump. It's fair. He had a blowout this week, didn't he? By the way, I have to say, was it you, Tom? Was it you who said that Acoli is an Italian international and therefore he can't be a bad player?
No, I've never said that. It was someone else.
Somebody, one of the presenters said that. Now, talking about that he's an Italian, he's in the Italian national team who have failed to qualify for the last, is it 3 or 4 tournaments? A couple of Euros, a couple of World Cups. So, no, and he had a run through, played the ball forward and played it too hard. Even he can't even pass the ball to himself. That's how bad he is, Jim. And, Luke does make the good point, but we're stuck with those two unless you've got a manager in, like a Pearson, like, let's say Brian Clough back in the day, that will have the balls to say, I don't care how experienced they are, they're getting a match bonus by walking on that pitch. They don't fucking deserve it. Kevin Gray, give him a go. We've got the youngsters. Why did we sell Thomas? I'm saying, within 7 days, I've gone from being Mr. Cheerful to Mr. Angry. I feel like I'm a Roger Hargreaves book here. I'm the next book I'm going to read is Mr. Pissed Off Totally. I mean,
you're being honest, and it makes sense. I mean, I can get exactly where you're coming from, and I still don't think Russell Martin sold us a total bill of goods. I'll give him another couple games, but he's driving us on a downward trajectory unless he makes these major decision moves. And to follow up what Tom and everybody's saying, we make some critically important moves with transfers coming in, especially at center backs. He has opportunity, Russell Martin, right now to shake things up, to sit some people down, and that will tell me whether he's in it for the long haul or he's just another placeholder in the manager position.
I'll tell you what I'm going to give him, because I was prepared after the pre-season to go, yeah, all right, he's maybe better than I gave him credit for. But I'm going to look at our fixtures here. Now, we've got Ipswich Town in the Carabao Cup. I don't care if we're knocked out of that, to be honest with you. I don't really give a shit because we ain't going to win the thing. So if we get through a few rounds, it's not going to do us a lot of harm. So then we've got one more league match. No, we haven't. We've got 2 more matches because we've got MK Dons on the 29th of August and Plymouth. We're going to absolutely stuff us. You see, that's why I was saying MK Dons. It's our next match. Plymouth Argyle, who hopefully I shouldn't get wrong because they're the only team that play in green, on the 1st of September. That's when the transfer deadline window closes. So by then, and that's a scary thought, a week on Tuesday, that we will know whether we're going to have any extra players. And I am dreading going into the rest of the tour, till January, with this squad and these players. We've then got Oxford on the 5th of September who are doing well. We've got Stockport on the 12th who are doing well. Barnsley who are struggling on the 19th of September. Now, I would say by the time we get to Barnsley, that is when I want to see some improvement. If we haven't by then got the players in that Martin wants to come in to play his system, by the time we get to Barnsley, or if he's got them in and it's still not working, and then we've had a couple of games to settle in, that's when I'm going to be wanting him out.
Christ, I'll say this. I mean, by the time we get to that point, we could already be cut adrift in this league. It's that sort of league, unfortunately. Look,
it is, no, I agree.
Yeah, I mean,
we still catch up. But in fairness to him, he's gone in and said, these are my plans. Well, that's great, but, guys, you're going to have to give me the tools to put these plans in motion. So he's going to have to be given until the transfer window closes to see if he does. And then, in fairness, you've got to give him a couple of weeks to sort of decide, to actually, for them to settle in and what have you. So
let's hope he changes his narrative this week, Chris, because he said he was happy with his striking options. He was happy with Bobby Decordova-Reid as an option here, and he didn't want to make any changes there. He's happy bringing in one centre-back, one. We need 3 because I don't think Faze and Natsuta, they're not going to be able to do it. I mean, Faze will be gone, obviously. That's a bad one to draw on. But my God, I mean, this next 2 weeks could really bugger us up as a football club. Look, I will say this. They've taken 1 step forward, but we needed about fucking 10 this summer. And we still got about 9 to go, it feels like a little bit. So get to work, guys, and get this football club sorted out because you can't be nice to players that don't want to be here anymore. They're going to drag you down.
Yeah, no, you're right. Wayne?
Yeah, just thinking as Tom was talking, in a parallel universe, Tom, in an FM universe, with a manager who's actually sorted his transfers out early, made brilliant transfer, it must be really interesting looking at how this unfolds from pre-season to playing the first couple of league games.
I don't get this angle that I've been hearing from Russell Martin saying, "Oh, the players we want to buy in defence are too expensive, or we don't want to go for a younger player from the Premier League because they haven't got the experience to play it." You've gone for experience as all this, and they can't play your system, mate. And there's plenty of players down in the lower leagues who you could pick up. Yeah. They might not be the best ball-playing defenders in the world, but they've got height, they've got pace, they've got the ability to be trained into that role as well. But there just seems to be like a very shut-off attitude to this from the manager. It's almost like it'll be John Suter from Rangers or bust, and that'll be the only one we get, right? Which is quite disturbing.
It is.
So just further to that, Chris, do you mind me just asking some? So do you think that the teams we've played so far, do you think their defences look stronger or weaker than ours, or more organised?
Well, they're set up to play differently, aren't they? But I mean, I think this is the thing with League One. A lot of teams are going to set up with 3 centre backs, so they're going to be bigger. They're going to have less pace. But these are clubs that have to set up their clubs according to the players they've got. They haven't got the luxury of going out there and buying new players every season, have they? Look at Burton Albion today, Chris. They're literally borrowing anyone they can because it's bonkers how difficult their financial situation is, and they still put up more of a fight and showed, more importantly as well, we haven't really got to this, they look so much better organised than we do. I mean, I do wonder what the point of a pre-season is. I do wonder what the point of training is, because when you get on that pitch sometimes, I look at the forward play and go, yeah, I'm seeing individual flashes of quality from Alves or Watson or Howell, but they do not know how to play together. So are they going and training? You do this, mate, I do that? Or is that just like, oh, we're too big for that, we all know what we're doing because look how big fancy footballers we are? I don't get it. It's bonkers to me.
I mean, Luke, before I come to Jim, Luke is saying, and thank you for those kind words, Luke, regarding subscribing. Appreciate that, mate. Luke was saying, Coon top out. We've chanted for that. Fans have wanted that. You're getting that. Unfortunately, in football world, it's not something that happens, or in any business world, it's not going to happen overnight. I mean, I don't think it will happen. I hope it happens before the transfer window so the new owners can kind of put some sort of mark on it. I don't think it will. I think it'll probably be the end of the season more likely because of due diligence and all that. But, we're getting our wish. It's just not going to happen overnight. Jim, I mean, I've said to Barnsley, which is the 19th of September, and I'm prepared to. I know I've been calling him to go out. I've been saying that because I'm frustrated. I'm annoyed. But am I being unfair saying, well, he's got to the 19th of September to impress me?
No, you're not being unfair at all, because he's got to show us, as Wayne said earlier, what he's promised in the beginning. He's not showing it. He turned around, I thought, a very negative fan base at the end of last season. Got everybody optimistic. Granted, it was a new season anyway. Fans seem to get optimistic with, everybody's records are 0-0 to start with. But he had all of us believing. And right now, from what we've seen, now granted, the draw on the road is one thing. I really expected us to beat the shit out of Burton Albion today. I mean, I picked 3-0 in the thank you, Wayne. In the picks, I really thought we were just going to have a goal fest. I thought it was time for Brisket to come in and do his job, for Alves to get a goal, for Braybook. I thought it was going to be an exciting coming out at home. nothing like that. The only thing we did see was effort from the young players as they went down a man and the game went on. So no, you are not being out of line with giving them, especially as you in your opinion. We're all entitled to our opinions, and right now yours is probably shared by a lot of us. He better do something, and he better do something quick.
I was trying to be positive last week, guys. You know, it didn't work. I got to say welcome to Brendan Rogers, who's in the chat. Belen, how you doing, mate? Nice to see you, Brendan. So I couldn't resist that one. Right, look, let's kind of wrap this up because there's a pub waiting for me and there's going to be a nice cold cider on a table, I am sure. It is all going downhill, unfortunately. Going to be different this year, guys. I'm going to be different because it's my channel and I can be. I'm going to allow half points here.
It's not going to matter for my one, Christ.
Okay, I'm going to start this here, and again, you. I know you're probably going to laugh at me because I have a feeling that yours might not agree with me at all. And I'm just going to say I've got Alan's in here who went to the match. So Alan has given it a 5 for the performance.
Oof, hello.
And he's got man of the match.
Don't say till the end on man of the match.
He's got nobody as man of the match. He doesn't think anybody deserved it. Okay, so I'm going to give 6.5 to this performance because, like I said last week, when we are going forward, we actually looked good. And when we were on top in that second half, their defence was panicking. So it's the defence that is obviously letting them down. Even McCarthy had a decent game. I don't think it's worth the 7 because I have to give it overall, but I have gone for 6.5. Jim?
I am glad you let us have half points. Do you know why?
You know, I get the crowd asked, the crowd get. What the public want, the public get.
Because I had written down a 6, and if you wouldn't have given half points, we would have agreed. No,
So you're
I like.
You can add a half or take a half off if you want.
No, I like your reasoning. I felt the same way. The stupid mistakes have cost us. For that reason, I would grade them low. But I liked the fight and the effort. The players that got taken out when they shouldn't have been, it's not their fault. But no, I thought we fought, and I thought we were the better team for quite a bit of that second half when we were down a man. We just couldn't get it across the finish line. So I gave him a 6, mostly for the effort when they were a man down.
Yeah. No, that's fair enough. And Gray, you are a gentleman, sir. I will enjoy that cider and I shall raise a glass to you. I will raise a glass to you. Thank you very much. I'm almost dreading asking this. Tom?
Well, I mean, I must be honest, lads. I love you all to death, but I'm a bit baffled by the high scores I'm seeing here. It's sort of a bit over my head. I mean, we got a draw last week with Notts County, and I gave us a 4, right? We lost to the team which is going to probably be bottom of the league, you know, one of the bottom clubs. Okay, yeah, you could say there was a bit more energy. We went down to 10 men. We still weren't at the races for a lot of it. Still lacked a lot of connectivity in the final third. Defensively, we looked like... Let's not forget, we only let in 2 goals today. There was at least 6 times I counted playing out from the back. We played ourselves into real big problems, and if we do that against Stockport County, we'll be 4-0 down. You know, so I'm not in a good place with this at all.
Remembering though, Tom, I will point out, and I'm just going through my filing system here to try and find like big notes, and I can't. But I've had the cleaner in since then, so she's emptying my thing. But what I would say is, it is the performance we're rating, not the result. I mean, you can actually dominate the game, have 30 shots to the opposition 2, and lose 1-0. So it is the performance.
Yeah, I know, but also then we said with pre-match before this, you know, would we take a poor performance and the win? You know, I mean, I think you can kind of lean across that a bit with here, can't you? Look, guys, I'm sorry, I can't give it any more than a 2. I'm sorry. I know, and they get a 2 because of energy. Yes, they had it, But I think it took us to go down to 10 men for them to wake up a bit, and we still lack quality. And this is still a team that's going to be right near the bottom. Maybe if it was against Plymouth, maybe they get a 4 or 5. But no, it's a 2. I'm sorry, 2.
I don't know whether Tom can it get any lower, Tom?
It can.
Ooh, yes. Yes, it can.
Oh my God, 2. Shite. Right. Well, Jim looked a bit alarmed at that. Let's see if we can cheer Tom up a little bit, shall we? I'm loving it. There we go. Wayne.
Because I'm quite competitive, I'm going to say 1.5. Just to beat Tom. No, I'm not. I'd say, look, I get where Tom's coming from, and it's the older players letting us down, the young kids. And one thing about the stats, Chris, I mean, so they had 13 shots and they had 6 on target. We had 13 and 3 on target. That's Burton. And like Tom said, you expect them to be in the bottom 3 at the end of the season. That's the thing. They really are struggling as a team. So because of the context of the team we play in, this is not going to be a top 2 or playoff side. I think it was a dire performance, to be honest. And I'm going to give it a 3.5. 3.5. And that's just because the rest of the players, they're letting the younger players down.
Jim, you and me, mate, we're the nice ones here. You know, good cop, bad cop, you know.
Wow.
We're Cagney, they're Lacey.
Nice. Nice little American reference.
I can't remember which was which, to be honest with you.
I can't either.
No. Right. Yeah, look, it's about opinions, and I get what you guys are saying. You happen to be wrong, but I get what you're saying. Now, man of the match. Look, I've given it to Alves for the last 2 weeks, so I don't feel I can give it to him again. And like I say, we have come out of this with a loss. The player that has impressed me the most, and it's hard because I don't want him to lose his place for the next game. I think with it being a cup game, he might do anyway. And it just shows how in some positions we are overwhelmed with bounty, and in others we've got more like a crispy crumble. But I'm going to go for my man of the match as Aluko. I think he was running with the ball. He wanted to take the ball forward. Basically, he was everything that Sutar and Akoli together were not. And I apologise with that. There is a little bit of that in there because I insulted him by getting him mixed up with Akoli. But Aluko, I think one of my better ones has been man of the match. Jim.
That's not bad. Not bad. He did run hard. I am going to go with the player who ran hard from the opening kickoff till the end. I think Sammy. So I'm going to play it again, Sam, and go with Sammy Braybrook. I thought he continued to play with energy all the way through. And you would think he would be tired, especially with going down a man, but he continued to play hard. And he should have had his buddies in there with him. He should have had Burns and Alves in there too. But
it's like going over the top and realising that everybody else has stayed in the behind, isn't it? You know, can I just say, Jim, of all the shows in all the world, you have to walk into mine.
My favorite movie. Yep.
I was trying to think then. I'm going to get this wrong, but yeah. So I'm glad I got it reasonably. I think I got it reasonably right. Anyway, I understand Baybrook, and he was quite close for me. Viking is in. He's not very happy. He's obviously not a fan of Russell Martin. Don't know what it is, Viking. It gives me that vibe. Tom, you're man of the match.
Yeah, I think you can give some credit to Aluko and Alves again today, but I'm going to agree with Jim. I think Braybrook, I think when you look at what you're looking for in a central midfielder, and I look at him and go, Skip needs to be offering that level as well if he's in the team, rather than getting a straight red card, right? So no, Braybrook, yeah, I mean, he's one of the few, like Aluko and Alves, that come out with any credit today.
Fair enough. I can see why you guys have gone there. Wayne?
Yeah, just on Braybrooke last week, he did a saving tackle when somebody got in the box to have a shot, and he was back doing tackling inside the box as well. He's got that element to him, which is super impressive. But Aluko for me, I just love the way.
Taste there, Wayne. A man of taste. I like the cut of your jib.
Put your shirt back on, twinsies.
Yeah, I'll have a rush later for agreeing with you, Chris, but what can you do? No, but Aluko, basically, I mean, so when JJ played, we were like, because we were all pre-season, Aluko right back, then JJ was like, well, actually, it's JJ. It is JJ. And then JJ is obviously injured. Aluko comes in. Wow, we've got, I'd say, swap him for Thomas. Aluko and JJ, I mean, what a great... the young kids, they just never disappoint you. And Aluko, his forward runs, whether it's down the wing, it drops inside. Sometimes I'm screaming to the centros, give Aluko the ball. Give Aluko the ball. Because he makes things happen.
I've got to say, before you come in, Jim, I was going to play this one for...
football friend.
Not played it for a while. Jim.
I wanted to say honorable mention to Hal and Watson when they came in. I thought they played with energy, and Hal may have something on that right side. He continued to beat his defender out there. And what I saw was something you guys said earlier. I can't remember which one. These young kids are fearless and they have confidence. And when he continued to beat his defender, Russell Martin just needs to continue to say, keep doing it. Keep doing it. It was nice to see Louis Page in. I made a note on that. And God forbid did Hamza Chowdhury have a goal-saving tackle when he came in.
I was going to mention Hamza. It was mentioned in the chat. Ironically, that was one of his better performances, but he needs to do it all the time.
I was going to say, I did actually have an extra column this week for Deserves a Mention. And my Deserves a Mention was Hamza Chowdhury. Because I think, yes, he had a great tackle when he was, again, we were played into trouble. I'm not sure who the player was that played it back, but we were played into trouble. Probably a Coley, we'll blame him. But Chowdhury, he got in there. And so, I think he does deserve a mention. Tom, you're quite right. Look, you've gone Howell and Watson. Let's just go through this, Tom. Give us a deserves a mention for you.
I think you can mention any of those, Howell and Watson as well. I mean, I think actually Bristich, I think he was looking like he was making some good runs there, sticking on the line, physical in his play as well, not afraid of this league. Problematic element of that is players have got to start playing him in. And I still look at some of the players in the team who are not playing him in enough, right? So no, I'll say I think I quite like Bristich today.
I'm going to say Andrew Randall on the Facebook group, literally a 4-word, well, more than a 4-word, but the way he's written it's a 4-word post. Get Nige in for fuck's sake. So Tom will be happy with that. Wayne, your deserves a mention.
Harry Howell, I was going to ask the lads, does anybody else see a real big resemblance to KDH? Harry Howell. I looked, I thought his body language, everything, his arm movements in his body language, and he can drop. No wonder, because Brighton rave about him, and you can see he's so intelligent around the box. And if he had better players around him, he's somebody, like Tom said, we've got some really good glimpses of individual things. But I think Howell is like KDH, he connects people together. That's why I see like Harry Howell. And I was very impressed with him. And he does give me KDH vibes.
Russell Martin's got to really move out some of these players this week, because if you don't, those young players who are bringing this good attitude right now, it ain't going to stay that way. I mean, they'll feel the pressure in a minute. So please do it this week. Get rid of them. The other ones.
Totally right. And I've said as well, it is the youngsters they're not scared. It's like, why do you always, when you go to see a roller coaster, why has it always got 17, 18, 19-year-olds on? You don't see many 85, 86, 87-year-olds on there, do you?
Like me and you, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I'm the other way, by the way, mate.
Sorry.
No, it's all right. Very quickly, 2 things at the end. I'm about to land my plane, Wayne. Is that what you were doing? Drawing us in. I'm going to take a manager rating today, because I'm going to give Russell Martin a rating. and I'm on Tom's side here. I'm going to give him a 1 because I think he was fucking useless today. Jim?
I'll agree with you. I'll give him a 1 because he started the biscuit up top, because I was direly afraid that he was going to start Bobby. He ended up bringing him in anyway, but no, 1.
Tom?
Yep, a 1. I think we're all going to agree on this. Better team selection today. Well done, but the substitutions were fucking mental. Sorry.
Yeah. Totally.
Well said.
Utterly. And finally, Wayne.
Oh, you're harsh, you lot. I'm saying it too. No, I do. The one thing with Alves, I did wonder where. So Alves got dragged after 70 odd minutes because he was like fatigued. So when you're playing week in week, I know he's a super fit guy, but I just wonder whether he's redlining on his stats or something.
No, I get that because, like I said last week, Alves is turning into the new Okazaki. Plays like mad for 60, 65 minutes, and then he's knackered. But it's who he was. Well, I just don't agree with it. But anyway, what's your score, Wayne?
2. And are you doing one this year, Chris? You're not doing a donkey?
No. You can give a donkey if you want to. If you want to give a donkey, you go ahead.
I do, a cola. That's why I got him out, Chris. I thought, come on, a cola.
Hey,
I'm gonna name him a cola.
Don't get your ass out for me here, Wayne.
Oh,
to see it. Thank you very much.
You showed your ass.
Yes. Right, and I'm just going to say one last thing. I'm going to say, wasn't the ref fucking shit, guys? Thank you all very, very much. Hey, it's like we've never been away.
It is.
The nightmare continues.
82 guys still in now. 78 has gone down. Just thank you very much for sticking with us. Do all the normal stuff. There'll be a reminder coming up, and you've been listening via podcast. Thank you for listening, and thank you to the mods that have been in. Thank you to Gray, the head mod, for doing what he does. Jim, Tom, Wayne, thank you guys. It's been a pleasure for you, if not for me, and I will see you all soon. Jim, I'll see you in a couple of weeks. Thanks very much. Have a good rest of the weekend. Let's go and get pissed.
That's it for another show. And from all the team at Leicester Till I Die TV, thanks for watching, listening, and getting involved. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you never miss another show. Memberships are also available. Check out the link in the description below. So until next time, Foxes fans, remember, keep the faith and keep it Leicester till I die.